Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
That's right, it's time for the Acer Predator pre-show for the last time here at the Asia Minor. We get to see Greyhound go up against Vici Gaming a little bit later today. But before we get to that, we're going to break down what we've seen throughout the Asia Minor so far. We've seen crazy fragging, we've seen individual plays, and we've seen some teams a little bit more tactically advanced than anyone else. My name is James Banks, and I'm your host. And as always, I wouldn't be able to do this job without the analysts beside me, Pimp and Blair. And guys, the Asia region certainly delivered in more ways than one.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that we've been surprised and we've been disappointed in some of these teams. Yeah. I think overall, I would say the level has been actually quite high. I'm a little bit surprised by some of the less known teams, you know, how they come into the tournament here and actually put up a fight against some of the better teams. Whereas I also do believe, you know, that when you look at the games, you get left with a sort of like feeling where you feel that there's so much potential, there's so many possibilities for some of these Asian teams. It's just like they're not getting there yet.
Yes. Yeah, I think that is the cool thing and a tragedy about the scene, right? We've been through almost all the minors now. It is the last day of the minors. We had the Americas minor happening, like, you know, the final matchup happening today as well. And looking at all the different styles of Counter-Strike, obviously EU minor was obviously the highest rated. You had the best teams, the highest ranked teams as well. And then you have the CIS who surprised us as well, right? And they come to the Asian scene. And yes, we expected to see some crazy stuff. We did see some crazy stuff. But at the same time, we saw some really cool executes coming out, some attempts at trying to play a more tactical style of Counter-Strike. We saw teams like MVP PK. We saw teams like Gosu. They had really cool style of playing CS. I was really excited about them. Of course, they fell off. Then we said Vici Gaming and Cyberson just showing how much sheer firepower they have and individual brilliance, right? So many styles of CS coming in, and here we are, final day.
Not only that, right, we got to see Aquas Club coming in here as well, a team that nobody knew nothing about, to be completely honest with you. An Israeli team, and they came in here and they played some decent Counter-Strike. You could see where they were coming from. They tried to approach this with a very tactical aspect of the game, so to speak, but in regards to the individual level, they just didn't have what it took to take down Cybersen. You saw them go down in the lower bracket. They were able to beat a map. They were able to take a map from Cybersen, who we're going to see later today, and that is quite impressive.
Yeah, that was one of the things, right, when we were looking at this Group A, there were some teams that we get to see for the first time almost, so it's a moment of like understanding and learning on it. And then when we move over to Group B as well, that's where the Koreans took some early dominance, right? And maybe a little bit unexpected, because Gosu certainly, they impressed us beyond what we maybe thought they were able to achieve, given they're actually only the second team there. It's just, they didn't actually win the maps, it's just they were so close, right? We saw the signs of life of, hey look, this has potential.
Yeah, and that is the biggest surprise and the biggest disappointment for me for the Asian minor. We're looking at Group B. I expected obviously MVP PK to go through. They're one of the favorites apart from the two Australian teams, and this is the easier group, let's be honest. Beyond esports, they have pretty much a brand new lineup, a lineup that's actually breaking up as soon as the minor is going to end. So no one's really expecting them to do much, and everyone expected, of course, Vici Gaming to be the second favorites in this group. Goes to surprise all of us. They took down Vici, and even when they played against MVP, they showed a lot of spirit, a lot of fight, so to speak, right? And then, of course, Vici Gaming, though, despite losing the first game, they managed to grind their way back 2-0 beyond esports in a very convincing fashion. 2-0 Gosu in a heartbreaking fashion because Gosu had the lead. They looked a better team in both the maps they played, but then they weren't able to close it out. And unfortunately, you know, you need to close games out. That is a fundamental aspect of Counter-Strike. But that gives me a lot of hope that in the future, these guys will be able to, like, you know, show something and kind of like, you know, elevate the Asian scene, so to speak.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Moving into the playoff, we saw Renegades take on Vici Gaming in a match where we expected Renegades to cruise through it, but it went on being Vici Gaming winning the first map and actually putting some pressure on Renegades. Even Asa said after the game that he was a little bit disappointed that it even got to the stage where they had to lose after the first game. I love that. It shows ambitions and shows, you know, that you're not satisfied with being just good. You want to win the entire thing and you want to do it convincingly. Renegades obviously moved on to face Greyhound in the game we saw yesterday, a 2-1 victory where Renegades were again losing the first map. Slow starters we may say, they have to wake up, as you were sort of like putting it, James, and they ended up winning 2-1 very convincingly on the third and deciding map. So without a doubt, I think we can crown Renegades being the best Asian team here at the Asian Minor. And now today, as you said, we get to see Greyhound going up against Vici Gaming in what's going to be the biggest match of either of these teams' career so far.
Now, one game I want to, before we go on to like looking at what we're going to see today, one game I wanted to look at was the MVP game, right? Yesterday, they go up against the Vici. Now, when they've played the Australian teams, they looked like they had a bit more about them, right? They looked like we saw a bit more of a tactical dynamic. But they seemed to get so scared and pinned down by what Vici was throwing at them. You saw mistakes that we didn't see yesterday, and it kind of didn't give us the game we expected, right, Blair?
That is the thing. They had a pretty good start. Mirage is a map pick, and bear in mind, yesterday's the map veto was one of the most out there map picks, so to speak. Right? They're mind gaming each other. Unfortunately, when you're mind gaming and your plan doesn't quite pan out, that's going to be a problem because your defaults are just not going to be good enough. Your basics are not going to be sound enough. MVP had some very cool executes coming out on the T side, but they weren't able to, push it all the way through. They were able to close it out. And Vici, the sheer aggression towards Mirage, you're just taking the fight to MVP multiple times. And then, of course, we got to bring up these two names, Freeman and Kaze. They have been just beasting it. You say what you want about the team, say what you want about some of this very questionable decision-making, sometimes lack of team play, lack of executes, whatever. But when it comes to firepower, these guys are second to none right now.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. They played way above what we expected from them yesterday. I would even argue that Freeman may have been one of the best players throughout the entire Asian minor. I think that's safe to say.
I'll take that.
MVP, as you said, I think they came in here, with a little bit of confidence. Expectations obviously were that they would go into the playoff, which they did. The fact that it went down against Vici Gaming, as you just alert to, it was more the style of, they didn't have the individual star power to go through, right? They didn't have the clutch player that was able to win them rounds they shouldn't be winning, or turnaround rounds they shouldn't be winning in that regard. So MVP, a great fundamental, so to speak, but if they can find one or two new players that can elevate their level to become even better and bring in some more firepower, that's a team that I'm looking forward to see more of in 2019. And that's the cool thing about these minors as well. Maybe they don't qualify, maybe they don't go all the way, but they give us an inch and our hope of what we can expect to see for the rest of the year.
Yeah, it's certainly promise for the future. Now, I want to talk about Greyhound next, but before we get into that, we get to look at Greyhound in a little bit more detail and see what these lads are up to and how much they want to get those dicks on the guns.
So Australian scene right now is, I will say, still growing. It's not as big as North America and Europe right now, but it's getting there. Like there's a lot of players getting like actual full-time player job in CS. So it's growing slowly. So right now we are getting there. It's still a young scene, but it will get there one day. Right now, to be honest, there's no team I'm afraid of in Asia Minor at least, because for example, the best team in this Asia Minor is obviously Renegades. And in the Australian qualifier, we beat Renegades in best of 3. It was a really close game. It could go any way, but as far as I know, when you're in game, it felt like they're not that superior like I thought before, at least for me. So, like, I think it's really doable. There's no team we're afraid of right now.
Just one more hurdle for Greyhound. If they want to make it to the major, they will be facing off against Vici very soon, just after this. But one thing we got to look at is their game yesterday. They came out the gates running. They looked so confident. They walked away with a very convincing map pick. Then we moved over to the second map, Renegades. Like we said, they wake up, they come alive, and they put the hurt on them. But when we got to Keish, and I'm going to keep saying Keish because I know how much that pleases Twitch chat when we've got all the Australians. I would never normally say it.
Pandering?
Yes, right. Pandering towards their attention. I've got to get some love from somewhere.
Silly,
I don't get
James.
it from Pim.
Silly.
I'll leave you to do it properly then, Pim. How about that? But either way, right? That game got ridiculously close. You saw Greyhound had an incredible fight within them, and they want this. I do not think they're going to allow Vici to kind of take over them in the same way. This seems like a lot better of a Greyhound than what we've seen throughout the rest of this minor.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, the last map, as you said, on Cash, it was one of those scenarios where you're so far behind that at some point you don't start losing hope. Always, you're always playing for winning, but the pressure gets off you, right? There's no pressure on you when you're behind 12-3. You know you're supposed to lose no matter what. So in that regard, I think Greyhound thrives well when there's no pressure on them. They can play free. They can do a lot of moves. They were being very proactive on the CT side on Cash as well, taking a lot of duels. Duels you don't normally see team makes in a situation like that, but simply down to the fact that they were behind so much, they sort of like allowed themselves to play free, and that's where it gets dangerous for a team like Renegades, and I believe that's why we saw it get so close. Okay. There was no doubt the Renegades were the better team yesterday. They were in control, they had the better individual players showing up, and in general, it's just a much better team and a better unit in that regard. So yeah, kudos to Greyhound for making it close. It was definitely a great feeling to leave the game without, it must feel bad if you lose 16-4 or 16-5 on the last map, but the fact they made it close gives them a better feeling moving into today.
Yeah, I think the only challenge they face has been Renegades, right? And Renegades and this team, Greyhound, have been the only team that have even contested with Renegades, and they have been by far the second best team right now. So coming into this matchup, yes, the pressure is on them. No one wants to go into tomorrow where you have North, you have, I think, what's the other team?
Spirit.
We have... Windstrike. We have
Strike.
Windstrike, and we might have either of Furia or Carrigan's men playing today, so tomorrow. So no one wants that. They should be feeling confident. I just want to point out something which really interests me about the Australian scene would be Greyhound, right? They're as isolated in Australia as the rest of the Chinese or the Asian teams. But what's really cool about the Australian scene is, despite being so isolated for all these couple of years, they've slowly managed to build up their own practice structure amongst each other and kind of build a style of CS which is more Western, more EU. At the same time, having some sparks of insanity which are used from the Asian region. So kudos to these guys to get so far. And yeah, I'd say these guys are the favorites right now.
It's a cool thing, and I'm glad you mentioned it, because that's exactly what the other Asian teams to look towards, right? It is possible to get better in a region where there's not necessarily the best of practice teams, as long as you do it seriously enough, as long as you approach it with the right mindset. I do believe that if I were to spend a week or two in Asia and like see how they practice, I would lose my mind, because it doesn't seem, it honestly doesn't seem like they're trying their best to learn from the practice, right? They're probably playing more to win or playing more to get those individual scores down the line, which is not the right way to do it. Whereas I feel like the Australian players have been inspired a lot by Renegades. They're moving to the NA, right? They also sometimes practice from home, so they learn from them. And obviously these players are also talking to each other while they're at home. So they're like learning from each other. So we just need that sort of like positive inspiration within the Asian region to elevate the Asian teams even more. Vici Gaming could be the ones, but I think MVP is the team you look towards where you think, all right, this is a team that is on the right path at least.
Yeah, they certainly are on the right path. We've seen it throughout this minor. But that ends our pre-show, guys, and thank you very much for us having a little bit of a coverage here of what's been going on at the Asia minor. When we come back, it'll be time for the pre-match and our final game. It's a best of three. It'll be Vici Gaming against Greyhound. And do just check out @Banks Esports on Twitter. I'm going to put a poll up, and you guys can vote if it's Cash or Cash, because I think Pimp's wrong at this point.
Cash.
See you guys in a bit.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Synergy of brute strength, born of elite core power, to thrive under pressure in the most hostile conditions, and built to overclock. Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, it's Vodafone pre-match time. One last time here at the Asia Minor. It's going to be Vici Gaming going up against Greyhound. Can we see for the first time ever two Australian teams make it through to the major? Or will Vici manage to slide their way in? Now Tyloo are out the picture. Pimp and Blair joining me as always to break down these games. And this is the interesting one because again, it's two opposite styles. Greyhound certainly on paper should look like the better team, but we've seen what Vici have been able to do in terms of just completely conquering their opponents in ways that you can't even begin to imagine.
No, there's no doubt that we have two teams here who have obviously deserved their way all the way through this playoff match. Two teams that it will be categorized as the biggest match of their careers. There's no doubt about it. Winner goes straight into the major, gets the stickers in the gun, and sort of like gets to identify themselves with the game as well. It's no joke to have your own sticker in the game that you've been playing for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you know, or spent your entire life on. You know, it's a great feeling. I can attest to it myself, obviously. But let's move on from that. It's two teams. It's two teams.
I miss pimp stickers, you know.
Yeah, they're pretty cool, and they're still in the
pretty
game.
nice.
You can still buy them. Anyway, they're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. And both teams have definitely deserved to get here. There's no doubt Greyhound are the favorites. There's no doubt that you have looked towards this team and you think right now they're the second best within the Australian region and probably also the second best at this minor. But that said, the pressure is on them. I think Vici can play completely free, and that's where I would start to worry if I were the Greyhound fans out there, because a free Vici with 3 men on the team, that's going to be scary.
Free Vici with 3 men on the team, absolutely. I think they are going to be... I was speaking to their I don't know if it's a manager or translator. Last night I was at a hotel lobby just chatting with them, and I'm like, so are you guys like ready? He's like, we're not, you know... They're like they know the fact that Greyhound are the better team. They're like Greyhound are the favorites in tomorrow's matchup, but we do have certain tricks up our sleeves. Like we have the firepower. They're confident that we can take the man on man. And I completely agree with them. If you're talking about Kaze and Freeman, and the cool thing about these two guys, they've not just been showing up, they've been consistently showing up, which can't be said the same for many of the Greyhound members. Like Dexter, we said yesterday in Cash, he did show a lot of spirit, a lot of firepower when they were trying to take it to overtime. But apart from that, he's kind of fallen off a little bit. But on the other hand, like Dick Stacey, for example, a couple of great rounds here and there. He had his moments, but overall he's not really been on top when it comes to the fragging department. It's been primarily Urcast and Sterling. These two guys have really stepped it up. And of course, Urcast, in my opinion, I think he is the best player in that team, right? And it might just come down to that. Speaking of Urcast, we have here Dick Stacey, Dexter, Sterling, Malta, and that's the thing. Urcast and Sterling, these two guys have stepped it up time and time again, especially against Renegades. And on the other side for Vici Gaming, it's Kaze and it's going to be Freeman. It's going to be the same old story of these two guys, you know, these 4 guys rather battling each other or get someone else step up to the plate. Because bear in mind, even Greyhound's not the sort of team who's going to play super tactical type style of Counter-Strike. They like going that aggro CT on Cash, for example. Even in Mirage, they like playing aggressively. They like trying to take away map control from you guys. And Vici, they're not just going to sit back down and be like, all right, you can take it. No, they're going to go for some crazy stuff, pushing it through, smokes flashing through. It can get a little messy. It can get very rough, and that's where it's going to come down to firepower.
I definitely agree. It's the contrast between the two teams that is going to be interesting here. You mentioned 2 of the players that we have to look out for. KC, the AVP for Vici Gaming, going up against Sterling. When you look at those two players, they play a complete different style of AVPing, right? Sterling being this very static AVP player, being very solid, making 0 to next to 0 mistakes. I feel he's very, very composed when he plays the game, whereas KC obviously has this explosive style of AVPing, and that's going to be a nice matchup to go into and look, you know, into a little more between these two teams, because there's definitely no doubt that when you look at it, Greyhound is the better team at playing together, sort of like utilizing each other, playing off each other, and doing teamwork kind of stuff, whereas Vici Gaming, when you look at the individual players, they should be on top when it comes to individual skill and actually confidence coming into these one-on-one duels. So there's games within the game, and those are going to be super, super fun to follow as well.
Now, before we get into the veto, I think realistically here, right, Greyhound, they can flex a little bit further because they've got all the power in their hands in that sense. They have a bigger map pool, they're more experienced of playing across it, where this is where for Vici, you're not going to be playing against other Asian teams where you kind of get away with most of the picks that you really want.
No, and I'm glad you mentioned the fact that map pool is going to be a big theme here, because I think you're definitely right. I mean, Greyhound has a way bigger map pool. They play 6 maps to a fairly high level, whereas Vici Gaming, we don't really know how many maps they can play, because we've seen many of the same maps being played out. I would say they have 4 or 5 maps they can play, and then 2 maps that I wouldn't be confident if I was going into for the Vici Gaming guys.
Surprisingly, now that you mention it, Vici have only played 3 maps so far in this entire tournament. They played Inferno, they played Train, and they played Mirage. The thing is, their opponents, against Renegades, they got completely dismantled, especially on Inferno and on Train. But against their other opponents, they've been putting up pretty decent numbers. But again, you look at the opponents here, Renegades, then you have Beyond Esports, who've been the weakest team so far, alongside Aquas, one might argue for that. And then again, you have MVP PK. So it's a mixture of different team styles, so you can't really gauge too much from that. But I do agree, if you've only seen Train, if you've only seen Inferno and Mirage, and that is something that Greyhound can use to abuse them, and you can just ban those maps out, and now VG is going to be like, oh crap, what do we do? And also, just before map video comes out, one quick thing, both these teams really like playing Overpass, but Greyhound are way better than VG at Overpass, and that is a problem. VG's like, what do we do now, right? Your best map's also their best map, and they are the better team.
That's the thing, they have nowhere to go. Like, there's no punish pick for VG Gaming coming into this video. So no matter what happens when the video goes down here in a second, I think we'll be standing here and saying, all right, it looks good for Greyhound, and if VG Gaming wants to win this one, they have to bring out something spectacular, something we haven't seen before. And again, you said it yourself, you talked to the manager yesterday, they have something up in their sleeves, but can they pull up 2 or 3 maps that we haven't seen so far? That's going to be a big question. First one goes out as Train, it makes sense. We're also going to see, I
think Nuke might be going out
next. Nuke would
next.
probably be the one going out. That's the one map I feel Greyhound is not feeling too comfortable on. Cash is going out. That's interesting.
Okay.
This is a problem. This could be a problem, because here's the thing, Greyhound can actually play Nuke. They don't play it that often because most teams ban it out. Greyhound can actually play Nuke, but they're actually going to go with Overpass Big. This is the thing, right? Like I mentioned, this is a map where Greyhound are like, we are the better team.
Yes.
We are the better. We're not going to try anything fancy. We're going to pick Overpass. You're good at Overpass, we're better than you in Overpass. And that's a mentality they have going into this game. And for VG, it's going to be Mirage. I was expecting this, to be very honest. I don't think they're going to go with Inferno, because Greyhound's Inferno yesterday against Renegades was so well played. It was structurally sound. The way they were approaching the CD side, the D side, everything was great. So VG must have seen that. And now VG's going to go with the Nuke ban later on. Understandable. I'm a little surprised they actually banned out Cash initially. I thought they would go with the Nuke ban initially. But you know what? That's fine. And the final map is Dust 2. I guess it's a map everyone's just comfortable playing at this point.
Yeah, and I really love this. This is Big Dick Stacy just big dicking DeVito, so to speak. Picking Overpass, as you said, that's just a confidence pick out of this world. Yes. It's a map they have 89% win rate on the past 3 months, so it's a map they're feeling very comfortable on. And as you said, VG Gaming can play Overpass, and they're definitely scary on Overpass. Freeman we saw having some solid performances. KC with the AVP as well. They can play Overpass, but the fact that Greyhound are so confident in their own map pool is definitely a great sign coming into this video. Because as you said, we talk about the pressure. We talk about these two teams sort of like facing up against each other. The one thing VG Gaming have going for them is they can play with no pressure, whereas Greyhound know that the pressure is on them. But already now showcasing in the video, they don't really buy into that. They buy into the fact that we're the favorites and we're going to win this game because we're better. So we're just going to beat it the way that we are better at.
Yeah, because that was one of the things they could have been baited into, right? Oh, we're going to force you to pick Nuke now, or make you pick Nuke because you're going to think you're so confident. And so we don't know enough from Vici that there could be some surprises up there. So Greyhound sticking to their guns. This certainly looks better for them, right? We see they can be a lot more confident.
Yeah, I mean, even when it came down to the end of that map veto, Greyhound had the pick of choosing Inferno or Dust 2. We saw Inferno yesterday, it was great. And Dust 2 is a map they're very confident on as well. So when you have that much freedom when it comes to the final 2 maps, like, okay, which one do we go with, right? They just went with Dust 2, maybe because I think they showed a lot of their cards yesterday when they're playing Inferno, and Vici would have obviously been watching that game. Right? All right, they like doing this, let's catch them off guard. They might anti-strat them. So Dust 2 pick makes total sense. Just looking at this map pool, I'm just going to heavily favor Greyhound here. They just look the better team on all the 3 maps.
90% win rate on Dust 2 the past 3 months, 89% win rate on Overpass the past 3 months. Where do you go with your Vici?
Yeah, this is the problem, right? And there's actually a consideration that Vici, they've not even played Dust 2 recently, so how good are they going to be at it? Because it's not been something they picked in, they're not even something they've let through before.
Well, that's the one thing, right? Because we can't really prepare, or so to speak, Greyhound can't really prepare for Vici coming into Dust 2. And Dust 2 is one of those maps that is open, and it is a very momentum-based map. So if Vici Gaming have something up in their sleeves, a fast long take that they can't stop, or a fast BOS with some sick nades they can't really stop out, that could be like a snowballing effect, and that's when it gets a little bit scary for Greyhound. But it requires Vici Gaming to have prepared properly for a map like Dust 2. And since we haven't seen it played out so far in the tournament, I don't expect that to happen.
Yeah, no, even if you prepare so much for a map, right, unless you've been tested and you actually put it in application against a decent opposition.
One thing is doing it in practice,
really work.
Another thing is doing it officially.
Exactly, and and that's the thing. That's a problem. Many of the Asian teams is they might prepare on something, but they don't want to show their cards for some reason. I mean, you got to do it. A little bit of historical context as well, James. I just remember something you just said. Like, might see the first time you're seeing 2 Australian teams come out of the Asian minor. The last time we saw 2 Australian teams make it into the major was in 2015 Cologne. That's a long time back when it was Immunity and our very own Chad himself qualifying with Renegade. So it's been a long time coming. And if this happens, it's going to break the streak. I'm going to break that drought, so to speak.
And I believe we never had 2 Chinese teams in the major either, so that could be a first as well.
Many firsts to be had here, guys, but it's time to get into the game. That's the end of our Vodafone pre-match, and it's time for us to get on to Overpass to start off with. Then we go on to Mirage. Hugo and Harry are ready to deal the damage in forms of the commentary. Over to you, boys.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, the last game of the Asian Minor is just ahead of us, Harry, and of course, what a matchup we have. Greyhound just falling to Renegades yesterday in that close 2-1 series, but they're not done. They're looking to go the full distance, and Matt Vito certainly looking favourable. Do you think there's a chance Vici can upset?
I definitely think there's a chance Vici can upset, right? But I think that's exactly what it would have to be, is it would be the upset, right? I think that, especially when you take a look at these Vitos, they're going to be leaning heavily in favour of Greyhound. One thing that maybe Vici can look to fall back on is the fact that, as Pimp kind of highlighted with Dust, it is, a very puggy style map. It's one that we haven't seen them play. So for Greyhound, they've got nothing to go off of.
Yeah, and considering how strong we've seen Kaze be at this tournament as well, he's been one of the top-rated players of the entire tournament so far. And on that AWP, Dust 2 is going to be great. But let's see if we get that to that third map, because obviously Greyhound looking to 2-0 this series, favoured in the Betway odds as well. And we're going to be going right into this now. T-side start for Greyhound, pissed around with lots of utility, 2 Molotovs as well, and looking like a quick B play.
Yeah, Greyhound going to be stacking up over here towards short, but already Orman's there, and he's picked up the first man. No trade coming through for Greyhound, so already sitting a man down. They also lose Urcast, who has been the top-rated player on this team of the event thus far. Quite the scout to find, and well, Freeman in with 2 more. He's holding down this B-bomb site. Zoking going to help him out, and that is a very dominant pistol round there for Vici. And, I mean, one thing that I did want to talk about is you mentioned about this Vici squad. You mentioned Kaze. Well, Freeman, for me, is the real talking point alongside him. Freeman is the highest-rated player of the entire Asia Minor thus far. Kaze coming in, I think, at number 4. So, they're having a very good time, are these two?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, right? These guys have been so impressive, and it's definitely been said that they've had their chances against some of the top teams, and in the past have not really stepped up to the same level, but at least here in the Asian domestic region, they've looked to be very, very good. And I really hope that does translate into a bigger future for them up against more European competition. I'd love to see these guys against some of the best players in the world, but if they want to get to the major, Harry, it's this best of 3, do or die. And we're going to have a B play starting off for Greyhound. Triple nade already gone over with a bit of damage to Freeman, and Vici very heavy setup on that, down on that B site as well. They're aggro towards the toilets, and Kaze, he's going to meet a couple of T's coming through here, but only Glocks. This should be nice and clean. He is going to get overwhelmed from the left side. Teammate not with him either, not going to be able to catch those frags, so got to be very careful. This is starting to fall a little bit out of control. Greyhound now on the site. They're not equipped for the job, but they are finding more and more damage left and right.
And now they've been able to retrieve these weapons. While they don't have armor behind it, so aim punch is going to play into this. They could still look to do a lot of damage here, Hugo. Urcast and Sterling going to be over in the toilets. This AUG retrieved for Urcast. And Freeman getting dinked down to just 10 HP by that Glock that pushed up into the bank. They do run the risk of losing him here. Urcast edging on forward, spots that first man. Timing almost couldn't be worse. And now only Sterling remains. Freeman's going to shut him down. Zavici, they're able to recover. And that's going to be a second round on the board for them, as they do find the conversion. But Greyhound in with the buy, still getting that down to the wire, considering that was the full eco for the Aussie boys.
Yeah, third kill would have been really nice, but 2 off the back of Glocks, you can't really complain about that, Harry. Going to be a nice round for Greyhounders. Now we have the buy, and on their T side of their map pick as well, this is where things definitely do get interesting. Greyhound love a bit of overpass, as we know, and this has certainly not been a great map for Vici. So already Kaze starting to fall back, as Greyhound establishing control towards these fountain and long positions, and a triple rotate coming up towards A. Vici going to move Orman into position, try and bolster this A site defense. Kaze flashing through, but he actually gets blind off that. will be going in for the peak regardless, and there's a start, taking the kill. Now his teammate's got his back turned, and that's not going to be great because Greyhound have already snuck all the way through. I don't think Vici were aware of how deep these Ts were, and Dick Stacy with a huge double entry kill has opened up the A site.
And now Orman rotating back up is good for one. Traded promptly by Malta. Back into this 2-on-2. Freeman, the man who has just been dominating Greyhound, the saviour for Vici in quite a few of these rounds. He's rotated up from that B bomb site, but he's aware that they might try going for this push. But Freeman holding for it, one step ahead, spots that first man, and that's Freeman. Backing off away from the angle. You can see in response to this, Advent now starting to creep forward because Freeman did spot both players, so he knows that this flank is available to Vici. Now they've dealt with Freeman, and Advent left in this 1-on-2. They spot him, they know where he is, and the bomb is planted for Bank, so things go from bad to worse here for Advent. Malta holding the angle, and they're able to pick up the round. Greyhound with that crossfire set up, there was very little hope for him there.
That was a good call from Greyhound to take control of the bank and get aggressive. They knew that the A site was free, but they didn't know where these two players were, maybe assuming that both of them were set up below or even on the flank, allowing for that wrap round towards B. Now, the second they spot Freeman in that position, you can see Greyhound just leave Sterling down in the lower B halls. Not only does he catch that rotate back up here, severing the push back up to the A site for Freeman, but also gets the last kill as well. So nice work from Sterling. As mentioned on the desk, really been one of the highlight players for Greyhound as well, alongside the likes of Malta and Urcast. And obviously new to this team in the last few months as well. Definitely a big step up. Now it's Kaze on the scout because Vici got their money broken in that previous round. Nice little boost off angle, does catch some damage to Dick Stacy, but no need to finish it off, and he doesn't want to get caught by these players already moving up deep to long. Vici don't control the toilets this time, so Greyhound are going to have a lot of free real estate to get up towards this A site. Only two players here on A this time, though, and Greyhound, they've already given up on long. They've posted a man in position. Urquhart's going to hold for the re-aggression. Now, Greyhound still have a man down connector, so they know that they're not being flanked, and they do have that option to rotate down towards B if things don't go too well in the toilets, but they're being very methodical, taking their time to get through this portion of the map before they hit that A site. And Vici even rotating a third man up as well is going to mean that, while they're only on pistols on three of these players, they still have a very good chance of getting some damage off.
Oh, but two smokes wasted here. That could have bought them that much more time. That said, Zoking now holding close to this smoke. He's in a corner that is often checked and even spam through. You can see Sterling does seem aware, especially with this smoke falling. It's not too uncommon, but that flash rains in, nets him the first kill. Oh, and a second as well. That is far more than he ever should have gotten away with. These rotations now coming on in, but this does leave Orman to try and buy a little bit of time for them. This smoke is down, flash rains over the top, and Orman and Freeman both get dispatched of. This bomb going to go down just in the nick of time for Greyhound. And Advent. Now trapped on the other side of this smoke. He wishes he could find something, even if it is just a rifle to get away with, but that nade will seal his fate. He backs off, and Greyhound going to be tying things up early on at 2-2.
Given the weaponry in that round for Vici, I love the re-aggression on short. They initially play passive up on that A site, giving a lot of room to Greyhound to take control of the toilets, but once they do, Vici re-aggress at the 35-second mark and start throwing down the smokes. Now, as you mentioned, two smokes wasted on short. If they only threw one at a time, they could have easily won that round, because Greyhound only had 4 seconds left when that bomb was planted. And even, knowing so much to play around the edge of the smoke, I think it was Zoking who waited for these Ts to set up utility towards A. The second he hears the click of that smoke, gets flash through, gets a kill, but Vici won't convert it into a round. That being said, only an eco, and they find good damage. So going forward, it's another one of those just pistols to play with as they allow Greyhound to take 3 after this tactical timeout. We are then going to have the full buy. The only question mark being in this AWP, I don't think Vici are going to have the money for it so early on into this game.
But I think, no matter what the outcome of this match is, it's going to set us up very interestingly. As Pim said, I'm pretty sure there's only ever been one Chinese team at a time at the major. And obviously, for Aussie Counter-Strike, you've only ever had one other team secure a major spot, you know, aside from... well, I was going to say, like, if you look at a core of JKS and Azza, right, they've always played on those major teams. Obviously, we've had one other. Bit of a boost assembled down here towards B. So either way, there's a lot of first times. Also trying to secure a bit of a foothold down here at the B bomb. So has Dexter with him. 2 players clearing out connector. That's going to be Cast and Dick Stacy. Sterling securing a foothold in mid. Greyhound just spreading out, taking this default as... Now that they've maintained this presence across the map, they've made sure Vici haven't gone aggressive, haven't worked into any of these aggro angles.
I think one of the big points you're talking about, you know, just to add on to it, is it's cool that one of these teams is going to make it because it's no longer reliant on the old guard, right? You don't have just Renegades or just Tyloo. It's great to see, you know, 10 players here. None of them ever touched a major before, and 5 of them will be. So that's always a cool story. And showing how these regions are developing, are improving over time. Now Greyhound just trying to sell this fake. The issue is Vici have aggressive short control, so they know very well that this is going to be the B play after all. The issue is they are still A, so rotation having to come through, and in this time Greyhound have already found their way within B. There's one man to challenge, and that's Freeman on the USP, but close in the pit. Dick Stacy finds it. 15 seconds here as Greyhound should be fine to get the bomb plant. They have so much control. Crossfire not doing anything for Vici, and Urkos finds 2 more. So nice clean round from Greyhound so far. They've just got the flank to deal with. It could be a bit of a surprise, but Orman makes noise, and Dexter is ready for it. Third round taken for Greyhound as we expected, and so far looking flawless.
Yeah, so it's been almost, what, 4 years since you would have seen 2 Australian teams at a major. Alternatively, I don't think we've ever seen 2 Chinese teams. Well, Greyhound certainly off to a great start. I know for the Greyhound guys there's a lot riding on this as well, because it is obviously Australia Day back home. You know, what a way to secure your major spot. You don't just manage to do it, if they do, obviously. You do it on Australia Day. That'd be a nice bonus. It's almost like it was meant to be at that point.
I mean, Renegades qualified on Australia Day, now potentially another one. That's super cool. I mean, for us, it's 2 completely different days, but...
Yeah, I know, that's
we're working on Australian time here. Oh, I like the boost. On a buy round as well. This is going to be ballsy. Surprise, surprise. Greyhound get picked apart. 1 man already down. And Nate comes in too late, and even if it did land, it's, rebounded. So Greyhound, that's an awful way to start off, you know, one of these key rifle rounds, considering you didn't even see the man that took you down. So no trade potential there for these Ts. Dick Stacy even getting tagged on long. Kaze will back off, but Vici are doing a good job of whittling away early on at the weaponry of Greyhound. And this whole plan has been thrown into disarray for the Ts. They'll decide to back off. Now the mid-rounding is going to be so important for Greyhound. Where do they decide to go? It looks to be B right now. They have 3 smokes and 3 mollies for the job, so going to be enough to get them in, but need some kills behind that. And Freeman's playing the bomb site. He has just been a pillar of consistency for Vici. And now standing on the pillar, he's going to have to deal with this entourage of Greyhound players. Now, first man found. The smoke is going to go down on short, cutting off Urkos, but it misses. Freeman drops the bomb, but he gets caught by that missed smoke. Urkos with a massive kill to try and keep his team in it, but he will fall straight after. And now Sterling left in the clutch. We even have this boost up. Sterling is not going to be given the room to make this play, and Kaze is going to pick him off. So Vici, great rifle round. 4 players surviving for them. And Greyhound just completely caught off guard there. Not able to go for whatever their initial plan was, considering they lost that early man down on B and didn't win the fight up on long. So 3-3, Vici winning a gun round means we are going to have that AWP now bought out for Greyhound. They're looking to fight back and get that reset. Loser of his team will have no money though, so loser of this round rather will have no money. So really is a pivot round for the both.
And look at this aggression from Zoking and Orman. Early on, they secure this foothold all the way up in Park. They're just going to leave Orman there, and he gets so much information. This is such a forward position. You do have Zoking left up on A just to keep an eye on that push out from Connector, and that is going to be the right call to make on his behalf. As Greyhound are making the decision to try and take this portion of the map early on. Orman going to go blow for blow over in the Park, and they're not ready for it. There's the first kill going his way, and now looking to try and escape back up through long. He just smokes it off, and he's gotten away with this almost entirely for free. Zoking, in the meantime, trying to keep an eye on this push out from the Connector. He will successfully hold back Greyhound for the time being, but they've at least dismantled this early aggression. They've dealt with that. That smoke going to miss his mark somewhat. Now Dick Stacey, he seems very aware that there could be a man in this corner. Molotov's still up, and as he turns away from that flash, Orman takes the peek in with the double. Kaze now from inside of the bomb site, going to mop up the remaining two, and clinical round there from Vici.
This may not be a map that they've had great success on, but they're showing us cool little tricks here on the CT side. I love that position from Orman deep in the playground, because the reason that's so strong is he can see the feet underneath that piece of wood. He goes for the wallbang. It's a kill he can never lose, and then he just smokes off long and has the ability to fall back. Greyhound, who were denied by the early Molotov into the T stairs, didn't have anyone towards Fountain to trade that, so that smoke is essentially a wall for Vici. Great game plan here from the CT side, and they've really caught Greyhound off guard now with a 4-3 scoreline. Pistol is back out for Greyhound, as said, their money getting broken, and Kaze is breaking skulls, two of the back of the AUG, and no armored players left alive for Greyhound. They'll retrieve that gun, but aim punch still going to be problematic for them. 4 on 3. Now where do Greyhound go with this weapon? Because right now Vici, they don't want to give them the room. They're re-aggressing up on long. They've taken 2 players into this spot. There's only a pistol up on the tree. Oh, they should have seen that. Orman does. So Malta's been removed, and Vici ticking another box. This bomb's going to rotate down towards B for Dick Stacey, but he's already tagged up, and Sterling's trying to commit towards A, maybe selling the fake with the AUG, but there's no way that Vici are going to give away a bomb plant, surely. They have left B, but the player in the heaven, that's Advent, and Freeman down on B short. This should still be somewhat locked down. So Zoking going to be able to find this AUG player as well. And this is not an easy fight for Sterling, creeping into it. Not going to be able to win that battle, and it is this last player now going down towards B.
Yeah, last man, Dick Stacey, alone, and looking to try and find something with the CZ. Now Freeman's keeping an eye on this, but Dick Stacey, sometimes size doesn't matter, as he's creeped on by, gotten past the man responsible for keeping an eye on this portion of the map, but Freeman's just going to pivot left and does manage to find the lone gunman for Greyhound. 5-3, Vici in with another, but a bite back in for Greyhound at the very least.
Yeah, no AWP here though, that's one thing to know. Kaze, he's just bought his first Harry. This is where things get very, very interesting. The Vici were on a really strong map for AWP, especially on that CT side. And Kaze, we know he likes to play unpredictable. We know he likes to play aggressive. He's going to do it already into this first time. Quick towards the party. Now, Greyhound, they run through that Molotov and smoke it so they can actually get control, because last time not having it was a bit of an issue. It's a good reaction from Greyhound, but they're not ready for the scope of Kaze. 2 kills already, bomb dropped. And this is just a killing blow to Greyhound here. 3 men left up, and Zoking's going to surprise him as well. Vici winning every single one of these duels. Now, their smokes continually leaving gaps. I will say, I'm not enjoying the smokes from Vici, but everything else is really nice.
Yeah, they do love a bit of a gap, but maybe that's just to try and tempt this peak, and it certainly works. Zercast has gone through, and that kill almost goes the way of Zoking. Not quite, though. Does still bring him down low. But were two players you would want in this situation, it is going to be Urcast and Malta. Malta down here towards a B bomb site, creeping up through short. They don't know that he's here yet, but this double man hold in pit should be enough to get rid of him. Advent hold, spots the shadow. Malta able to get one, but quickly traded by Freeman, and Kaze's there to finish things off. So 6-3 up here for Vici. One thing I think it's worth mentioning, right, is we've had a great start from Kaze, which is a very worrying sign for Greyhound. Fantastic stuff from Freeman, two of the highest rated players. Well, Freeman being the highest rated player, and obviously Kaze being top 4 at this event. But another man who's stepping up right now is Orman. Now, I personally always like seeing him and Freeman play together. I always make the joke of it's the two Muns, because they are always inside of these bomb sites, playing off of one another. I think they set each other up very, very nicely as well.
Yeah, Orman's been, you know, a hit and miss this event in the sense he's had some very, very good games and some very underwhelming games.
Yeah,
so
I think that's one of the strengths of this squad, though, is that if Orman is an inconsistent player, it's almost negated by the fact that Freeman and Kaze managed to be so consistent.
And then you've got Zoking on the back of that, who can have those games where he just steps up to another level. So, you know, the amount of experience on this Vici side, I think, really is good.
Most definitely. For Greyhound, once more, it's back to the drawing board. Just a handful of pistols here and there. Malta going to be clearing out Connector, leading the charge with his Deeg. And they will look to try and take mid. Now, Kaze holding this with the AWP could be a vulnerability for Vici. Flashes on Dexter and Malta, but timing. Kaze able to get away just in the nick of time. Now going to fall back behind the dice box. Zoking flashed off the angle, but Kaze taking that first peek, finds the flick. They do manage to deal with Kaze, but they don't deal with Zoking, and he's going to find himself 4. Between them, they hold down the A bomb site. They make it look almost too dominant there. 7-3, and Vici kickstarting this CT side, and they're looking brilliant.
Yeah, and that's the crazy thing as well, right? In this map, Vito, we do have Dust 2 as a third map, which is definitely a question mark in the sense that we don't know what to expect. You know, it's not one that Vici have played. Whereas this is a map Vici have played. This is a map that Vici haven't found success on in the past. They've only played it 4 times, winning 2 out of 4. So, you know, this is looking like a very solid CT side so far. Now, certainly could fall apart in the second half, but if they can keep this up and get a convincing 9-round CT side, maybe even more, Greyhound are going to be in a very tough situation. AWP is here for Sterling again, but with Kaze really kicking into overdrive at the start of this game, it's not going to be an easy battle for him. Next going for the early jump, trying to get some info towards these toilets, and that's where Kaze is sat, with Sterling on the other side. We have this double setup from Vici. Kaze drawing the attention in, and then Zoking finding the second kill. That's what you would assume. Sterling has bypassed it. The AWP has been spotted in the meantime. Kaze's going to throw down that Molotov, and now Zoking's position is going to be even more valuable as Kaze has been worked out. The smoke down on short denies the push past the toilets, and Zoking will push through them. Getting so much info for this as well. They are going down towards B, and there is a man watching it, but Zoking's going to get the info at least. 40 seconds here. Greyhound stuck between 2 bomb sites. They want to get this kill, but they also want to hit B. That's the issue, and Zoking will not let them have either. Both kills from Zoking. Bomb dropped, and this round again from Greyhound, who had 2 players down towards B, has been thrown into a big question mark. 3 on 4, 20 seconds, and they're running into 2 players.
Out in the pit really does heat things up for Freeman, but there's Advent in with 1. Freeman trying to hold his ground, but he's been brought down low. He still manages to drop Urcast despite being on just 5 HP. Vici Gaming up 8-3. Looking good for Vici right now.
And some of these setups have just been so different and refreshing to see. Now, obviously, you know, not everything they do, but Vici have been doing a great job of pressuring Greyhound in the right moments in the round. When we're hitting those 40-second marks, when Greyhound are thinking, okay, we've got this map control, we can go for an execute. That's when Vici push. That's when Vici get in your face. And Greyhound have been coming down to these last 20 seconds every single time, but that's not been the game plan from the get-go. 1 AK in this round for Greyhound and already been tagged by the HE grenade of Advent. Heavy setup down towards B as well, somewhat expecting a faster play with the pistols for these Ts. That's exactly what they're going to get. In the meantime, re-aggression on long from Vici, so they have a long point of rotation here, meaning these players on B do need to hold down the line. Flash is going to go in, but Freeman avoids it, and he finds the first kill. Advent already doubling up with him, and Orman, he's even on the side to make matters worse for Greyhound. One player left up, and he won't find anything. It's a clean, flawless round for Vici. They deal with the pistols again. Seeming to be no hassle here for the Chinese. 9 rounds to 3. Another buy for Greyhound, but we're running out of rounds.
Yeah, we definitely are. One of the big things to me was, would we have Kaze, Freeman, and then the rest of the gang stepping up and showing this form? Well, Kaze is showing he's keen on the idea of getting back in that major circuit. Obviously, he is the one player in the server who has been at major. With Flash Gaming, Hugo, I see you giving me a little look.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
There you go. I knew you would know. I knew you would know.
Of course. Never had any doubt.
Well, I can't say I blame you for forgetting. It wasn't the deepest tournament run I think we've ever seen from a team.
That was Boston, right?
That is the one. That is the one, Hugo. I knew. It's all good. I knew you had it in you. That's why earlier when you said 10 players in the server who haven't been at a major, I was like, eh.
You always question me, Harry. At least you called me out, right? We don't want misinformation being.
No, exactly. We do not. We do not. And neither do Greyhound. They weren't able to spot anything over in mid, so they believe that this B bomb site might have some solace for them. They haven't been able to really find all too much wherever they've gone. And Freeman and Advent have just been so good at playing one and off one another down here in this pit. We've seen them opt to do this in most of these rounds, and it's proven to be very strong for Vici. Dexter's trying to aggress up through short, and he's got Sterling with him. But now the issue is another man's rotated in. That's Orman up in heaven. Now they do manage to drop the first point of contact, but you've still got 2 more down in the pit. And Zoking on this flying crowd. This round should just fall apart from here on in. Sterling left in a 1v4. And while he's good for one, there's that pincer from Vici. Zoking, the man on the wrap. And I'm actually really liking this double man hold. Down in towards Monster.
Yeah, it's that contact play, right? You have Freeman holding the tunnels, waiting for the first man. He gets a kill, he then hides, and that's when Advent peeks out wide.
I mean, one thing I will say is, you know, it's not the most uncommon thing to see the double play down a pit, but it is uncommon to see it played every single round.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest reasons is just because, you know, usually there's so much utility that pours in through long, is it can be very, very difficult to hold that double man pits up because you don't really have anywhere to go when the flashbangs do raid in. And from Greyhound there, we just saw that was a lot of dry peaks into the bomb site, one after each other. In case you're wondering how dominant Vici have been looking in these last few rounds, Freeman approaching $16,000 to his name, so he hasn't died in quite some time. Greyhound going to be aggressing in towards this A bomb site. Heading into this, you know, when they picked Overpass, I was looking forward to seeing how this would shape up. I thought we'd see some exciting strats maybe we hadn't seen yet from Greyhound, but right now it has been rather run-of-the-mill. Just these standard A plays, you know, B takes. Once more, it's just going to be the smokes down to allow this push up and work some of these pistols close. Oh, I'm going to find a lot of damage through that smoke, but the bomb does manage to go down. Things are looking good for Greyhound here. They have a little bit of time now to try and set up in these post plants. Kaze trying to get found by Dick Stacy, but Orman immediately replies with 2 of his own. Sterling and Malta all that remain, and oh, Sterling gonna get picked up. Freeman there to finish things off, and Vici 11-3. It's kind of terrifying how good they're looking right now.
Yeah, on the map pick a Greyhound as well. This is crazy to see. I think Greyhound had this problem yesterday against Renegades, where they would try and go for the slower placed, slow slow play rounds, and they were just not working out for them. They were getting absolutely bested. And then they started to speed stuff up and just go for a kind of immediate rushes off of spawns and just play off the back of their individuals. And it started to work out. The issue is we kind of reached the end of the half now, so you have 1 round left. But I'd love to see Greyhound change the pace, because these slow rounds have just not been working. The map control hasn't been there, and even when it has, it's been Kaze peeking in and finding picks. Greyhound cannot catch a break from this man. And now, 4 on 5, just 20 seconds into the round. They've got to go desperately somewhere, and already looking to go back into B. But Harry, this site has not been too good for Greyhound by any means. I don't think they've even had a bomb down on B in the past yet. So, Vici, ready and waiting. They don't have this double pit set up now. That's a bit of a glimmer of hope for Greyhound potentially, but Freeman is still here on the pillar. Advent and Orman side by side back in CT as well. So this is going to be a very difficult round. We've got one player trying to sell the fake, and that's a huge kill from Sterling. He wins the duel versus Kaze. Now the B push coming through off the back of that contact, and Advent going to drop off as well, because Freeman, he's found 2. Orman another from the heaven, and this has just been sliced to pieces for Greyhound. Only this AWP left up. He may have done his job over on A, but now he's got a whole new task to fulfill.
Yeah, 1v4 for Sterling. That almost feels like too much of an ask. 35 seconds. Vici sitting 11-3 up, final round of this first half, and a chance for Greyhound to try and scrape a 4th if Sterling can manage this, and he cannot. Orman plucks him from the ranks. Vici 12-3 over on their CT side, and now things looking good for them to move 1-0 up in the series. Can Greyhound pull it back on their map pick? Find out after the break.
(12-3) on the half here for Vici. A very dominant start to Greyhound's map pick. And if they can get this pistol, Harry, it may just be over before Greyhound can get in the game. With this setup, certainly not looking good for Greyhound. 2 players on that B site, but already Vici establishing a very early setup here. That being said, the short control is in for Greyhound. So they have a bit of information if they can catch this bomb crossing. It's yet to do so. In the meantime, one player tries to sell the A play, and Freeman just avoided Sterling there. I think he saw him. So Sterling He's got to be careful not to give away this kill because Greyhound could be sold on the fake, and in fact they are rotating back up towards this A site from the connector. Gives a lot of room for Vici to hit B. The short spot is there, but I don't know if Malta even saw the bomb, so now Vici running into the B bomb site. They've just got to be careful about this connector, and Orman, he's already started off 1 kill. Trade is in, but this bomb plant can come through.
Oh, Sterling dispatching of Zoking. Advent going for a very open bomb plant, and Kaze in with a double. Far more than he ever should have got. And now it is just Kaze left standing. The bomb planted out in the open, so Kaze not in the best spot really to deal with it. Trying to play around the pillar, but he will have to take these fights at some point, and he's doing damage. They're flanking onto him, but Kaze stuck between a rock and a hard place. Dexter deletes him. Takes them a little while, but Greyhound will find the pistol here in the second half.
Oh, terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. But great work from Dexter to start that off with a 3-piece there for Greyhound. One of the things we were talking about during the break as well is Urkos, he's off to a slow start. I don't want to say it's a slow start, he's top fragging, but I think, you were saying one of the reasons that Greyhound certainly haven't been having the success is we don't have those individual players stepping up to the same level that they have during this event and not being able to out-duel Vici. So confidence 3K from Dexter into this half is going to give Greyhound a bit of room to work with. So 4 rounds here on the CT side, and rifles board up. We have that 1 AK on Freeman and pistols across the rest. Vici really relying on Freeman to open up, but he's 17-5, Harry, so he's not been doing too badly.
No, he definitely hasn't as Freeman. He looked stellar in towards that B-bomb site on their CT half. Now, looking to try and find success for them with the rifle in this round. They clear out connector early on. Freeman going to start to wrap towards the long position. No one there for Greyhound. Bulk of their force is going to be back at this bomb site. Dexter holding close at short. Might get pressured in just a moment. Does have support from inside of the bomb site. But Freeman edging his way around. That smoke going to fall, and that's enough for Dexter to decide to back off the angle for the time being, and that will be the right call to make. Lots of players on the other side of these walls.
Ooh, he sees a shadow though, so 2 kills already for Dexter. Blinded on the second one. They will grab the rifle, doubling their weaponry here on the T side, but Dick Stacey playing up close. They don't check it, and he'll be able to get away with 1. It's actually Sterling stealing the kill. Bomb dropped, and time too low. Vici are left just down to Kaze, and while that typically would be a pretty reasonable player to have clutch us out, he's not going to be up for the job with just a CZ. Greyhound do finish off that round, so 5 on the CT side, and this is where the confidence has got to build. If you're Greyhound, you've got to realize, okay, this game's not over. Every game is a game of two halves. You've started off well. Let's see if we can keep this going and pull it back. It is your map pick after all, so it's a must-win for Greyhound in this series.
And one of the things that we've noted about Vici is, in spite of strong performances from Freeman and Kaze, it is over on this T side where things feel like maybe they slip just a little bit. Which is somewhat the opposite to how we figure it might go down. I spoke a little bit to Blair about this, and he said, maybe it's got something to do with the comms, because, over on the T side, you are a lot more dependent on setting each other up, trying to work together, build off of one another to find openers. CT side, you can just hold your angles, sit back, play your own game.
Frag out.
Exactly. Sit back, frag out. That's the 2 things you have to do in life, Hugo.
In that order.
There is a third, but it's not meant for today.
Fast connector play here from Vici. They do get mollied off immediately, but Greyhound falling back towards the A site after just a few seconds. 2 players here in a triple setup down on B. Pretty standard stuff for the likes of Greyhound. Vici already being afforded a lot more control than Greyhound were in the start of their T side. So connector cleared out. Vici Gonna bail out from A, go back towards his lower site, just establish early control to make Greyhound sweat. Will eventually be that lower play though, with just Malta on the other side, holding for contact. Urkast watching short. And we do still have a lot of utility, but Vici going to crawl all the way down the tunnel before the flashes go through, not giving Greyhound the time to react to this. Malta does get caught in the middle of the site, and 2 entry kills from Vici. This is spelling disaster for Greyhound.
There's that tag team duo that I spoke about, the two mans of these two, of Vici rather. Orman and Freeman opening things up. The bomb goes down and Sterling and Dexter all that remain. They've just got to save. Pretty gut-wrenching call to hand that 13th round over, but you really don't fancy your odds in the 2-on-5 retake. As once again, Vici look towards the 19-year-old rifler from Hong Kong. English speaking, by the way.
Is that an advertisement?
It is an advertisement, yeah.
I don't want him to leave this team right now, though. This team is looking very, very interesting, considering how not many people really expected much off of them coming into this event. They struggled in their opening game, and I think a lot of guys wrote them off, me included. But since that first matchup, they have really come into their own.
Yeah, it was when I saw the few switches that they had coming into it. Obviously, you had Kaze move in from Flash. You had Freeman added to the roster. You know, then it became quite an interesting one for me.
Yeah, I definitely questioned who the stars were until I saw them play. Right, like it's very clear once you watch them on the server, but yeah, I was not aware Freeman was this nutty.
No, yeah, I think that's definitely fair enough. Obviously, he too is back in. Well, I mean, he's had a bit of a. He's been with Flash and Vici, pretty much just those two, and then the culmination of the two back when they were Vici Flash and Flash Vici.
V Flashy E.
Yeah, it's all over the place, but. No, I mean, they were definitely the two I was going to be looking towards, but I didn't expect them to play this well. And the other thing is, I didn't expect them to play off of one another so well over on this Vici side.
Especially with the communication, right? Being from different countries, you know, like having 3 Chinese players with a Hong Kong and a Malaysian player. Definitely, you know, looked like maybe the Tyloo effect, the issue of not having that communication being perfect. Now, in this round, Kaze just opened up a double onto B, and, well, we talked about him. Freeman runs up on A and finds his own kill. It's only Dick Stacey and Sterling left up, but those players might be enough to conquer this round. Vici left to just Kaze, and he's found himself a 1v1, knowing the enemy is on the other side of the map because Sterling just killed his teammate. So a bomb plant down and a flank coming through for Sterling. I don't think Kaze is aware of this rotation, and it could catch him off guard.
That smoke is perfect though, and Sterling is just trapped on the other side of it. Kaze hidden right now. Has given up short, and Sterling, he's gone right through this smoke, but they've bypassed one another. Sterling is going to check it. Oh, Kaze, the perfect timing. Oh, back to back, and Kaze turns around. His spidey senses tingling. The timing is picture perfect for Kaze. So unlucky for Sterling. And what a devastating way to lose that round in the 1v1.
Did Sterling reload or something? That looked like he was reloading. He got caught jumping as well. I'm not sure what happened there, but what a round from Kaze. These guys are neck and neck on 20 kills, both trying to be that top performer for Vici. And yeah, caught jumping, Sterling.
I mean, also, it looked like he saw him at the corner of his eye, but like it looked like Sterling saw Kaze first. Kaze backed around that corner.
Definitely did.
But I don't know if Sterling just got 4x3. It's super hardcore. Because it was right on the edge of his screen.
I think it's like one of those rounds where you don't see him, but someone on your team does, and they call it because you're so tunnel visioned on your crosshair. And someone calls it, and you're like, oh, I have to react here, and I don't even know where he is. But who knows? Either way, a huge clutch round for Kaze has really opened up this game to end before it can begin for Greyhound, because now, left to full pistols, playing for that overtime. They're getting already swarmed up on long. Freeman's found himself too. Kaze's trying to run ahead of him to steal the kills away. Malta, Urkast and Dick Stacey, the 3 players left up here for Greyhound. Oh, there's another. Freeman is on a bit of a rampage right now, unstoppable it seems. Now Orman, he's on 19, so we have 3 players, 20 kills plus now, and make that definitely plus, because Orman solidified the round with the final kill. 15-5 here for Vici. Greyhound, they did eco for this exact buy, but they have a 10-round comeback to pull.
And here is the most terrifying thing now for Greyhound, right? A team, by the way, who has looked so good throughout the entire minor thus far, has sent home multiple Asian teams. We saw them beat the likes of MVP, sending them home. We saw them beat CyberZen and send them home. The only beast they weren't able to overcome was the beast that they're so used to being compared to, and that was Renegades. And the other Aussie team already securing their spot at the major. And now Vici sitting 15-5 up on Greyhound's map pick, on a map that Vici don't even play all that much. With Mirage coming up next, you think about how good Vici have looked on that map. They were able to take it off of Renegades, for example. It's the one that we've really been giving them praise for, is how fantastic their Mirage has been. And that's the next map.
And look at this right now, Sterling, he's got his back turned. Freeman has crept all the way up long. Huge kill for Sterling, taking down the most important player on the Vici side and in a position that really could have won Vici the entire round. Now, as a result, this bomb has rotated towards A off the back of the information Freeman gained, so we need to see a rotate off Greyhound. They could come to regret it if not. Dexter's even going to hear these footsteps up on short as well. He's down in connector. Vici, they will still be committing, they will still be creeping forward. Sterling's jump spotting with the AWP, and Dexter, great off angle there on the plat to catch out Orman rotating up through the stairs. Now this is definitely an A player, Greyhound know it, so Sterling gets caught, giving the chance for a bomb plant here for Vici, but with a 4-on-3, this post plant is definitely doable for Greyhound.
Most definitely, and I mean, it has to be doable if they want to stay in this. They need 10 rounds in a row on the side of Greyhound, and they've already spotted Dick Stacey out of the truck. Now Dexter done what he can to get them back into this, but Kaze and Zoking instantly in with 2. Now it falls on to Dexter in the 1v1. He's already got 3 kills. Oh, he taps the bomb! The 180 from Dexter. Whoo, he's fast. He's fast on his feet. A 6th round locked in, Hugo. Greyhound managing to salvage that. I hope we can get that from Dexter's POV, because that was a flick and a half.
Dexter seems to always step up at these moments where Greyhound need him most, in the situations where you're trying to pull the comeback. Remember back to that game versus Renegades yesterday on Cash, where we had Dexter struggling, and then suddenly he just goes, screw it, you know, balls to the wall, let's just kill everything. And he just gets super aggressive on that CT side, shows us a lot of really nice rounds. This is what he's doing here. Up against 15 on your map pick. Dexter saves the day. 4 kills from him and Greyhound. They will stand for one more round.
And you saw Kaze just walk out, almost just tap him a couple of times, like, yeah, I got this. Not expecting Dexter to do that. And I can't say I blame him. Whoo! Dexter is someone as well. He got off to a pretty slow start for Greyhound. Definitely wasn't showing the form that we were used to seeing from him in the opening few days of this event. He has definitely found his footing. If you think back to the matchup yesterday versus Renegades and now this one here, we are starting to see the performances we like to see, but oh, speak of the devil, Dexter gets caught out by the timing down in mid. Advent in with the double. That flash was perfect from Vici, blinding both players in the toilets.
And that's been something we've been commending them on so much. These flashes, his ability to play off the back of each other, the teamwork has been so good, and Advent is continuing.
There's a reason they used to call some of these guys, or some of them used to play for flash gaming. Cast on the side of this smoke, in with 1, and he has dropped Kaze. It's quite the scalp to find, but Greyhound, a 2v4 retake needed. Vici, they've been able to close out reasonably comfortably with a man disadvantage. So now sitting 2 men up. Greyhound, this has to be the most flawless retake we've seen from them yet. Malta lining up this flash, it rains in. Urcast doesn't check close. Zoking will find the double, and that is Vici 16-6 on the map pick of Greyhound. They're going to move 1-0 up in this series. Mirage coming up next. That is the map pick of Vici. It's the map they've looked best on. Greyhound are going to have to go toe-to-toe with them on their home map. Find out how that goes down after the break.
One more time.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
That is absolutely stunning! They are the champions!
Vici Gaming proved too hot to handle for Greyhound on Overpass. Their map pick, and already we're starting to doubt what can be done here. A fantastic performance from Vici on Overpass, but we spoke about this in the pre-match, right? The fact that Overpass is such a good map for Greyhound. Usually they're very well rounded on it, but they just didn't show up. What the hell went wrong? Because even if they lost, right, I did not expect it to be a losing by that scoreline. That's just baffling to me.
That is baffling. I mean, Overpass, as you said, is a map that Greyhound likes to play a lot. A map they normally have a very great fundamental on. The T side seems to be all right, where they really thrive. The CT side. The fact of the matter was, though, that the T side this time around was so horrible that they didn't really leave themselves any chances of getting into a rhythm on the CT side. Vici Gaming playing some of the best Counter-Strike I've seen them play ever. You know, this is not a team that I watch a lot, but what I saw here on CT Overpass, that was very decisive. That was very controlled. It seemed to have a plan. You know, there was even flashes being pop flashed out of Monster. There was pushes towards A long. They seem to have a clear plan of how they wanted to disrupt the play of Greyhound. So whatever that comes in to be just pure preparation, or that's just them being good on the fundamentals, I can't really judge. I think this was one of the best games I've seen Vici play so far.
Absolutely, but yeah, despite the aggression, you had certain moments where Kaze pushing up Fountain all alone against what you should expect to be full eco, and there's no one to back him up. There were moments where little questionable moments here and there, but then again, like you said, majority around the CD side, aggression, but it was controlled, funneled aggression. It wasn't like just running out and, you know, all alone trying to go for frags. And I think that's where Greyhound kind of got caught off guard. They seemed to kind of lose their rhythm, like you mentioned. They didn't know really what to do. Many of the times they're just getting shut down, multiple sprays coming in from Vici Gaming, and also got just like everyone stepped up, right? Freeman, Kazi, the two usual suspects, but Omen had a great game as well. He was fragging up there with these three guys. Advent in-game leader didn't have to do much. Zoking had his moments as well. Everyone was firing on all cylinders, and if you just look at Greyhound, no one really got going. Sure, we had Dexter like getting a clutch here and there, trying to delay the inevitable, but in the end, it was just not enough.
What really got me going was, as you said, you know, there was a lot of aggression, there was a lot of fundamental great play, but there was also a little bit of passive hold sometimes. They knew when to fall back, they knew when to play the numbers and actually play, you know, some solid fundamental Counter-Strike. That makes me believe that China #1 may actually be a true thing right here.
It certainly could be, right? At least the number 2 is top for this minor. The question is now is, what does Greyhound do going into Mirage? Because we're looking at a Vici that certainly hasn't looked like any iteration of Vici we saw across this minor.
They completely forget that they just played the first map Overpass here. This could be the case of them not waking up at all, as we saw with Renegades yesterday. This could be the case of them feeling the pressure getting to them, right? This is a match where they're coming in, they're playing for a major spot, they're playing to get the stickers, and they know they're the favorites. They're playing a team from China. They don't know too much about a team that is not rated that high, you know, by anyone actually, but a team that is actually showing up right now. So they forget everything about map 1. They go into map 2 and they start to play their game. I don't want to see them play scared. I don't want to see them move away from what we've seen from them do so far on Mirage during this tournament. If they play up to their A game and if they find their groove, find their rhythm, I believe they can make it competitive, and it should go to a 3 map as well.
Yeah, absolutely. If you look at Mirage, it is a map they play against Renegades as well. They know what to do on this map, right? The same thing with Overpass. We were talking about this. They're just playing with Overpass. So we're like, we're comfortable in Overpass. We're the better team here, even though Vici can play it. We are the better team. Didn't quite pan out that way. Like, I completely agree with you. Forget it. These guys have in these scenarios multiple times. Remember yesterday on Cash, they were down 15-6 and they grinded all the way back to 13 rounds. They have what it takes. I think you just forget about it, like you mentioned, and just like start afresh. I think they still are the favorites here.
The problem is, though, Mirage is another map where, especially on the CT side, you can be super aggressive. You can do some B pushes with an AVP, for an example, try to gain control over that area. A lot of mid plays, a lot of mid contestants, so to speak. And you can also push into A apps or push down slope or flash them down there. There's a lot of stuff to be done on the CT side. So if I were Vici Gaming, I would not stop. You know, I would play into the mind games here, maybe play a little bit passive in the beginning, make Greyhound second doubt themselves, and then come in with the full aggression, with the flashes and with the team play. We saw them have an Overpass. Now, the fact of the matter is, Vici Gaming have shown us they can play some solid fundamental Counter-Strike. Yeah. So they should not move away from that at all. They should remind themselves of what they just did here is one of the greatest performances we've ever done. Let's keep continuing. Let's keep communicating. Let's keep flashing for each other, and let's keep rattling out these Aussie boys right now.
Now, we've got to look at this really and just say, could this be the end right now? Could this be a 2-0 for Vici that most people would have never predicted? Real quick, guys.
Yeah, here's the thing. Even though I still think Greyhound are favorites here, I would not be too surprised if Vici just closes out, because Mirage is a map that they are very comfortable on. Kaze with that AWP, or sometimes with that age, with the AUG of his towards CD spawn, for example, he can just be a nuisance at A bombs. That could be a problem. And also the aggression coming out from these guys. That Kaze he'll be towards CD spawn, he'll be towards mid. That AWP of his is a deadly force indeed on this particular map, and we saw him going holding off an overpass, right? It's going to be a problem for them. We need all the star players in Greyhound to really step it up. This is going to be a fist fight. Let's be honest.
I definitely agree. And I mean, we have two players right now who are playing at their absolute best. Casey and Freeman, we talked about it already. He's backed up by Omen as well, who's playing super, super well. So we have 3 players right now from Vici Gaming who's playing some of the best Counter-Strike individually if they've ever played. So for them to stop that, for Greyhound to stop that, they need to be playing as a team. They need to not give them too much space to sort of like unfold as an individual in that regard. And it's going to be a big task for them to stop it, especially on a map like Mirage that offers a lot of possibilities for individuals to go off.
Oh, yes. Well, let's see which individuals do go off in this next game. It's Mirage coming up, and it's do or die for Greyhound. This could be the end of their road. They need to fight back with full force. We're going back to the troublesome duo of Hugo and Harry.
Thank you very much, James. Mirage, that is the map that we're about to head into. Greyhound Gaming versus Vici. And we already see Vici sitting 1-0 up in this series right now. Mirage has been a very comfortable map for this Vici Gaming squad. It's one that they've been able to take versus any opponent they've played it against thus far. Will that streak finally end here with Greyhound, or will we see Vici take the 2-0, moving Greyhound down into that minor playoffs?
Well, at least in this pistol, Harry, it's looking good for Greyhound. What a stack to start off. 4 players up on B, and even Apartment's aggression as Vici set up for the execute. There's a 1-for-1 Urquhart in the corner. They should have checked it. They knew he was there, but he's going to get away with a single kill before they drop onto the site. Now the 3rd player and the 4th are going to be a surprise, but the corners are checked. Vici leave no spot unchecked as they get complete control of this B site. Dex is now coming back in for a 1-on-3, and while he's found the first, this is surely undoable.
Oh, we've said Dexter's been a man who always steps up in the clutch, but that will get stripped away from him there. Zoking in with 4. And I mean, Vici doing a great job of clearing that B bomb site. They check all the angles, all the kills come through. They spot the first 2 players, they find them. And I was expecting, you know, once you've killed 2 guys at B, normally you're like, okay, that should be the B players. Now, makes sense to keep checking your corners, you want to be methodical. But to go and check, you know, even the little boost inside of the bomb site, right? That's something that we so often see catch teams off guard, especially if a couple of kills have come through early on.
Like, that's the thing. That's a great pistol round for Greyhound. It's a nice read. It's a strong setup, and they still get wrecked. That's just a testament to the level of Vici right now. Now, good setup in middle from Greyhound, showing 5 players in the window, but they've rotated back after killing Orman to the wrong site. Vici were already quick into B, and they've taken the round by storm. So a man down won't make a difference here as that bomb plant comes in, and Greyhound have very little chance of winning it. Now, Vici should not be giving them kills here, knowing you're going to get multi-peaks coming through from these pistols. They are at least dealing with it. Zoking's had a great start to the map, already 6 kills deep in just a couple of rounds. And Freeman, he needs a little bit of assistance from the man himself. So Malta getting 1 with the UMP in the back of the apartments. It's a bit worrying. Freeman's going to get pressured as well. 7 points of health. The pistol's out. Dink to 4. Freeman wins the fight with a Glock, and Zoking, he's going to have the cover of the site. Very, very, very worrying there for Vici. Greyhound get a lot off with those USPs. So, you know, nice round where they actually get 4 kills. But here's the buy, Harry, and here's where the reset could come back to haunt Vici after losing all those players.
Oh, a tactical timeout called in for Vici. And yeah, they win that round, but you understand now why they've called this tactical pause. It was hardly the cleanest, and that was only versus the USPs. Now, what would be even more devastating if you are Greyhound? You do so much damage there, you don't allow Vici to build up money, right? You've kept them down in the dumps, you've set yourself up nicely to find something here, and potentially, you know, look to tie things up 2-2. If you're able to do that much damage with the USPs and then just get wrecked in this first buy round, that is heartbreaking. So let's see what they can do. You've got the AWP out on Sterling, rifles across the board. They've poised themselves in a very good position to chain together a couple of rounds if they pick this up, thanks to all those USP kills in the round prior. Vici buying up. You can see very restricted in terms of what they can get. Just going to be this fast A play. They barrel on in, setting a very blistering pace early on. Greyhound's certainly not ready for it. Now the smokes pop, and that will hold off the man over towards jungle. Advent looking to get this bomb down, and they will be afforded the bomb plant. A 5-on-5 retake ensues. Vici having plenty of time. 3 players going to duck out of the bomb site and head down toward ramp. Now there's plenty of utility left for Greyhound. But you take a look at this with Freeman and Orman, the double Muns, going on this flank all the way through mid. This is so tricky for Greyhound.
Yeah, that bomb's already halfway gone as well. They need to get on the defuse with no kit. 2 kills already being found from Vici. The fast flank is in play, and Freeman is just flexing on them on the A site. 3 rounds for Vici, and not a single death in that post plant either. I mean, Greyhound coming in with no kit on the retake was certainly going to make things difficult, but boy, they did not expect that. What a clean round from Vici. And the crazy thing is, Harry, we've seen such dominant T-sides from this team on Mirage consistently throughout this event. They've been taking 7-8 round T-sides every single time.
So one of the things is Asian CS always has this reputation of like, they just do things that are crazy, right? And I think, you know, you look at some of the other, like look at Tyloo, you recall there's been games, do you remember that one? I think they were versus FaZe on Mirage, and they just throw the bomb out of the window in apartments into the bomb site, and it's like, what even is that? But when you see stuff like that, it's like, you know, that is just objectively like just the wrong decision, you know, like, that's never a good idea. Whereas all the stuff we're seeing from Vici, it's stuff we haven't seen, which makes it very unique. But a lot of the ideas and the way they play out is still very structured, very methodical Counter-Strike.
And even if it's not necessarily objectively right or wrong, if it's something new that a team can't adapt to or can't even expect, then that's very hard to deal with, right? You're used to playing a typical way or a typical form of Counter-Strike, and when Vici starts throwing that, you know, up into the air, that certainly makes your games harder. But yeah, Vici have been really, really stunning this event. And to be honest, I didn't expect them to be so good in this best of 3. But a map up, about to be 4-0, this is looking good. The issue is they've lost one more player on this A site, so it's down to a 2-on-2. Rat Brown through the jungle, kind of be making some noise. Now Freeman might be able to hear this push up, but it doesn't matter if you can hear it. When Urkos hits a shot like that, Kaze now last man alive, and he doesn't know that Dick Stacey's dropped down into middle, so great position from Dick Stacey. Urkos doubling back as well, and oh dear! What a shot from Urkos. This is someone we wanted to step up here in this second map. He had a great performance back in the previous, but didn't really mean much when they got absolutely owned on Overpass. So Urkos really starting things off strong here on Mirage.
And very worrying that once more, it's with the pistols Greyhound are able to do all this damage. Only this time, it does lead to a round. It does lead to something. Urkos, as you say, doing a stellar job of getting away with far more than he ever should have been allowed to. Greyhound going to be on the board with 1 now as they do grace our scoreboard. We need to see more from them. Sterling has the AWP, but a missed shot down mid, and Vici now looking to contend for this portion of the map. Now, critically, we don't have the AWP on Kaze. This is something that Vici have always made a point of prioritizing throughout their T-sides. They love the challenge for mid. But they haven't had the money in these last few rounds, and that's as a result. Still, you're still feeling the impact of how close that USP round was in the second, if you're Vici.
That smoke in the window allows for this boost here. And Vici love doing this. Not necessarily throwing someone inside the window, but just on the edge, on that little porch. The issue is Urkos is going to have a favorable angle towards this gunfight, you would assume, unless Orman catches the timing, but he's focused up on short. He might have just spotted Urkos there. Definitely looks like he's very trained in on this angle, and Urkos, oh, he's going to walk into it with the timing. Orman looks away. He's going to have to drop off. Doesn't want to get caught there and give a pick away to Greyhound. Now 40 seconds as that smoke hits the deck down in Palace. Malta's going to be playing around it. This is really throwing a spanner in the works for Vici. They are going to go in aggressive nonetheless, but Malta backing off into the Palace here. He could catch Freeman off guard, but only getting the damage off. Freeman finds a kill. The A-side player dropping the bomb as Dexter catches 2 on the cross, and there's only 20 seconds left for Vici to get this plant in. Urkos rotating back through the connector, and that will seal the round's fate. Surely Freeman will not be given this plant, and Urkos with another 3-piece to win Greyhound a round. Great work from him, and Greyhound are starting to find their footing here in map number 2.
They most certainly are. Vici in an unfamiliar spot, gonna have to take an eco here. They're not too used to feeling like they're on the back foot. We just saw a dominant 16-6 victory over on Overpass. That was with a 12-3 half in their favor. But money has run out here on Mirage for Vici. So it will just be these pistols. Deagle out for Freeman, but the rest of the gang keeping it vanilla. And there is Sterling, already able to open up over in mid. Repels Vici from this portion of the map. Now Freeman has snuck out. Urkos going to hear these players down in lower tunnels. Oh, nice and easy for Dexter. Very easy for Dexter. Advent, 1-on-5. Nothing's happening here. It shouldn't, but it might. Because that's Vici for you.
Yeah.
Not versus Urquhart. He doesn't give this up.
Now equal up though, 3-3 for Greyhound. Now, obviously with them losing their map pick, this is definitely going to be scary considering how good Vici have been on this map, and we're going to see the full front of that with the buy round coming through. Now, no AWP again for Vici. So Sterling is going to be a real point of contention here for this T side. Let's see what they're going to bring into this rifle round though for Vici. Their T side back on overpass. I mean, we just saw it. It was, while short, stunning. It was the 12-round CT side that really pushed them into the lead. Malta getting aggressive up on the ramp early on. Now Zoking's holding in from this position. So, well, the SMG is dangerous up close. Vici just have so many players able to trade. Malta, he wants a little bit more though. He's going to go all the way down. Luckily enough, Vici just backed off around the corner. So Malta, he gets misinformation that this part of the map is clear. This keeps those players down on B. And Malta, he should work out sooner or later that this is going to be the A execute, with Vici moving in to set up utility. Zoking doing exactly that. Smokes for the cross here towards jungle and stairs, and Zoking flashing his way through, knowing that there was at one point a man down close. Now Malta's up by the palace, and he's found himself one. Dexter again, a spray down from him. He's looking so good on this A site. 3 kills from Dexter. The Dexter we know and love in this map now, as Advent's left alone. The smoke gives him the room to try and take this fight to the site, but the flash with the CT spawn might just be his demise. Advent pressure from too many positions at once, and Greyhound will take it away. 4 kills from Dexter there.
And this is the thing, this is what we were missing from Overpass. We didn't really have that man we could look to step up over on the side of Greyhound. Now, we see Urquhart, the man who has been the top performer for the team at this event, showing up, and quite crucially, Dexter finding his footing to boot. So now, sitting 1 round up, for the first time in this series, Greyhound find themselves in the lead and on the map pick of Vici while they're sitting 0-1 down. Oh, how the tides may have turned, as it is this eco once more over on the side of Vici Gaming. They have control out in middle. Freeman was there. You can see that nade onto Zoking, going to find a boatload of damage, tags him up, and well, just working to soften up this B play. Freeman, he's so good at finding space, so confident as he pushes up through connector. The rest of the players of Vici trying to secure this B bomb site, but Urquhart's been a reoccurring nightmare for Vici over at short. They have been able to mop him up, and uh-oh, everybody's falling. This flank from Freeman yields 2 kills, and now the pressure's on for Sterling in this 1v3. Only 2 players inside of this bomb site, so Sterling, for the time being, at least, he only has to deal with 2. Spots the man over at short, but is first trying to deal with Zoking. Here's the footstep, and is aware that this flank's coming in, but time ticking down, and Vici will cement a 4th round on the back of that eco. It all falls apart as the flank from Freeman proves to be too much to handle.
Sterling gets timed there twice going back in for the retake. That's unfortunate. I'm surprised he even gets away with 1 kill with that man on shore. A good patience to play for the clutch rather than just the one fight, because if he shoots off a bullet initially upon spotting that guy up on the archway, he's going to get repeat. So he tries to get to a safer position, and unfortunately isn't able to close it out. Now it's Vici winning a round where they didn't even fully invest, and as a result, we've finally got Kaze on this AWP, Harry. Something we've been waiting for. Up in the palace he plays, Sterling down in the connector. So we could see this battle upon the A site. As Vici do set up deep in middle with this underpass control, and 1 man towards the top of middle, that's Advent. So Vici definitely do want to end this round in the A bomb site, and we may have the AWP fight through palace as well. Kaze almost peeking into the site. Sterling there, and he will. Sterling getting away with that frag. And the boost up in window is going to be very well timed indeed. Vici have no one to stop them here, and as I say, that Sterling rotates back into this window room, so flash to middle keeps these T's at bay. And Zoking, while he almost had a trade there taking down Dexter, he will just get out of the connector in time.
This boost from Orman is something that we've seen Vici like to throw in, allows him just to try and keep pressure on middle and leaves the opportunity to duck into the window open. Dexter's there, and who spots who first? Dexter will be able to open things up in middle. That is one prong of this offensive god. The flanker dealt with, and now Dick Stacey and Urkast just have to hold their ground, and Urkast going to do far more than that. Greyhound answering straight back, cementing a fifth and not allowing Vici to build back into the lead here.
Yeah, and that's actually a reset to Vici, despite them winning the pistol round though. So they do still have a skew if money situation with ranging from 1 to 7,000. They will be able to buy up somewhat here if you are Vici, but that's why they called in this tactical timeout. Greyhound on the other side of things, definitely starting to look a little more warmed up into the second map of the series. I think it makes a big difference that Vici is starting on the T side here as well. Because, you know, once you take that 12-3 half on the CT side of Overpass, it's very hard mentally to reset and get back into that game. Combined with the fact that Vici just kept pushing, kept getting aggressive on the CT side, and Greyhound just didn't seem prepared for the pace being set. But 5-4, Vici choosing to at least invest for now. Sterling did win his orbital in the previous round as well, and that's something that was not too consistently shown back in the previous map, so does bode well for Greyhound as the money going to be in for Vici. 2 AKs, the AWP dropped over for Kaze. Advent's just playing Glock. Oh no, he's got a CZ, he's fine. And Sterling at least back to the window, but Vici going for this A execute here. They have one utility-less player faking that B site with a couple of flashbangs. Other than that, looking to keep these B players in position while the rest of the team go for the full A execute. And off the back of that pick from Kaze with the AWP, this is now looking ripe for the taking.
Malta will peek on the back of that flash. And admittedly, you're going to get traded straight away, but Freeman is quite the scalp to take if you are Malta in that situation there. Does well to manage one. Dick Stacey is in with another. Urkast in CT, spots the man under Palace, and Zoking tries to plant in that smoke there, and that's going to be his demise. Sterling on the other side of jungle lands the flick onto Orman as they challenge him, and this leaves Kaze, a man already with 2 kills to his name, up in hand. He needs the 4K if he wants to cement this round for Vici. It was a good start. They had the man advantage. They had the bomb site, but Greyhound, they've ground them down. They've slowed this up. Now they leave Kaze in the clutch situation. Greyhound starting to fall off. Maybe anticipating that this could be the B play, and in the backs of their minds, they might be worried that he's already crossed. Missed shot from Kaze, and now they know his whereabouts. 20 seconds. Molotov gonna go in. Kaze attempting to run by, and he will get past, so the bomb can go down here. He's gonna have time to pick his plant spot as well, and it's planted for the apartment, so that's likely where we see him head to. Kaze gonna hop up into apps, and now he can just look to play off the bomb, use it to his advantage. No utility left on Greyhound. Kaze's gonna hear these footsteps, knows that both these players are here, and oh my goodness! What is that shot? Dick Stacey able to delete him. Oh, it comes down to the wire though. That is not a comfortable victory for Greyhound by any means. 6-4. Ooh. Ooh, these rounds coming down to the wire every time, Hugo.
Yeah, the 1v1s, multiple clutch situations. Greyhound seem to be good at shutting it down, though, and nice of them to at least be able to trade off the back of each other, pushing fast up catwalk. There was just no way that Kaze was going to be able to get that trade, peeking straight back into Dick Stacey. Already on the angle. What a shot that was. So 6-4. Vici's force buy, I guess you could say, doesn't really work out, and that was with a mixed bag anyway, so they're back to pistols. Seemingly know and love these weapons at this point into the map because they have not been able to get a foothold over the economy on the T side. Dick Stacey, he's getting aggressive in the apartments as well. Pushed up very deep with the M4. Urkast going to try and challenge middle because he's got that AWP and connected supporting his top mid. Just misses the timing of the Kaze, who will back off. And oh dear, Freeman's just come out from behind the boxes. Now Sterling didn't know he already crossed, so the timing play catches out Urkast taking the mid control. Dexter's fallen back inside of the connector as well, as Sterling has swapped out to watch the Palace. Right now, this is just giving room in middle for Vici to play. And Dick Stacy, the only man here on B, he's going to have to deal with a full-on push coming through. The flashbang is so good, and he's so blind, but so are Vici. They can't get this kill. The pistol's out, and he takes down 2 before the trade is there. The only issue is Freeman is already committed within the bomb site, and he's going to hit all these rotations through the market. Malta's timing is caught out as he looks the wrong way, and that bomb plan is cancelled, but we still have this flank. Freeman from behind, but he only finds a single kill. That would have worked if Greyhound didn't immediately pressure the bomb site, but they ran on in before the bomb plant could come down. 3 kills from Sterling with the AWP, and Greyhound will make it work. That was certainly a round that really came down to those small details, like the timing of the push into the market, but Vici just a few seconds off potentially even winning that round.
Still, it feels like there's been a real switch up in momentum here between these two teams. You know, we saw Vici explode into this map. Things were looking good as they took that early 3-0 lead, and it was ever since Urcast managed that triple kill with just the 5-7 to cement Greyhound their first round that we've seen them realize that this Vici squad, you know, isn't invulnerable. Oh. Hey, down in towards mid, finds some good early damage onto Advent and Zoking. That's important. You look at all the M4s over on the CT side. Now let's soften these 2 players up so they can just get dropped in 1 shot to the head. Makes the M4 effectively as strong as the AK. And Vici, while they do have this foothold at the top of middle, they haven't aggressed any further than that. Dexter gonna show them why as he finds the double down here in connector. Malta tagged down low from CT. Dexter just gonna keep on finding kills, and Kaze dealt with at the very end. Greyhound an 8th to their name. I mentioned how Vici, this has been the map that in every series they've opted to play it on, they have been able to take off of these teams.
And very strong T-sides as well, but right now that's what's crumbling below them. 4 rounds here to sit on. Not, you know, over by any means, but we're reaching the end of the half, and they definitely haven't looked in control of it. As you mentioned, I mean, having 1 rifle round under their belt since that first 3 start. So, let's see if they can recover, if Greyhound will keep on keeping on the CT side. The AWP back in the spawn here. And Vici, they have 2 smokes, but this is typically, you're going to see the stairs and jungle smoke leaving CT open, and they don't even have a Molotov for it. So Sterling's going to be in a great position to deny this bomb plant potentially. Malta dropping the Palace players, and he finds 2. There's Sterling picking up 1 from the back of the site as well. And yeah, this is just a complete lockdown for Greyhound. The utility not being placed in the right positions for Vici. But that's the first time Sterling's played the spawn, so maybe not expecting that. 9-4 for Greyhound. They deal with the pistols very quickly. And Vici coming back in with the buy. They do have the money for the AWP. But not going for it.
That's a curious decision. So likely going to see something a little bit faster out from this Vici roster. Now, I was pretty sure of this, but I wanted to make sure before I said it. Vici, they've played Mirage in every best of 3 series here at the Asia Minor, and they are undefeated on this map.
Yeah.
So Greyhound, what a time to finally break the streak for Vici if they manage to get it done. Things are looking good for that to happen here. Now, obviously, Vici still have their CT side ahead of them. There's still very much time for this to turn around. Greyhound have been looking good in this last couple for the CT side. Urcast boosted up over towards short, able to drop Advent. Now Vici, a man down once again. Zoking going to try and push up through connector, but there are players on short to keep an eye on this fact. He's gone up and through that smoke, and Dexter has to be a little bit worried here. He loses Malta over in CT, so he just has to fall out from jungle. Now holding, passively waiting for them to try and push into his territory. Bombs down, a 4-on-4, probably one of the best situations we've seen Vici in quite some time. Do Greyhound have it in them to get back into this bomb site?
The issue is they still have mid locked down now. Sterling is up on the catwalk, but he's struggling to get a line of sight to Kaze, meaning his rotate will take so much time. Dex has killed the man in jungle. Orman's been picked up as well, but we still have this connector, or he had it at least. Zoking alone, and a jumping shot from Dick Stacy will finish off the half, or at least the round rather. 10 to Greyhound. And what a clean retake there. Vici's crossfire is not working out for them at all. And Greyhound, they just seem very aware of every position being played by those Ts. So 10 rounds on the half so far. Greyhound have really done a 180 on this series that looked to be, what could have been a very fast 2-0, as you said, given the history of Vici on this map. And it was mentioned this map pool was kind of under question for Vici, considering they have only, well, at least prior to this series, played 3 maps the entire Asia Minor, that being Inferno, Mirage, and Train. So for a third map, for a fourth map to come through Overpass, them winning it, and then a fifth being Dust 2, a map that they've never been recorded as playing in officials, as what could be the final map of this series. This sets an interesting tone for the Vici squad. Sterling's on the auto sniper and he's up in the B market. Vici setting up for one of these fast executes now. This typically works out for them. There's so many players here for Greyhound. A 1 for 2 coming through and Dick Stacey dropping the bomb. He is looking on fire right now on the CT side. Freeman is all that remains, and well, he's had a great game so far. This is going to be a little bit too much to ask, especially with Dexter already in the apartments.
Only one, and Greyhound, they will cement an 11-4 half. Fantastic stuff from them. The Aussies looking like they might have recovered here in this second map. It's been a much more one-sided affair. Do they have what it takes to keep this up heading into the second half, or do we see Vici claw their way back into this game? Find out after a break.
(11-4) on the half for Greyhound. They got wrecked on their map pick, but they're looking to do the dirty back to Vici here on Mirage. A map that has not been lost by this Chinese team throughout the entirety of this event, and now that may change unless the CT side can be just as stunning as it was on the previous. Fast A play for Greyhound up and through the Palace, and Kaze's down in the spawn. He's going to spot all of this push coming through. Greyhound have done this a lot. They take immediate CT control on these pistols and set up with a flashbang ready to get aggressive. This is their go-to. The question is, do Vici know? Warman's already been caught in the spawn and dinked down to 7 points of health, so he'll double back to join his team, who are struggling to find kills up on this A site. Dexter with 1, and now the CT push coming back into the A site to get a couple more. This is looking like a done deal for Vici. A kill coming through for Advent, but too little, too late. 12 rounds to Greyhound as Vici call the save.
And that puts Greyhound up 12-4. Pistol round secured and a chance to try and get ahead here. Look to close out this second map in a very dominant fashion. As long as they are able to convert these rounds. We saw Vici have a few issues when they ran into the pistols, etc. Now the question becomes, will Greyhound have the same problems? Tactical timeout called on in from Vici, and I think justifiably so at this point. Right? This has been a map that's become a staple of this team at this event. We've seen it in every best of 3 that they've played, and they're undefeated on it.
So far, but that is definitely being called into question, Harry. 3 tactical pauses used now by Vici, including this. Greyhound haven't even felt the need to touch theirs. I don't blame them at this kind of scoreline. Now, what do Vici even do here? You've probably just got to play for that 3rd round by the half, go for a single eco, give Greyhound 13. But that's such a large comeback required.
One of the issues I'm really seeing now for Vici, in spite of such a strong showing on Overpass, is if they falter here on Mirage with Dust 2 as that 3rd map, a map that even if you go back and you look at anyone in this squad, they've played at most, what, like 5 games of it in the last 3 months, and that's even individual players on each team. They've never been on teams that like to play Dust 2. So it's a pretty worrying sign of the times for Vici. Cast out from the apartments, able to double down, and Malta in with another. Orman and Kaze all that remain, and they will get mocked up as Urcast padding those stats, putting up the numbers. Looking to catch up with Dexter, who was sitting top of the board. Now they tied both 21 frags apiece. 13-4 in favor of Greyhound. They're looking to try and take us to Dust 2. And if they manage to pick this round up, then the chances are they do take us there.
Yeah, that would be Vici's money broken up against 14. So without a doubt, looking to be that way. This has to be the round for Vici. But I mean, look at the buy. If you want to even call this a buy, no kits, only 4 smokes and a flashbang. They barely cobbled enough together here to hold back the forces of Greyhound. And considering how good their utility usage was back on Overpass in terms of flashing each other in, re-aggressing at the 40-second mark with smokes going down, this is not going to be what Vici want to play with, especially not to deal with a B-rush. No mollies here, and Greyhound going to be ready for it. Now the smoke going down for Freeman. He spots 3 or 4 players coming through. Dick Stacey charging in with a MAC-10, and they've already spotted the first bench player. Dick Stacey going to run on by to try and get into the market, and he will be able to do so. Freeman trying to get the kill, but Malta blindsides him. These MAC-10s are all Greyhound need. 3 kills from them. The rifle's not even making a difference in this round as that bomb plant comes in, and Vici, they go and save.
That's all they can do. I mean, Kaze and Zoking, as good as they've looked, they've both undoubtedly slowed down in this map. Greyhound, they've sped up. That's the difference. They're rising to the occasion. They're not looking to go home. Rather not go home, but drop into that 3rd place minor playoff spot.
Yeah, and that will be tomorrow. It's approached very, very quickly, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to even talk about there, right? Because heading into this, you know, after the first week when we'd seen the EU teams play, obviously you've got North coming in from the EU minor, then you've got Windstrike from the CIS minor. And one of these 2 teams going to be joining the mix. Plus, you know, later on we have Envy, I believe, versus Furia. So one of those guys is going to be hopping down, and that becomes a very stacked playoff indeed.
Greyhound are looking very, very hyped now. I mean, as you would at a 14-4 scoreline up against your opponent's map pick on a map that they have not had any trouble on throughout the entirety of this week. But yeah, you're definitely right, Harry. That minor playoff is looking stacked. So whoever does go through to it from this Asian region, certainly not going to have a free victory at all. Windstrike have had some really, really nice games. North have been, you know, great up until the end. But Greyhound, they don't want to go there. They want to get straight through and join Renegades here in that 2nd spot. Fast play up through Cat. It seems like Greyhound are just pugging this round. Look how split up these teams are. They have a man on every single bomb site. And right now it's just Kaze left alone. Greyhound are absolutely shredding their opposition. Nice shot from Kaze, but he's walking into a double setup, and Sterling's ready on the other side. 3 kills from him. Sterling's had a great map as well. 15-4, or 8 rather. 2 players on 20+ kills here for Greyhound. And so while it was the triple threat of Orman, Freeman, and Kaze over on Overpass, it's Sterling, Urcast, and Dexter rather, to make it work here on Mirage.
And this is one of the reasons why we figured this matchup was so interesting is these two teams almost kind of falling into similar archetypes, right? Both relying on two players to step one up, and then the rest of the guys, sure, they put up numbers, but they're more setting up their stars in amongst these teams. And it was really going to be a matter of who shows up. Is it going to be Urcast and Dexter, or Urcast and Malta? I guess would be the three over on Greyhound. Or for Vici, well, we're going to have a better showing from Kaze, Freeman, and Orman. First map, obviously, those were the three names we were looking towards throughout the entire match. But here on Mirage, it's been a fantastic showing from the troublesome twosome of Greyhound. Malta in with the trade there as they do lose Urcast. Advent and Freeman able to open things up at that B portion of the map. Zoking even going as far as to deny Dick Stacey presence inside of this bomb site, but Malta has been able to plug in those numbers. Sterling able to drop Zoking in connector, but now leaves himself in this 1-on-3. Orman will have no issue mopping up the last man, and Vici in with a fifth, but they still have a long way to go if they want to make this comeback happen.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to bank on this happening when all it takes is one player to step up for Greyhound, and then the game is done. And we've had a lot of those individual highlights throughout this game for Greyhound. So 15-5. Vici doing their best to get into this game on the CT half, and I think if they did start CT side, this would be a very different story. We know this team is very good at the CT side, but they just didn't have the room to do it, Harry. They went down 11-4, didn't win the pistol round, and the force buys were not really noteworthy, so they've been left in this spot. Another buy round coming in through from Greyhound, though, with the AWP. Still plenty of cash to play for these buys to shut it down before Vici get too much of a foothold into this map, too much confidence or momentum. And they execute for Greyhound with Malta flanking down through that underpass. Could even throw the nades into B, try and give a bit of a fake here for Greyhound potentially, but smoke's going over. Vici giving up the bomb site, playing for that retake. Advent's up in the spawn here with the AUG, and the smoke is going to cut off the line of sight from Kaze, but he'll go right through it. He loves to do that, and that's why Greyhound had thrown in the molly. Going to be very ready for the aggression. Shot through the smoke from Zoking, and the plant coming through here now for Greyhound. The flank all the way around from B on Malta, and Greyhound now a man down as his retake is on.
Dexter holding close to CT. Flash goes over, and he tries to peek. While Vici are looking away, catches that first man, has Sterling to help out, and Urcast holding that smoke push, but Zoking still able to pick it up. It does fall onto Sterling. First shot found. We've seen him in this situation before, but this time not happening. Of course, I was thinking back to that Dust 2 ace that we saw from Sterling over towards short when he sent MVP home essentially single-handedly. Sadly, though, Vici aren't keen on making that same mistake. 6-15, and it does feel like Vici are starting to find their footing. Just the question for me now becomes, is it too little too late for Vici in this map?
Up against 15, you have to think so, but let's take this round by round. Let's see, because nothing's impossible, as we learned from some of these teams in the Asian Minor. I think this has been probably my favorite region in terms of surprises and, not getting necessarily what we expected. That being said, there were a lot of upsets all minor round, especially over in the EU side of things, but fast A play for Greyhound. Flashbang's good. Advent, he can't find anything there. Fully blinded and committing to the spray. Dick Stacey will take him down. Zoking pushing through the Molotov in his face, but they're all throwing nades and he finds a double kill. That's way more than you can ask for if you're Zoking. Dex is going to be able to trade back the man on top of the stairs, and Vici maybe aggressing a little bit too early here, but Orman now has to make a play if he wants to keep this map alive. He's the only player within the bomb site. They will hear the Molotov, you would think, but Dex is going to be caught throwing more utility. This has come back to haunt Greyhound time and time again in this round. Smoke cutting off Sterling on the ramp. They tap the bomb to fake it out. Multi gives away his position, but he might be able to convert the spray, getting the kill to Freeman. And Orman now the last man alive for Vici. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and Greyhound, they're going to be taking away their opponent's map pick. The first time Vici have lost Mirage all tournament. It has been a staple for this Chinese roster.
Yeah, what a job from Greyhound. What a job to finally rise up and best Vici on a map they were undefeated on, and what a timing for it. Now we go 1-on-1 in this series. Dust 2 coming up next. Greyhound, can they keep it going, or will Vici rise to the occasion once more? Find out who takes this series and that major spot after the break.
the champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
He reads it! Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
All eyes are on you. So give them greatness with Intel Extreme Masters certified PCs and notebooks and game like the pros. When you see the unique IEM certified stickers on the outside, you'll find high-grade components with Intel Core i5 and i7 processors inside. Every purchase includes in-game content and supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Game like a pro, because the world is watching.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
16-6 and 16-6. They win each other's picks as Greyhound never back down and they never give up. They managed to take Mirage against the Vici Gaming that still were able to frag but not close out the rounds this time.
Yeah, it was definitely not what we expected once again. Dare I say it? I think it should have been closer. I think Vici Gaming had the chances to make this one closer, but once again, you got to give it up for Greyhound. They were playing one hell of a game again. Sort of like rewording what we saw on the first map, which was the other way around. For Vici Gaming, I mean, there was some cool instances of team play. There was some showings, you know, one which you're going to show us in a second. But overall, Greyhound were the ones that were winning the pivotal rounds. They were winning all the reset rounds, and they were winning the clutch situations. So basically, everything we saw from Vici Gaming on the first map is what Greyhound copied for the second map and sort of like turned it around against them. So in that regard, kudos to Greyhound. And now we're getting on the third map. It's going to beat us too. And both teams have shown so far that they can play Counter-Strike on a high level today. So there's no need to say that this is not going to be an interesting one.
Well, Dust 2 is going to be interesting, but Blair, you've got another clip for us, so let's walk through this.
I have a clip indeed. The cool thing about Vici is, despite the fact they lost that game, they had a couple of really cool rounds, especially this one. This is round number 3. Check this one out, right? They know it's a buy round. You can see the Molotov coming in towards slope. They smoke it out immediately, just run out dry. 2 guys, smoke pops. The timing is perfect. The second the player reaches sandwich, the smokes pop over there. Molotov to prevent anyone from pushing towards bench, Molotov towards CD spawn. This is so fast. They get the bomb down. Minute and 35 seconds on the clock. Bomb down. Now look at the minimap and look at how the players rotate. 3 players make their way towards CD spawn. And towards T spawn. I thought it'd actually be like all 3 going in, but no, Advent remains behind. Almond, Freeman in the long journey. Check this out. Advent, flashbang primed and ready. They're ready to counter the retake. They've thought this out, they've planned this out. And look at how good the timing is. Flashbang pops, Zoking peeks, and also the player from the palace, they peek out. They get 2 kills simultaneously, and at the same time the other 2 players wrap around from mid. It's such a perfectly played round. They just completely dismantled that retake from Greyhound, but they never did anything close to that ever again during the entire remainder of that half. So that kind of blows my mind. That was so cool, so sick, and then nothing.
And nothing. I mean, it's a super, super cool round, and it really shows, as you said, that they thought it out. They had a clear idea of how they wanted to approach the retake scenario, how they wanted to do the whole round in a whole, so to speak. But the fact of the matter is that this is a very risky round, right? The fact that you're running up pretty much with nothing, right? You're smoking that Molotov, you're going up dry-handed. There could be a guy on the balcony, there could be a guy on the side hiding, that could like destroy the entire thing. But the fact they're calling it already in the first buy round is putting immensely pressure on the Greyhound guys. And that was at the point I thought to myself, all right, Vici Gaming, they're coming here to play, they're coming here to put the pressure on. And that's why I'm so surprised and you know, happy for the Greyhound guys that they were able to deal with that, because they were being put a lot of pressure on them in the beginning, but they were able to stabilize. And from that point on, as you saw on the scoreline, it was just going up and up and up for Greyhound. They won every single round after that. Vici Gaming didn't really have anything else to offer on the table, and from that point onward, we did get to see Erkset, we did get to see Sterling step it up, we get to see some of those individual brilliance from the Greyhound guys instead of the other way around as we saw in the first map. So,
and a cool thing as well, Dexter, can't forget about him. He really had a great game.
Yes. Definitely had a great game. So it's cool to see the Greyhound guys, you know, not getting too affected by the first match. There was definitely a blow in their guts, but it was cool to see them rewind it all, and now going into a third map, they must be the guy feeling confident coming into Dust 2. Let's not forget they won 90% of the map the past 3 months.
But also got to remember that, you know, Overpass was 8-9% as well. So yes, logically speaking, just based on pure stats and the writing on the books and whatnot, Greyhound should take this one, but...
Well, I want to come back to this, right, in terms of the percentage wins and all that, because it can only be taken into account for such a small amount of this, right? Especially when Vici, they've not played Dust 2, right? Not recently at all. There's no information that Greyhound can possibly get from this. But actually, on Vici's side, they seem to be very prepared for Overpass, what was going down. Could they be just as prepared for Dust 2? Because there's a lot to look at when it comes to Greyhound.
I think it could also be coming down to the final maps. I did touch upon the point that Greyhound picked Dust 2 instead of going for Inferno, because Inferno is something they were really good as well, right? So I'm not too sure about Vici being really comfortable on Dust 2. Because one thing that worked for Overpass was it wasn't just blind aggression. They knew what they were doing. So in Dust 2, no matter how much firepower you have, like I said, Greyhound also have similar firepower. Dexter stepping up was the X factor here. It was always Urcast and Sterling putting in the numbers, and the Dexter steps up, boom, they just completely dismantled Vici, right? So they're going to have some plan in mind, and you can't. And that's a problem. When you have a weaker map pool, that's always going to be a problem when you get to the third map, especially in the best of 3 series. But for Vici, this is going to be the win condition. You need to have something planned here, or else Greyhound, the boys are going to go through.
The fact fact that we're playing Dust 2 is going to be a big problem for VG Gaming. We have praised them from having some solid CT sides, the fact that they can be aggressive mid-round and also in the beginning of the rounds on some of the more open maps as CT sides. That's good, that's been working for them. But Dust 2 is not a map that allows for that. Dust 2 is a very T-sided map, at least these days and at least this tournament. So far, you know, it's a map where if you gain control and gain money control, have momentum on the T side, it's super rough to do anything as CTs to sort of like break that momentum. You gotta be super, super well defending your bomb sites late into the rounds, use your utility wisely and see if you can save some of that for when the hit actually comes in. And what we've seen so far from Greyhound is that they're okay with waiting out. They're okay with playing on the clock. And we haven't seen Vici really thrive in a scenario where they have to wait back and play defensively on the bomb sites. And they will be forced to if Greyhound approaches this correctly. So in that regard, I think that's part of the reason why Greyhound took this map. They feel super, super comfortable. And what we've seen so far from Vici, their one strong asset is this mid-round aggression, is this like heavy aggression on the CT side, not necessarily on the T side. Their T side is all right. They're nothing, you know, to be talked about in that regard. But the fact that they're not going to be able to be aggressive on the CT side and Dust 2, that's going to be a big problem. You're literally taking away the one strong asset you have.
Well, let's find out how it goes down on Dust 2. It's going to a third and final map for the last spot to the major. Greyhound, a very comfortable map for them, while Vici, we have the unknown to go into. Let's see how it goes. Hugo and Harry, take it away.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, the final map of the Asian Minor is up right in front of us. In fact, Dust 2, Greyhound versus Vici. And boy, oh boy, what a series this has been. Really a series of two maps in the sense that both of these have been very, very dominant for the team that we didn't expect. And now we get into a game where we really don't know what to expect, Harry. Dust 2, you know, unproven ground by Vici and Greyhound, who have had the ability to lose some of their better maps as well in the past. I mean, in the series alone. So let's leave the questions to be answered. As Vici start things up on the CT side, we got Greyhound fast playing long. Lots of utility, but they're saving it. They're not necessarily going for the immediate smoke on the corner. Waiting to see if Vici re-aggress potentially, but these CTs are just holding out to the back of the site, and Greyhound will be given long control for free. That's rare to see in a T-side pistol round, to get this much map control without having to take any gunfights. Smoke going down, two of them to cover the cross, and now it's Kaze on the top of the site that has to step up.
Oh, but he's getting flashed off. Zoking's with him, and Kaze only good for one. It's Malta and Dexter getting off to a good start, opening up the bomb site. Malta's in with a double, and now the bomb can look to go down. Orman up past this smoke, does drop Dexter. But they've still got a lot more to do, both players at CT. Oh, Orman! Not done yet. Urkast left in the one-on-one, and he's actually visible just a tiny bit. Oh, but not quite able to do much damage. Time ticking down. He really does have to pick up the pace. Has a kit at the very least. Urkast taking these fights is very awkward indeed. What's happening? I don't know what's going on. It's back and forth. Hugo.
Just kill him.
Urkast is going to win it. Greyhound. Did you just hear the scream?
Yeah.
I think that was, yeah, you imagine that was...
That was a very, very high-pitched scream.
Yeah.
I don't know who that was from.
That was definitely one of the Aussies.
Wow. Okay, well, that pistol round was reasonable, of course. Great start to Greyhound. Actually, I wouldn't say that. Not a great start, but they take the pistol round. Yeah.
Someone won.
Yeah, at least. I mean, it has to happen eventually. Vici, I mean, that's why we have time in this game, Harry, the bomb time or round time, because otherwise, you know, you get those gunfights last far too long. Quick B play here for Greyhound, and Freeman is the only man in position. We got the flank up from Zoking, but he's been picked off. Freeman's only going to get a single kill off the USP before he dies, and Dexter, don't know how he's still alive here. He's not. Kaze's found him. 3-on-2 now, and Greyhound with the bomb plant will solidify their chance of taking the second round. And the SMGs are expendable, but Urkast doesn't want to completely give away this round by losing his life in a 3-on-2. So re-smoke down on the door. Avin trying to grab the MAC-10. He gets spammed right through it. I think that was the footsteps called by Urkast, and then as a result, Greyhound just shot through the smoke. So Kaze's going to be a little more creepy, a little more silent as he looks for one kill. The reload has to come through, 3 bullets left, and Sterling will finish it off. So Greyhound 2-0. Not really any problems there with a quick B play, and now it's Vici on the buy instantly with the AWP on Kaze, and that is going to be one of the crucial factors of this map. Will he step up?
That is the big question, right? Because we really don't know. This isn't a map that we've really seen anyone on Vici in any team they've ever been a part of elect to play all too much. Even if you look at them as individual players and discount, you know, this current lineup, they've all individually played this map 14 times in the last year. So, really not a Dust 2 team. At least they shouldn't be, and already Advent's been dropped over towards Long. I do think one thing we're going to notice is this CT side from Vici, I'm not expecting much. I'm going to be honest, I think if they're going to find success, it has to be over on their T half.
And that's not what you want to hear, you know, if your first half is CT. If you're getting 10-5 or 11-4, that's going to be very hard to reset from, come back into and actually pull a comeback, right? So, far more difficult than, you know, maybe getting your own 10-5 and slowly but surely closing out the half, you know, having the momentum in your favor. It's a bump on Greyhound that have done before. I do love this bump on. Very hard to get the defuse off if you plant it in the middle. It typically relies on the player jumping on top of the box, and that's impossible if the bomb's planted for long and you've got a man in the pit. Very easy kill for Greyhound, but no one's going for it. Vici going to be saving this gun on Zoking.
Yeah, he's going to try and hold on to that over towards this T-ramp. Greyhound won't go hunting. They're just taking this as an opportunity to build up money over on their T side. Obviously, we've seen Greyhound on this map already. This was the one that they sent MVP home on. Now looking to try and make this the map that qualifies them to the major alongside Renegades. We would have both the boys and the other boys side by side at the major. Potentially. There's a lot of question marks. I mean, I really don't know what we're going to see from Vici here. And I think that's something that could lend itself in their favor or be their downfall. One thing is for certain though, Dust 2, Orpa's Paradise, you really need to look to Kaze to show up here for Vici. Now he hasn't got to play with it just yet.
Nades,
yeah, able to find the early nade. I think it was 3 of them thrown in over towards Long.
Yeah, they bought 4 in the round, but Greyhound going to just double back into B again. And when you're up against these pistols, B is just such a problem for Vici. And it's like that constant situation is like, you don't want to stack it in case there's a long rush and you lose loads of early control, maybe towards middle. But if you don't stack it and they push it, you lose the round because retaking is so difficult, even with guns. And, well, talking of guns, they've retrieved one of them. Kaze's found the pick up on Long after finding the nade kill to Malta. They definitely should just save this. Got the buy round coming up after this, and the AWP going to be a factor as well, so Greyhound will have to deal with that, but wasn't a problem, at least in the previous, when we did see that A play. Greyhound definitely looking comfortable, though, on this map pick, though. Good mid-round calls and good rotation after they lose the player on Long, right? Instantly getting the information that Vici have to have at least 2 or 3 players here.
See, Dust 2 always used to just be this, like the whole idea that everyone used to have with it is just it's like this poke star map, right? But I actually think you look at it, and it's one that a lot of teams really don't have a handle on yet, as ever since it was reintroduced into the map pool, it still doesn't feel like I could look at a team and be like, they are just a god on Dust 2. Maybe Astralis is...
Every map. Though.
Yeah, they're just good on every map, that's the difference. So, you know, you take out those ones, I can't think of a team that is a Dust 2 team in the sense that they used to be Dust 2 teams. And Vici already showing some early signs of ill health over in this CT portion of the map. Now, obviously a big worry for them as well is if they kind of show this weakness on Dust and then say they lose this and they drop into that 3rd place decider where you have the CIS team win strike. We saw that was hands down the most played map in the CIS minor. It's one that a lot of the CIS teams are looking to make a staple as it once was. And if you show that sort of weakness, you could very easily look to have that be exploited. Flashes out in towards mid and Orman forced off the angle. Urcast rearing his head at this portion of the map. Meanwhile, the rest of Greyhound working hard to secure short control.
Do get out mid though, and right now Vici are even pulling back Orman, so losing more and more control over this mid to B potential as every second passes. And Greyhound, with them just having Cat, it's towing the line between okay they're hitting A and okay they're hitting mid to B, and Vici, they need to remain aware of that. Now Freeman does shut down a player through a smoke in middle, so Greyhound, well, they look like they wanted to go for the mid to B play. They're going to double back up through Catwalk where they've already established some footing. Kaze, good off angle, going to catch out Urcast. Now, Vici 5-on-3, very important rifle round for them as to not get steamrolled out of this map. We still have Kaze down on long, going far further back. Advent's cutting down 2 players on the pit as well. And Orman, he's rotated back up onto the ramp. So Kaze able to finish this one off. Vici finding their first round and flawless as well. Seemingly at least aware of the fact that Greyhound do like to run this just early cat control and double back between mid-B splits and short splits depending on where they find their kills and where they work out the setup of the CTs are.
Crucially for Vici, they've been able to keep things clean, and this now building in to the double AWP between Freeman and Kazi. Already though, Urcast playing off of the spawn was able to drop Orman within the opening segments of this round, and now he can go ahead and throw that AWP back onto Sterling. So the long spawn yielding fruit for Greyhound. Vici now playing this a man down. Dust 2, pretty horrible map to go a man down on this CT side. Somewhere has to get weaker as a result. And you can see they've rotated Freeman up from mid into that B-bomb site. He's trying to watch it from the window. You have Kaze up here on short. No presence for Vici at the long portion of the map. That was obviously where they lost Orman early on. Kaze looking to find this equalizer, will be able to do so. They start to pressure him. He has to run back through that Molotov so he doesn't get away for free. Tries to flash himself round and now dropping off down into CT. Urcast gonna hear this man. But Greyhound, this was just to fake out Vici. The real brunt of this play coming in toward the B-bomb site. This is where Freeman and Zoking reside on the AWP, and a Molotov still on Freeman could look to slow this down. Re-smoke into the tunnels. Freeman now looking down into mid, and this leaves Zoking here alone. Dick Stacy finds him straight away. Freeman up in the window. Second flick gonna miss as the man from tunnel does do damage. That bomb manages to get across, and Greyhound 15 seconds have to start to plug in these numbers.
Oh. Malta's got away with it though. The bomb plant does come in. Freeman not going to be able to stop him, and Malta getting tagged as he gets into the corner. Advent swapping guns, giving Freeman the weapon of choice. But Vici, 3-on-3, so difficult to get back through, especially with low HP players. Now Freeman dives in straight into the site. The trade is there from Malta. Urcast picks off Kazi in the window, and now Advent has to fall away as well. Greyhound, that was a really nice flashbang from them in that round. It can be very difficult when you're pushing in through a tunnel speed smoke like that, and there's a man at the back of the box like Zoking was. It's very difficult to get him off the angle. Firstly, because he can just head glitch, and secondly, because he can just spray through the smoke. And Greyhound, they had a flashbang that they threw that stayed in the tunnels, but it bounced off almost the archway, landing very high up in the air, and therefore completely blinding Zoking at the back of the site, rendering him useless to stopping that tunnel push, because he could have single-handedly won that round for Vici with a spray down, but completely incapacitated by the utility of Greyhound. That looked very, very purpose. 5-1. Vici now getting reset, but they do have some money to play with at least, so the AWP held on and guns brought up around it. Kaze, you could see how much he wanted those kills in that previous round as well. Not only getting the pick up from short, but he kept re-flashing himself in, throwing that molly, trying to contest the stairs. But Greyhound not giving him the room and doubling back towards a B site where they assumed there was no AWP, although it was Freeman on the secondary that didn't really stand too much of a test. More flashes early into B from Greyhound, trying to force out utility, but Vici aren't biting. They don't even have really the nades to play with. 2 smokes and a molly. And Greyhound just going back to a default here.
Advent down here in the CT that right now just going to be jump spotting for the information as he spots that nade get thrown in by Urcast. Has support from Kaze at the very least, if he needs it. Only issue is Kaze's going to find his attention split between short and mid right now. Now he can decide to reposition further up the ramp if he doesn't want to open himself up to the mid area. But you can see he's choosing just to hover his sights between the two. Smoke now falling on short, and surely that will grab Kaze's attention. Now repositioning up that ramp slightly. Actually decides to fall off of it completely, giving up the bomb site, opting to play this from the crossroads. Flashes rain in, but Greyhound haven't committed. 35 seconds, this B play comes through from Dexter. And now that they've lost him, are we going to see Greyhound continue with this? Sterling and Malta trying to fake the rotation, but Advent in the backline. He's going to spot these players crossing back up to Catwalk. He gets the information, and now Kaze just has to land the shots. 15 seconds, and Kaze's decimated Dick Stacy and Urcast. The bombs dropped out in the open. Sterling's been brought down low, but it's the Kaze show right now. 3 kills to his name. He's shut this round down, and Sterling's just looking to try and get away with the AWP. Will manage to do so as he runs for the hills. Vici Gaming in with their second, and it goes flawless for this CT side.
Yeah, so flawless. Not even a point of damage done to those CTs. And that just looked very uncomfortable for Greyhound, stuck between not knowing which site to hit, hoping Dexter could get a kill into B while they pressured that A site with another fake. But you could see, after these flashes were thrown in from Kaze and Orman down in the CT spawn, Kaze wide strafed up on this car position and spotted that no one was coming out the catwalk. Therefore, those B players had no need to adjust and rotate. And Vici were very much ready for that push to come through and the fake thrown into B. Greyhound 5-2. Well, they found that reset in the previous round. Vici do recover. And very important that they do, because now everything to play with. Utility across this CT side for a change. And Greyhound looking to flash man into middle. Zoking's going to be here. No smoke towards the spawn just yet. And that flashbang is perfect. He's going to be forced off. Gizzer cast the move, but he won't be able to go any further than that. Advent reaggressing up on long. He's found himself in the corner position. We've seen him in many times already this map. Now Greyhound, will they be aware of it as they look to try and get out through those doors and take control of this A site?
Oh, they're not. Advent could prove to be the scourge of Greyhound in this round. Sterling here alone, gonna try and force the fight. Things heating up for Advent, but somehow no. This man is fireproof. He's all good. And that's forced the rotation of Sterling away from long. That is devastating. Now looking to try and join up with Dexter as he's dropped into CT and into the crosshair of Orman. Sterling, we've seen an ace from him on this map. At least in a previous matchup, but not this time around, as Kaze wins that fight. And Vici now starting to chain together a couple, building up confidence here on their CT side, starting to get into a rhythm of things. And that was going to be the big question mark to me, is can we see them feel comfortable on this map? Because you saw it first, they certainly didn't, right? Players are always caught out of position. Very rarely did we see them manage to hold any portion of the map or look like they had much control. You note that they were very, very keen on playing these passive angles back in mid, giving up catwalk, not challenging for anything. Well, that round there, one of the stars is Advent hiding in the corner over at long as he took the aggression within the opening segments of the round. So Vici definitely are finding their footing. They are getting a bit more comfortable here.
Urcast again, he's been given so much mid-room here, but Orman not going to let him get it any further than this. Only PT50 on the team as well. Everyone else glocked up here for Greyhound. And oh, hello, showing a bit of toe there. Orman going to get out his nail clippers. Vici now man up, and the only weapon above a Glock on that round has already been removed. So good luck for Greyhound to really find anything here. They will fast play up through middle. Could try and burst out here, but with the second player in rotation, this is going to be a bloodbath. Oh, new paint job on that door. 4 rounds to Vici, not a death again. These rounds have been so clean, and that's going to be extremely important to building up this economy. You can see already Vici sitting between the mark of $6,000 to $9,000.
I tell you what, this entire series really has felt like, not so much like a roller coaster of momentum, it's been more like a pendulum. Very much one way then the other. You know, we think back to that first map, Vici take a 12-3 half, close it out dominatingly. Greyhound, they take an 11-4 half on Mirage, and that ended in a dominant fashion with Greyhound taking the W there. And here, while the initial few rounds look fantastic for the Aussies, Vici, they've certainly found their footing in these last couple and are now looking to chain even more together. You highlighted the money as one big issue, and I mean, that's one of many right now for Greyhound. So King gonna get brought down low and finished off by Dick Stacy. Immediately refragged though by Orman as he pushes up through short. Understands the importance of dealing with that man while they can, not letting the problem extend much beyond the frag onto Zoking down in mid. They have forced this 4-on-4, which is much more manageable for Vici. Missed shot from Kaze and from Orman, and they're both bought low as a result. Kaze trying to stand the test of time inside of this A bomb site. While he finds the man close, he's not ready for Dick Stacey, who's in with 3.
Shutting down this round for Vici, it seems, and this bomb plant can even come through. Freeman too far away. Orman, if he wants to make a play, he's got to find Dick Stacey here, and that's a great shot through the edge of the smoke. 11 points of health the difference as Freeman comes up through Cat at just the right time. The jump from Orman takes away the attention, and Freeman finishes off with a frag. Vici get the round done. It's Dick Stacey again, pulling Greyhound out of a horrible scenario, getting himself a couple of equalizing kills, but then not being able to close out the round. Vici 5-5, and as you said, this recovery from Vici is being damn good, Harry. It's going to continue 4 rounds in a row on the CT side now. And again, the money gets put down to nothing here for Greyhound. They're just running off of loss bonus and fumes. So 3K, a Galil, Scout. I mean, this is just a done round for Greyhound. You're just hoping for damage at most here because Vici, they've been locking down this A site round after round. Now flashes towards long and the Molotov holds Malta back. Vici going for a quad A setup early on, and they will reaggress, continuing to play close towards those doors. Now going to just shuffle back to the sites because they know that mid and B are open, and you don't want to leave them open on a round like this when you're up against pistols.
They've thrown that one hero Galil onto Dick Stacey. I tell you what, he has been able, in so many of these rounds, even back on Mirage, to just get, you know, important trades, important refrags. You see in that round there, he does more than just trade. He goes above and beyond that. He's also the man to find the opener down in mid, takes the double kill over towards long. Might not be the man fragging the highest in the server, but you can't argue that none of his kills have been high impact. Now Dexter pushing in toward this B bomb site with the AWP, looking to go blow for blow with Zoki, not the AWP, the Scout rather. Zoking well best, and that first shot missing seals his death warrant. Rest of Greyhound now looking to step up to the plate. Freeman going to take this initial peek, and he lines up too. Zoking's there to help out, and that leaves Urcast trying to sneak out through mid. This time Orman doesn't give him that much ground. Vici moving on to a 6th as they take the lead for the first time since Overpass.
And that seems like a long, long time ago, Harry. Greyhound even calling a tactical pause off the back of this as well. They have got the money and knowing the importance of trying to start to chip away at this money of Vici, because that's the issue. It's starting to get out of control. Even if you've got a couple more rounds to get for Greyhound, you're nowhere in sight of getting, free pusher rounds where you've put Vici's money down to trash. You've got the eco on the CT side, and as we know, eco's on Dust 2. Pretty awful. And so those really are free rounds for Greyhound if they can break the money, but they're so far away from doing that with players nearing $16,000. Timeout for Greyhound runs dry, and now we get back into another rifle round. I'd love to see what they're going to do in this one. Maybe go back towards that B site early on. That was how they really started off this map, but have kind of neglected committing towards that site in quite a few rounds, with the exception of one eco that didn't go their way.
Well, one thing that we've noted Vici are doing a lot better is aggressing across the map. Once again, in this round, they've boosted players up on a short, and that's going to allow them to beat the timing of Greyhound here somewhat. Yeah, slowing down. Urcast spots them, but that nade was almost looking too good to be true for Vici. Just sails past Urcast at the last minute. He gets a little bit fortunate there. But as I was saying, one thing that they've gotten better at is taking this aggression. So for Greyhound, I think they're worried about just committing to a bomb site. I don't think you can afford to with how Vici have been keen to spread out and push and prod here and there. Heading towards short in the early stages of the round, spotting players down in lower tunnels, and they're not keen on sticking around that much longer once it gets called that there are players on Cat. But then you think, we've seen Advent, he's been keen on pushing long. There's been 3 rounds that we've seen him do it thus far over on their CT side. Greyhound very much conditioned and used to this aggression coming out from Vici, then met with this passive stance in this round as they play back into the bomb sites, not giving anything up. Orman Now going to go back with the long aggression once more from Vici. Catches the timing, lines up both. That's the bomb dropped. Sterling and Malta get caught with their pants down. And Advent in with another. Dick Stacey and Urcast all that remain. 2 on 5 required and only 20 seconds to get it done in. With the bomb being down in long, this round is over. Vici will be picking up a 7th. They can't go flawless again. My word, 5 players staying alive once more. Vici, this is incredible right now.
Yeah, as you call it as well. I mean, this re-aggression from Vici has been so nice. It's like Overpass all over again, where they'll wait for Greyhound to set up and then just get in their face at 30 seconds. Orman with a huge round there. And he's rivaling Kaze right now, sitting actually 1 kill above. It's been the series of Orman, Kaze, and Freeman across this Vici side, and that continues to be the case over on Dust 2 on the 3rd map here. With a major spot on the line, Greyhound, they're going to rush out long, speed up this pace, no longer give the room to Vici, but as you say that, 3 players aggressing here for the CT side, and they're just getting kills through smoke. It's not even fair at this point. Dick Stacey with a trade, but the pistol's out, and Orman's whipping them back 2-2. As long as finally going to be controlled by Greyhound, it took them so many players. But Kaze, he's still here, and what a pillar of consistency he has been. Another shot connecting to Urcast, and Dick Stacey, a 1-on-2 here. This would be a saving round if Greyhound could find it.
So one of the reasons that we've been commending Dick is that he's always been able to turn on, you know, rise to the occasion in these hard situations. 1v2 required, and both players over towards long. Can he continue living up to it? He cannot. Kaze shutting him down. 3 players almost on $16,000 within Vici, so buying is no problem. First time in a long time we've really even seen heavy casualties sustained on this Vici gaming side.
But it just shows, like, Greyhound, no matter what they do, they're seemingly running into the perfect setup from Vici, right? The first time we see a long rush all game since the pistol round for Greyhound, and there are 3 players there spamming smokes for Vici. Just good calling on the CT side and being very aware of Greyhound's tendencies. Kaze cannot find the pick on long this time, but if you look at the money of Greyhound, it's quite lackluster, 1 AK. Now the Raptor spawn has been spotted, so Orman going to get caught by the P250 of Dexter. Maybe 4x3 there. Urkar's going to move through the molly and lower tunnels. He's actually going to get hit with the nade this time. Been typically okay with getting through this position with minimal damage, but this won't be an example. Orman's gun still dropped in middle, so Dexter can go in and try and retrieve that after flashing his teammates out through middle. Actually, rather just throwing a flash to keep back a CT AWP player. And Dick Stacey, do they realize? Does Advent know? He's crept into the pit.
Doesn't matter that he doesn't know. He's able to flick down into the pit. Secures Dick Stacey, and now 4-on-4 ensues. Greyhound looking like they want to try and head back to this A bomb site, but this is where Kaze lies. And he has been such a nuisance with this AWP. They just haven't been able to get by him. Push coming in now, and this time a man has dropped into CT, but Kaze there to secure the kill. Advent winning out his fight over towards long in the meantime, and Kaze, the gift that keeps on giving. 1 man left standing, it's Malta, and Zoking deletes him. 9-5 for Vici.
I honestly think there's no point going A anymore. There's just no point. Fully flash kills the player that rushes him in CT, follows up with another one on the site. Greyhound just cannot get past this man. He is an unstoppable force of nature, Harry.
Part of me wonders if maybe we just see Greyhound go for a mid to B play here, right? You think about how much of a foothold Urcast has been able to get down in mid almost every single round. I think finally they've realized that this A bomb site with Kaze on it just isn't the place you want to go. If you go running into this AWP, he's been so consistent at besting this A offensive.
I mean, this would be the perfect round to go B. Look at the setup from Vici again. This 4-man long setup. 1 player on the site, that's Freeman. He's not really been tested here in this map, so we don't really know how comfortable he's feeling, and he may really have a problem here. Now, no utility left up for Vici as Dexter creeps up into this B site. He has found his way here. Now, the mid push coming through at the same time, and Freeman's attention diverted. He finds 1 kill, but Greyhound do get through the tunnels. Great call from them. There's finally a reactive play from Greyhound to avoid this AWP, and they've done a great job. Plant in with a man advantage and 3 mollies left up to cut off these rotations. It's last round of the half of Vici. They would save every single time otherwise, but they can't here.
Well, let's see if they manage to get this done. They don't clear out mid. Malta will be undetected. Now has Dexter alongside him. Takes down the first man as they're setting up utility. And Malta, he's done it all. Advent in a 1v3, won't be ready for Dexter. Greyhound securing a 6th with the mid to be at the very end. And that will be Vici still securing a very dominant half, moving into their T side. This is still anyone's game. Join us after the break to see who will be securing that major spot.
We are 1/2 away from the second major spot to be granted here in the Asia Minor. Vici up against Greyhound as we head into that pistol round. And Greyhound now moving over with a disadvantage to the CT side. It's going to be a smoke down short for Vici and a fast cap play. Urquhart's getting domed and already a great start for the Chinese.
Whoop. Stacy tagged out and finished off over at long. This A bomb site is crumbling. Greyhound, 3 players in CT. Anything but ideal to try and retake with all 3 in this position. TU managed to work their way up close, but Advent winning that first fight. Sterling doing what he can, but they're getting bodied from short. Kaze only just arriving. Now Sterling has heard the footsteps. He's trying to isolate this fight, but with so many positions, just to look down into CT, peek in from so many different angles, you didn't really imagine Greyhound stood any chance there. One of the worrying things was, at least for me, and my prediction of this, was that Vici would have a better time over on this T side than what we saw on the CT side. I think that's the case for a lot of these teams. Is on Dust 2, CT side is really where you see some problems arise from teams that don't play this map all too much.
Yeah, it's just about having like constant dynamic setups, right? Knowing when to switch stuff up. And to be honest, Vici were really good at that. They threw in the quad long setups on the rounds that Greyhound pushed long. They had, you know, a pretty decent hold towards B when Greyhound did hit that site, although it wasn't really till the end that we saw that too often. And nice reaggression on short on the CT side as well. I think Vici CT side was actually far better than I was expecting for a team that hasn't played this map. And that's what makes me think that they've been doing a lot of work and saving it. Because this is a team that has 2 maps they hadn't even played in officials coming into this event. And on one of them, Harry, they're only 6 rounds away from getting a major spot. So definitely a bit of a surprise one for Vici. Greyhound now forcing up in this second round. And this is going to delay their bye for another one, which, well, they're starting to run out of rounds to play with here, Harry.
But for Greyhound, it's pretty fresh in their mind that back on Mirage, they're able to find success with this sort of buy. This time, though, already losing the Urquhart, who was really the hero in that force buy back on Mirage for Greyhound. He's already fallen. Dexter going to be joining him, and those are two big players to find for Greyhound. So now not only are they sitting 2 men down, but it's the 2 men that really we've been looking to step up. Here's Dick Stacy, always ready to rise to the occasion, but not this time around. Avicii 11-6, no money left for Greyhound here, and there should be a 12th almost guaranteed for Vici Gaming.
Yeah, no, I do understand why Greyhound went for that force, wanting to get the full buy coming into the 4th round of the half with the AWPs and everything, especially considering how good Kaze has been. But the issue is when you're already down 9-6 in the half, plus you lose pistol, Greyhound are going to have a lot of trouble. It's going to be 12-6 before this buy comes in, and Sterling, someone who's only got 4 kills in this map so far, being Europa, there's a lot of reliance on him coming into that next round. So let's see if he can step up to the plate. It will just be USPs here as the B rush is called by Vici, and Greyhound had 5 in middle, meaning they have a quick rotation in. But unfortunately, running into the rifles. As I say that, though, Dexter finds 2 kills off the back of the USP, and Malta, he's still here with the P250 in the middle of the site. Zoking alone and getting pincered from the backline. The timing of this tunnels fight could decide the fate of the round. Kaze's going to keep his eyes on it, and Urcast doubling back, saving his own life. Now, Vici have left the bomb in the site, but they're going to re-aggress and try and take control. Malta getting caught after his shot misses, and the smoke to the door denies Urcast the line of sight, but it being a USP round, he's just going to go right on through to his death. Kaze cleaning it up, and Vici 12-6 here, Harry. This is it, the make or break buy for the major spot here for Greyhound if they can keep this one going. They do have the AWP to play with, but so does Kaze.
Also, just wanted to grab an interesting stat for you that Vici, over on their CT side, had 5 flawless rounds where nobody died. And, you know, if you want to look at ones where only 4 players survived, they had like 7. So Greyhound, just a case of no one really winning their fights out either. That always is going to come back to punish you. You know, the pressure's on here. It's the fast B play from Vici, and now we're going to look towards Malta and Dexter to step up, and they've done exactly that. They both find 3. They find 3 between them, rather. Zoking now suddenly thrust into this 1-on-4, and not looking good for him, but he has been able to isolate Malta. Bomb can look to go down. He's got a full belt of utility to play with, so still a chance here to find something. He throws that smoke down, and he's decided to go through it. Sterling is keeping an eye on this. Oh, no. They've gone past one another. They've bypassed Zoking, and now maybe expecting him to be in the tunnel, but Dick Stacy had the forethought to check it. Almost from Zoking, you know, you understand the idea behind it, the balls to even attempt that sort of play in the 1-on-3. Greyhound, pretty fortunate that all 3 players decide to group up and push through the window and doors together, that we didn't have that tunnel wrap that we're so used to seeing. They just wanted to play the numbers game there, trade off of one another, not allow him to isolate any of these 1-on-1 fights.
Yeah, they even swapped out the AWP for the M4 and Sterling to go for the retake. Greyhound, they didn't want to miss a trick there. 7-12, a recovery round for Greyhound to keep them in this map, not let this spiral out of control before they even start off on the CT side. Now we do have the buy here from Vici, a couple of UMPs and the AWP for Kaze. Even 2 of them for Greyhound. They've retrieved that AWP from the previous round, so Dexter's gone aggressive in the tunnels here. Now there are a couple of players in position, but Kaze going to walk to his death. Great shot from Dexter, the close smoke as well. Will cover his retreat. Now Zoking trying to come out through middle in the meantime, assuming that maybe Greyhound are focused up on that B site with Dexter getting aggressive, but you can see there is a man in the spawn to cover that. Urcast on the boost. Actually just dropped off rather. We even have Dexter up in the window watching down for mid, trying to make contact to allow Urcast to do more damage from the spawn, and that may happen as well considering Orman is creeping in with the retrieved AWP. And, oh dear, the barrel of the gun giving away his position. Dexter getting away with that kill. Now he doesn't even need to fight because Urcast, they haven't even seen him in the spawn. In the meantime, Vici run out long. Urcast has taken down that mid player, but it's a 2-on-4 here for Vici.
And now trying to run the gauntlet against Sterling. Smoke goes down, but Dexter not going to be so kind as to let them get across. Freeman has at least isolated that first man. Molotov reigns in, and that will deny the bomb plant. Urcast on this wraparound from Long, mopping up the final player for Vici and Greyhound. They're very much back into this now. 8-12, slowly but surely closing that gap, the lead that Vici once had. Let's not forget, for those of you who are just tuning in, this was a 9-6 half in favor of Vici. They then went on to secure the pistol round, find the 2 anti-ecos on the back of it, and go 12-6 up.
And because of such a strong half on that first, right, Vici were never on eco, they were never on pistols, so Greyhound, they had to work hard for their rounds. And now as a reward, they get an eco to deal with, Vici having no cash to play with. So definitely what Greyhound would like. A round to close this gap. Get themselves a 9th on the CT side, assuming things go well. And, well, with a shot through the smoke already starting off, not too bad. No deagles either for Vici. Not that that would be, you know, a huge saving grace, but Kaze has retrieved one off the body of Freeman, and now we need someone to try and find an opener here for Vici, but you're really asking for a lot considering the range of these battles Greyhound will be taking. There's no one playing a close corner. The only danger is Urcast in the middle if he gets dropped in from Cat, but he's got Sterling covering him up from the car on the orb. So Vici looking to bound out through Long, try and get past the big dick on the other side. But Stacy waits with his AK and he should just be fine. Ooh.
Well, maybe falls a little bit short there in that one, but Orman, only player left here for Vici. He should just get dealt with, although Urcast offers himself up. Fate flashes with the bomb. Yeah, admire the courage.
Why not?
A little bit big to be a flashbang. Imagine if it had worked. Would have been great.
So the bomb has bullet impact. If you shoot the bomb, your bullet's gonna stop. So in theory, there is an idea that you could throw the bomb in front of you and use it to defend you. But I mean, no, that would never happen because
you say it would never happen.
No,
then,
well,
you know,
I mean, we did see.
I was going to say also, you iconically watched, like for example, Rops get killed by a chicken that time because it was blocking the door. No one ever thought that would happen.
Murderous animals. Orman.
Keeping an eye on this push from Dexter. They're just locked in this standoff. Oh, so close. Toeing the line. Threading the needle. Either one. Waiting for the other to break first in this fight. Meanwhile, we can see Vici aggressing up through short, maintaining control of this top portion of mid. I do like keeping tabs on these little standoffs, Hugo. You know that. Come on. Oh, Dexter's going to get it. Orman peeking a little too wide as he tries to line up that bit of utility. And Dexter, his patience is rewarded. Man advantage gained for Greyhound. And now Vici looking to go with this cat play. They lose all presence in the tunnels. They're wary that there could even be this push coming in from behind now with Dexter securing that frag. And as a result, it's likely we do just see this A commitment come in.
Yeah, that nade is so well timed though. They're all set up here. Oh, the double from Greyhound. So much damage. And now the guns can really swing in to finish it off. It's the AWP from Sterling. Urcast with 2. And Kaze, he is out of this round. He is running right away. 5 players currently still alive for Greyhound. And they should know exactly where he is, or at least where he was. As Kaze looks to try and save this up. They're even coming in from the back of Lon and Spawn. So good luck. Dick Stacy's in the back, and he will be able to finish that one off. So Greyhound, they are closing this distance, Harry. That's a 4th round in a row on this CT side. We had a strong start, including the pistol and the conversions for Vici, but tapered off since then. And now another pistol round.
And I figured from Vici we'd see their strength shine through on this T side, but Greyhound, they've risen above and beyond. They're looking fantastic. In every one of these rounds here, we see them finding little areas to exploit, ways to take the edge in a lot of these fights. Vici this time throw that one smoke down onto Xbox. This is surely just going to be this short rush. Not going to wait this time to allow those nades to build up. Instead, trying to offset that with this blistering pace. Flashbang throwing in from Urcast to facilitate the peek from Sterling. And between them, they're putting a stop to this. Sterling with his AWP, shutting it down at ramp. Now Kaze is going to pick him up. Oh, Kaze wished he had longer arms. He can't quite grab that while it's off the side. And until he's dealt with Dick Stacy, that AWP is trapped just out of his grasp. And Dexter's going to mop up the remaining two. Greyhound an 11-12 scoreline as they have started to get back into this. You feel bad for Kaze there.
Yeah, one of the questions we had coming into this half was Sterling, right? Especially with him getting 4 kills in the first half and, you know, the entirety of Greyhound forcing up second round to prohibit that 4th round AWP buy. We wondered, was it worth it? Will Sterling be able to find his footing? Well, he's almost tripled his kills in just 6-7 rounds alone. So he's having a great time on this A site right now on that AWP. Really has been holding it off for Greyhound, but look at this fast pace into this buy round. Orman, he waits for no one. Through the molly, he jumps down to the pit and takes down Dick Stacy. The AWP may still be here for Sterling, finding the leg to Kaze, but he would have loved that kill. Greyhound looking for the refrag, and Sterling wants to try and cross, trying to find a gap when they stop spraying, and he does manage to hop his way into the spawn. But still, Greyhound down a man, conceding long control with no info towards Cat. They've just even rotated off B. These guys are pushed up into middle. Zoking gonna double back and try and check this, but he doesn't want to commit to it. They're holding for him. They're ready and waiting. He's got a teammate at the top of middle, and this could go very well for Vici, but the first frag found from Dexter. Zoking only able to find one. The double back out of long from Vici, and with an MTB bomb site, this could be theirs.
Cast is going to hear these players rotating, and he is just going to beat them there. Sterling even dropping down a CT, but oh no, this bomb rotating back up. Advent proving to be a tricky trickster indeed, as now he's up through short. He's made the call that that bomb going to head back towards A. The penny drops for Sterling as he hears these footsteps. That smoke falling on the cross, going to give it up. Vici with plenty of time to decide where they want to plant this bomb as well, and it will get planted for long. With Kaze down in the pit, AWP in hand, bomb planted for him. There should be absolutely no way that Greyhound get back into this round.
They're going to give it a go. Urkast has found the low HP player. He can't quite finish off the kill. The nade up ramp lands well. And oh, a shot behind it for Urkast. He should have seen the man on top of the site there. So Sterling, is he aware? Kaze's already picked up the man in CT, and Sterling seems to know exactly where Freeman is, but the shot's not connecting, and the round is saved by Vici. What an intelligent fake down towards that B site. They get long control. They put a player in the pit. They fake the wrap back down to B once we see those rotations from the CT side off the site. And then, well, we see Greyhound fall for it, hook, line, and sinker. Urkast caught in the wrong side of the map. And Vici able to catch the timing to get back up through short. What a round from them.
And now we get to see buys for either side of the table. This is a real make or break round for either team. Whoever loses it, economy going to be reset. Orman able to open up. Dick Stacy from down in the pit throws a bit of a spanner in the works. Quick double from Dick Stacy, and Urkast now here to help out. This bomb is trapped on the back of Kaze. Missed shot as Sterling does allow Advent to cross onto elbow, though this could prove to be a bit of a tough situation. He's able to escape, and that, I think, is going to do some favors for Vici. If he gets stuck out on a limb there, away from his teammates, just able to get isolated by the 3 players over towards A, then this should have been a Greyhound round, but now dropping back into this 2-on-4, it's still very much anyone's game. Urkast keeping an eye on mid. Dick Stacy going aggressive through long. He might only be on 6 HP, but that's not enough to deter him.
Urkast is alone here now. Sterling's line of sight isn't going to be able to catch this, but Dexter's already dropped the 1 man in those B tunnels, and Dick Stacy's already flanking. Greyhound do deal with that 2-on-4 very well. And a shutdown play on long, just as how we had the same round in the first half where Vici heavy stacked that long portion of the map right as the T's rushed it. We had the exact same call from Greyhound. Heavy long play, quick entry from Vici, and although they get out into the position, it's Dick Stacy and his toolkit doing work.
Super important round for Greyhound to pick up, because had they lost it, as we were alluding to, either team that did was on a double eco. The fact they're able to pick that up net allows them now to equalize things out. This becomes a much more interesting game as a result. I think this is going to be right down the wire. One thing I've been so impressed with sorry, is the calling on Advent. I think he's done some wonderful things with this Vici team. You take a look at how they adjusted, maybe not in that round there, but in the rounds prior where they were able to go with that fake long play down into mid and then fake that B-bomb site, knowing that Greyhound are playing very, very fast on these rotations.
It's the flashes of brilliance that are nice. It's just like it's not consistent, is it? Because even back on Mirage, when we had that first rifle round up on the A site of the T side, like Blair showed on the desk, we had that really nice that flash up from ramp and the double flank round mid. Like, we're seeing some really cool things from Vici. It's just sometimes they fall back into just not showing us anything at all and just running to their death out through long. But, you know, not everything can be a painting. Dexter painting the floor with blood there in middle. He's going to get tagged, so falling back a little bit, hoping for the help from mid of Urcast. And oh, Malta, he's moving up close as well. This could be a weirdly timed rotation, because if he moves out of this site, Vici have 5 players in the tunnels. Now, it is only pistols, don't get me wrong, but if they grab the AWP, they could lock down the post plant here. It's down to Dexter, the solo man on the bomb site. Malta will be very quick to rotate back in, and Dexter's already spotted 5 players and the bomb, so 2 kills. He is lining them up. They will continue to spam, but he doesn't even need to peek, waiting for his teammate to finish off the job. And Dexter with 3, huge shutdown round. A player that has been slow all tournament long, but in the most important game here for Greyhound, he has shown up.
And now we arrive, round 27, all tied up. This has been such a back and forth game. First 2 maps, completely different story. Obviously, we saw Vici convincing victory over on Overpass. Similar story for Greyhound on Mirage as they traded each other's map picks. It's Dust 2 where we see these flashes of brilliance, these big plays to tie things up 13-13. Good nade onto Zoking. Dick Stacey setting himself up over here at long. Doesn't have any support. Sterling can maybe look to, doesn't actually even have a flashbang to throw in. So Dick Stacey is very much alone here. Make no mistake of that. Flash through, Dick Stacey able to get 1. Oh, they need to trade him, but actually he gets far more than he ever should have got away with. Orman coming in a little bit late along with Advent. Man advantage gained for Greyhound, and they spot 2 players over at long. They catch Kaze getting down into the pit. Orman sneaking up. Nothing to signal, nothing to telegraph that this play is coming through, so Urcast will just get blindsided, and Freeman going as far as to drop the man over on short, but now the bomb falls, and Freeman, he's got it! Now he's crossed up into the bomb site. What's going on there? He taps it down, there's no smoke, so God knows how he gets across. Malta in on this wrap round from long. Freeman, if he's able to clutch this out in the 1v2, that would be a spectacle. Flash up through short just to get his attention, but you'll note Dexter wrapping in through CT, and Malta's already all the way up long. Freeman's not checking it, and surely no missed shot from Malta. There might be a chance here. That second man coming in from CT's been heard. Freeman finds the first. Dexter trades, getting up into the bomb site. Is there enough time? There has to be a kit for him to grab somewhere.
It's fine.
He's all good, never mind. Getting too excited. Oh, Greyhound, my word. Very back and forth, gets very uncomfortable. Don't even know how Freeman managed to grab the bomb. But they manage a 14th, they take the lead. Things are looking good now for the Aussies to reach map point.
I mean, it's so close. Freeman even dodged the flash up from CT to take the kill to Malta. It was so close. But yet so far, Harry, because look at that, the money's been broken up against 14 rounds for Greyhound. This is the hardest call Vici have to make. They have 3,000 to 4,000 a player, 13-14 on their last tactical timeout, and they've got to know if they want to play for overtime or try and force up here. Now, I think overtime is the best call to make, but you can't rely on that, and that's not going to be an easy road to recovery. So
definitely not. And as well as that, it's going to be in the back of your mind, right, that if you pick up this force, only 1 man survived over on the side of Greyhound in that round. Their money's not going to look great. I think maybe you're more tempted to go for a partial investment, and that's now definitely furthered by the fact we see Zoking grabbing himself the arm with a Tech 9 of smoke. I imagine we see either just a flat B commitment, or they try and go for the split, throwing a smoke down for this cross. You can see Advent and Freeman will head towards the the long portion of the map. Kaze keeping an eye on this push into tunnels. Obviously, they saw Dexter do it not too many rounds ago.
From what this looks like early on, it seems like Vici want to go for another one of these cat plays that Greyhound showed a lot in the first half, and then duck down into middle and go for the mid to B. Kaze is up in the tunnels already establishing control, denying this aggression that Dexter has continually shown with that orb. But this time it's watching mid up from the window. Got to flash him off, and they do, but he peeks back in. Nice shot to Zoking. Can he find any more? Wide strafe, and there's a second player there, but man's already in through the door. Malta does get the trade, but it might be too little and too late. Malta saving the day! And 3 kills at the back of the site. It seemed like the timing from Vici was too good, but Malta steps up on that defense. And you can see how hype Greyhound's starting to look now. They are 1 round away from the major.
They are helped so much by the fact that Kaze actually pushes into that just a few seconds too late to get those trades with the players coming in from the double doors. I don't know what the issue was there, whether he's waiting, perhaps anticipating that there's another man, waiting for utility usage. But he pushes into that bomb site just seconds too late to deal with Malta, and that will be Greyhound reaching map, series, and major spot point here. 15-13, Hugo. They need 5 more kills to be the second Australian team confirmed for IEM Katowice 2019.
And look at this push. Greyhound haven't done this all half, but this round aggressing up on Cat. 3 players, even going as far as to go into middle with no lower tunnels control for Vici. They're going to have no idea. The flashes might make it fairly obvious, but that nade might have just saved the day. Greyhound doing so much damage. The kill is there from Urkos, the instant trade, but the repeat from Dick Stacey, and he is mowing them down up on the catwalk. The bomb's been dropped. It's a 2-on-3, and Vici needs someone to step up.
Sterling even going as far as to drop that bomb, and now it's fallen into his crosshair. Kaze, a man that we've spoken so much about, has showed so much potential, been a consistent top performer for Vici. And now the only man left. He walks into the crosshair of Malta, and Greyhound, they've done it. Look at how happy they are. 16-13, they take this series 2-1. They're going to break the set as they become the second Aussie team joining Renegades at that new Challengers stage.
And ladies and gentlemen, you've all been waiting for it, but it's finally the day. Dicks on your guns. We're going to have Greyhound going through and getting those stickers at the major new Challengers spot. What an exciting series. Very back and forth in the maps, and then that final one being as close as we can get.
My goodness, Greyhound, I don't think anyone can argue with it. They looked fantastic from beginning to end. Overpass got off to a bad start. They recover on Mirage. They find their footing on Dust 2. They make it close. They give us a great game, but they managed to close it out. And I think, the better team did win that one there. Vici dropping down into that 3rd place slot. That means they move into the minor playoffs where they play versus the 3rd place team from every other region. That leaves them versus North and Windstrike. That's all from me and Hugo. Happy Australia Day to all the Aussies down under who are going to be very happy with this. Back to you on the desk, James.
Thank you, Harry. We do get what we want from Dick Stacey on the guns, but not just him, Greyhound as well, as they make it through in the last spot for the Asia Minor. And to break this final map down of Dust 2, I've got Pimp and Blair as always. And my, oh my, Greyhound, they do get it done. But Vici, they never stops. They were unrelenting in their aggression and throwing it back. And after such a good first half, you thought, hey, look, they could be getting it done, right?
Yeah, and it was exactly quite opposite as what I expected. I thought Vici Gaming would have a strong T side and a weak CT side, but it was the other way around. They were playing phenomenal on the CT side. They had some great timings and some flash pushes. They have some great mid-round aggression, and they were also good at holding their own when it got into late to the rounds. That said, though, I think Greyhound were not playing up to pair with what we've seen so far from them on their T side. There was some miscommunication, some mistakes being made, and I think to sum it all up, to sum a game like this up, where we are 3rd map, winner qualified for the major it itself. It is super, super, super nervous Counter-Strike we're watching right here. It is tense. It is down to the fact where you can see in that round, I think it was the pistol round, where Urksat and some other guy were missing 20, 25 bullets on each other with the USB. Freeman, there you go. Like 2 players who have been playing phenomenal throughout the tournament.
2 best players of both the teams.
Potentially the 2 best players of both teams, completely just messing it up. So there were so many nerves. There was so much tension in this game, and it was super, super cool to witness. Greyhound, what a way to win.
Oh, what a way to win indeed. And Vici, right? At least they can look at this and say, hey, look, we fought a lot harder. We gave it a lot more than what we thought. Most people had counted us out of it, right? We thought they were going to come in here and be like, you don't have the map pool. You're going to have to rely on that firepower too much. But we're slowly seeing this change in the Asian region.
Yeah, I think I have to give credit to Advent, right? Like, keep talking about a lack of in-game leaders in the Asian scene, and I think Advent has done a very good job. We saw real cool stuff like the Mirage map, for example. On Dust 2, 30 seconds left on the clock. The re-aggression, Omen especially, really stepping it up. But then again, let's be honest, on a T side from Greyhound, they fed Vici a lot, especially Kazi, not taking anything away from him. He played out of his mind. He's been a player for me to watch for this entire tournament. But the number of times he was allowed to get so many free kills towards the A bomb side should not have happened. And I think they took too long to realize the B bomb side kind of weak, and when they hit it, they won the round. They managed to get a couple of rounds at the very end of the first half, right? So it's not like that's the thing. Vici punished Greyhound for playing a little too nervously, a little too passively. However, the second half, Greyhound lost one round. That's it, on the one buy round rather, and they managed to just grind it out to get in string. I think like 8 or 9 rounds almost in a row. That's a huge performance from them, and deserving winners as well.
Hey, deserving winners indeed, and we've got one of them deserved winners. Sat down with Jason Kaplan, ready for an interview, and would you look at who it is?
It's the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Stacey here joining me. First of all, congratulations on that victory. 9-6 half, Dust 2. You guys are on the last map. Obviously, you have another chance to qualify in the third chance qualifier. What the hell is going through you guys' mind?
I don't know, man. We just had to dig deep. It feels fucking amazing, though, boys. We got the diggers. Man, I don't know what to say, eh? Like, the juice is just fucking flowing through me right now. I'm just too happy. I'm over the moon. But, well played to Vici. Like, the first map, I was like, oof, boys, come on. Like, what was that? Like, are we really going to choke these dick stickers for the fams? But, I don't know, man. I'm just too hard right now.
So, now that you qualified for the major, everyone out there gets to finally put the giant, massive, thick and pumped stickers on their guns. How does it make you feel now being able to see your signature in the game?
It makes me feel like I was born to do this. Like, it feels natural to me. Like, if you're not going thick and pumped and deep and long, boys, like, what are you doing? Like, feels good, man. It feels like a dream come true coming to the major, and I'm so glad it's fulfilled. And thank you all for the support. Like, I love you all.
And forgetting about all the celebrations tonight and probably for the next couple days, what's the game plan for the team? Let's get serious. What are you going to do now for the next coming weeks before that major begins?
Honestly, the pressure's off now, I feel like, because like we've done what we've needed done, and then I'm just going to unleash, let the belt come loose, and then just see what happens and party over these next couple of days.
Well, you know what? I don't want to stop you from partying. Congratulations once again, man. I'm going to be batting some of those stickers to put all over my big green. Anyways, back to you, Banks, in the studio.
Jason, if it's big and green, you might need to get it cut off, mate. That's a worrying sign ahead. But between the both of them, we got enough puns out of it, right? But it isn't just about Mr. Dick Stacey's stickers. I'm sure we're going to love having the dicks across our guns regardless.
Jesus
but it's
Christ.
more about Greyhound, right? Yeah. Actually making here, having 2 Aussie teams go through, not having to go play in that playoff spot as well, and getting that just honourable part of having all the stickers in there.
Yeah, I think we can bury that meme for now. I think it's been used enough.
Okay, let me just say this. I've never heard the word dick being used this frequently in such a short span of time. This has been an interesting time.
Yeah, and it's over now. Let's focus on what's important.
Yeah, exactly.
Vici Gaming going into this playoff between the other teams now. That's going to be interesting because I don't think any of the teams now. We have North, we have Windstrike, and we have either Envious or Furia going up against Vici in that playoff. 2 of the teams will progress into the major as well. And if I am North, if I'm Windstrike, or if I am Envious or Furia for that matter, I would be afraid. What we saw from Windstrike today was super, super impressive. The Dust 2 match right here, let's be honest, they should have won that one. After leading 11-4 on the CT side on Dust 2, they should have won. Obviously, Greyhound were playing out of their mind on the second half, and Vici maybe got a little bit scared of winning. You know, it is one of those tense, nervous situations where if you don't have the depth in your squad and if you don't have the experience to go up with the flow, then you're going to lose out, which we saw happen. But when you're coming into a situation where you're facing a North that is currently not looking at their best, Windstrike, who we did praise a lot during the CS minor for playing well, but didn't really get it done, then I would by no means rule out Vici Gaming. I think they have a decent chance of still qualifying for the major, and no matter what happens tomorrow at those playoff games, it's going to be close and it's going to be tense.
You got to remember as well, it's best of ones, right? You just need to win 2 best of rounds in a row and you qualify. Of course, if you drop down the lower bracket, then it's going to be best of 3, so it's going to get harder. I agree with you. They have really, really surprised me. I think I've been the biggest critic of Asian CS, let's be honest. I've seen some pretty terrible stuff. On coming to this event, I was like, yeah, it's going to be the two Aussie teams who did qualify, but I expect them to qualify in a much more convincing fashion. But Vici and even MVP for that matter, you know, really putting up a fight, making them sweat it out for it. And here's the thing, Greyhound, they pushed Renegade to the edge. And today, Vici did that to them. Respect for that.
Respect is all that we need to end this with. Thank you very much, guys. The Asia Minor is done and dusted. Greyhound and Renegades are the teams that are going through to the major. But it's not over for Vici. They'll be playing tomorrow against some of the other teams that have made it this far. But also coming up next is going to be the Americas Minor. We're going to have Envy versus Furia to face off for that final spot. Stick around and stick with us. We'll be back soon.
Welcome to the Acer Predator pre-show.
That's right, the Acer Predator pre-show is ready to start now. There's a couple more fish in the water, and some of them are predators. In fact, 2 more fish, and those 2 teams are now vying to determine who will take 2nd and 3rd place here in the Americas Minor. My name is Trey Stunna-Sarant. This is time to get the real show started here, boys. The last best of 3 of the Minor. It's been a long road and a long, arduous process, but of course, I brought in these 2 to help me pilot this ship. It's going to be Chad, and it's going to be Yona. You might know him as Natu and Sponge. And guys, it's been a long one.
Yeah, look, we've been here for 2 weeks now, and we're finally coming to the end of the second 2 minors. But the fun thing is, even after today, we have 1 more day of action left to go.
It's true.
Because why not, right?
I think out of all of the minors we've had, the Americas one has actually produced some of the most interesting results in terms of stark contrast. Like, we didn't really know what to expect with a lot of these teams.
Yeah, I think it's because there's a lot of teams, obviously, that we don't have a lot of intel, first-hand intel. Obviously, we can just go through the stats pages and kind of see clips and pieces here and there. But then actually seeing them compete in this kind of a tournament where there's so much on the line, yes, I mean, it's been cool to get a little bit more perspective.
Yeah, I mean, we could look and talk about prize pools. I mean, of course, there's 15 grand for 2nd place. There's 5 grand for 3rd. But the real trophy at the end of this is just making it out of the minors, right? This is the first step towards that big stage. And for some of these teams, right, we just watched Greyhound celebrate to no end. And of course, this is a jubilant time, but it doesn't even end here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Obviously, right now, you're giving yourself a technically easier road, because if you do come 3rd in this one, you have to take on the likes of North. We've got Windstrike down there. You know, those teams will be all happening in that playoff. But Group A, getting to this point, we saw NRG actually win and do what the favorites so far in all the minors have been unable to do, right? NRG actually went through as the clear favorite. Mouse Sports couldn't do it. Renegades couldn't do it. Obviously, Avantgarde, they still had some hiccups in their road. So fantastic stuff from NRG. Sad to see Bravado fall considering their story. Good signs for INTZ going forward. And Imperial Esports, they pushed INTZ, but all in all, they had to come last. Someone does.
Someone does have to lose, Chad, and sometimes it's us. But in other news, there is a Group B bracket, which I'm pretty sure Natu has been studying to a T, and he's ready to tell you about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this one, I guess, if you look at it, that Furia was the one to go out into the playoffs first. This group, I guess, for everyone, it was a bit of an open one. You couldn't really tell which team was going to be the team to really progress. United, I guess, was a bit of a disappointment. A team that we were all looking forward to maybe make the playoffs. Did not happen. Team 1 also putting Envy to the limit. I think that's something that needs to be noted before we just discuss the fact that Envy was 2nd team to go through.
Before we move on, Trey, sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Just the Team 1 E-United game, it just has to be stated. If you go back and you look at that, E-United had a huge first half on the first map, and then somehow Team 1 dialed it back, won the first map, and then went on to blow them out of the water on the second. So that has to be one of the biggest upsets or one of the biggest disappointments thus far throughout the minors.
Yeah, there was a situation where Team 1 had won like 5 rounds total in the span of like a map and a half. So
not good. It's not a good feeling.
No.
Not as united as you would hope they were on their front. However, we do have a playoff bracket. This is how it's shaped up thus far. Energy coming through with a flawless set of wins all the way into what is now the major on the backs of what was a big failure the last time around in the minors. But now we find ourselves here, all the way battling through the lower bracket. Would be this envious lineup, one where there was a lot of doubt placed upon it. I'm just going to say it right now. I, for one, didn't forecast Envy to make it this far. But perhaps today is the day of reckoning. Perhaps today is the day where they take on Furia, take them down, and find themselves a place in this major.
Well, the first time they played, it was actually 2 close maps, but Furia able to take it with their quirky, more unique style, and that's been noted now. We've seen Carrigan say that he said he wants to play them again, and he gets that opportunity right here, right now. This Envy project is one that has grown throughout this tournament, so I'm excited. This one here has a lot of potential to go 3 maps.
And I guess as we start to round out this entire, pre-show here, guys, what are some key takeaways for the teams that aren't with us anymore? Some of the ones that maybe didn't find that success. And hell, we know that some teams are already disbanding, but I don't think we have any of those storylines coming out of this so far.
I think INTZ, if they stay together, has a pretty good future. There's some big fraggers in that team. Yell seems like once he has more time to work as the in-game leader for this squad, that double alt setup with him and KNG is quite dangerous. So they're one to watch in the future, I think, from pursuing Counter-Strike.
United, I think, a massive disappointment just in the big picture. I mean, you could tell that they were trying to implement this big boys kind of Counter-Strike style into the way they play, very free-flowing, making good initiatives in mid-round calls. Just wasn't meant to be. A lot of work ahead of them.
Just wasn't meant to be. You know what, Natu? You know what is meant to be? us going to a quick break, because when we come back, we've got the only best of 3 today. That's right, potentially 3 maps, but maybe 2 if all things go according to plan. It's going to be Envious and Furia squaring off on those maps, and we're going to find out exactly what they are when we come back from this break. So make sure you're here with us, because we'll be right back.
One more time. Are you ready? Let's get it
Think you can't capture a clutch in full resolution while streaming the play to the world? Watch this. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
Vodafone presents the pre-match.
That's right, and just as you see this drone flying around over the beautiful Spodek here in Katowice, Poland, we also have another drone flying amongst us today, trying to find his way into what will be the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice Supreme Major of 2019. My name is Trey Saranthus. Welcome back to the desk for one more Best of 3 as we close out the America's Minor, and I brought in a Finn and an Aussie there to help me along the way, because, guys, we do have a rematch on our hands.
Hey, both of our teams made it to the major. What does that mean?
Easy for us.
We've been, I don't know, we're under the lucky stars.
Maybe. I don't know. But I'm
Northern
excited.
Lights.
Let's get it on. Oh, wait, that's someone else's copy.
Yeah, that's for another time.
Got it.
Wolf, you dogs. The Cathedral counter. Oh, okay. Well,
Can't do any of them.
We'll say it for another time. That's right. Furia and Envious will be our first and only bout of the day, a best of 3 encounter between these two teams, determining who will take second and who will take third in this here playoff bracket that has become the America's Minors. It's been a long road for some of these teams, specifically Envious, specifically Furia, who did make it a little bit easier on themselves in their path to this point. But for the time being, Furia Esports will be that center point of conversation.
Definitely so, and we've highlighted time and time again their unique plays, just their interesting takes on strategies, and that's all led by the man in the middle of the screen right there, Art, who is one of the AWPers for this team. And we have seen them all put up really big individual plays, and the way that they can stay poised as such a strong unit while bringing in a unique take is so interesting and enthralling for someone who's a big fan of Counter-Strike like me.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing is, even though when you look at like statistics, Gerardo has had a great tournament. He's sitting at like plus plus 31 in KD, 1.15 rating. It's still been like pretty much a team effort for them the way they've been playing.
Does it look like they're meditating right now? Honestly, because the coach is talking a lot, and they're sitting there all quiet, meditating or doing something of the sort. This is next level.
Let's just bring it down for a second and try to grasp this moment. Everybody just quietly. There it is. Yeah, that's nice.
I got it.
I feel a little bit more centered myself. Let's center ourselves now over to Envious Esports. I feel
like ASMR.
Look at our buddy.
These guys are a lot less centered, right? We had Carrigan come in and he had to flatten the whole project and start from the way up. But he's invested in this. You can see when the way he talks about this tournament, the way he talks about this team getting to the major is a priority of him, and he can show that he can grab any players and elevate them to that next level. Speaking of people who have been elevating their play, JDM and Cutler rolling back the years, these guys have been standouts so far for this roster.
Yeah, and a player that I've highlighted throughout the tournament that needs to really step it up and be a key component is Nifty. I think he definitely lit it up yesterday. And I think in the big picture, just looking at the way that Envy was playing yesterday, if you give them the room, they're so good at maneuvering and making those mid-round calls because of just the way obviously Carrigan's been playing high-level Counter-Strike for half of his life now, so you know that helps.
Well, the high-level Counter-Strike is all recentered around what the potential of this obvious rematch, right? Yeah. I mean, because we have seen these two teams square up before. It did go 2 maps. It did go the way of Furia. Obviously, Furia took that higher road. They took that higher part of the bracket to get to this point. So I guess Envious maybe were given the benefit of a learning curve for themselves playing a little bit more matches.
Yeah, I think that's very much the positive here for Envy, is the fact that they've managed to now play an official game against one another. I'm not sure if they've practiced before. A lot of the teams have been kind of giving us a signal that the way Furia plays is very unique. You know, even though you go through the demos, it's really hard to then apply it to an actual gameplay, and how do you adapt on the things that are not basically the normal ways you would react in certain situations, the way that you would be adapting in situations. So now they've had that possibility. I think that will help them. Also, the fact that Envy, in my opinion, has definitely showcased that they have a map pool going on here. They have maps they've been playing really well on.
Yes.
And essentially just playing better and better as a unit.
One of the problems, though, is that they won't get Dust 2 in this one. That is a big issue for the Envy guys, because they look solid on that map.
They looked very comfortable on it. In fact, we're so comfortable right now into getting this bad boy starting your engines, and we're going to be starting the veto. Nuke the first ban as if we see this unfold in front of us, boys.
What do you think Envy is going to go for?
I think they'll pick Overpass. Yeah. Their Overpasses looked good. When they played against the likes of NRG, they started slow, but since then we've seen good signs out of them. So if I was the likes of Envious, I'd pick Overpass, and then that really leaves the map pool wide open for wherever you want to take it as Furia. We've seen them play Cage, we've seen them play Inferno, we've seen them play Mirage, we've seen them play Train. So they're going to be comfortable on any of those maps. The problem is, as you were stating, Envious are now aware of these quirks, these little interesting takes, and hopefully Carrigan's worked out a way, at least if you're an Envious fan, how to beat that.
Yeah, interesting now to see what is Furia's pick going to be like, because it was Inferno last time around, and it was a game where it was a great start for Envy, but then Furia managed to step it up. Now we see a bit of a curveball there coming in with in the shape of Cash.
And to note as well, they've gone for the same strategy as what NRG did of picking that T side, because we know that Furia, if they don't get the ball run, they don't get the economy up, they can be very disrupted with their CT holds, right? Because it is very utility heavy.
Interesting. Furia taking out Inferno.
Ooh. Yeah, and you know what? That does leave us that Train map. But honestly, guys, as short as our schedule is, as short as the fuse on chat is normally, we're going to have to start talking about Overpass. Really briefly, give me some key core components here to this.
I think I'm feeling confident when it comes to Envy on Overpass. They had a tremendous T side yesterday. Yes, they did get a little bit sloppy towards the tail end of it, thanks to the aggressive play style that INTZ was capable of utilizing in the end there. But I feel like this is one where Envy is going to take a 1-0 lead.
Carrigan has a lot of B-heavy strats that we've already seen come out, so if you're a fan of Furia, they need to make sure they're getting the opening pick so they can't do those set pieces. And also, if they can adopt something from their Brazilian brothers and try and push them back when they're doing the defaults, you just have to basically delay a bit of time. That's when things are going to become flustered for a team like Envy, because they're still a very new unit. These mid-rounds are something which is the hardest part for a team with, who are still building synergy.
Right. Well, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do it, boys. I'm ready to get into the game, and I'm sure that you are as well at home, because it's time to get into Overpass, and we have to have some commentators who are overly qualified to do this job. We're blatantly not. But their names are Connor Girvin, and it's going to be Mohan Giovanni Da Vinci. Yeah, take it away, boys.
So close, Launders. What is it, Giovanni
Da Vinci Code.
Right, something along those lines. Myself, Connor Gervin, Mohan Govindasamy, and the very last best of 3 of the North America's Minor is now ready to go. We've had Envy eliminate 2 Brazilian teams already, and this could very well be the 3rd, but they have looked better, seeing as they are coming from the top side of the bracket. And when I say they have looked better, I also speak of Envy on a day-to-day basis. They've been warming up into their performance, and this is when it absolutely matters most, folks. The final line.
Envy on Overpass, a map that they have improved throughout the course of the event, have gotten better day by day. They've had the executions from day 1, but the follow-through and the spacing and the explosiveness and the trading wasn't there. There was better entries yesterday from Drone. There was more op shots being hit from JDM, and he's been one constant for the team that's kept them alive. But it seems now that all of the pieces on Envy have come together. Yesterday on Train, I asked Nifty in the hotel lobby, how come you only had 4 kills on Train? and he said he didn't even notice until the game was over, and nobody else noticed either. And so that's a great sign. I mean, it was him who had the only player who had below 10 kills. I think the only player who had below 20 kills, to be quite honest. But it didn't seem to impact the game overall. A lot of their strategy didn't come down to like strong defaults. There was a lot of execution-heavy stuff, but they had a deep game plan. Although it didn't pan out, I can see that practice coming into effect. But I'm also fearful for them when it comes to Train. What a great shot from Art, the player who yesterday on Cash versus NRG was really not having a good game and has been one of the most important fraggers on this team.
Most certainly has. But now he's down. Nifty's found him some behind the tree. So this is the battle of the bottom fraggers from yesterday. Already kicking it off here in the pistol. You know, Team Envy, they finally started to gel on the T side of Overpass throughout the series. We've seen them play it. It was only once we had that long A aggression and the playground aggression from the likes of Ints that they flopped. You know, they were off to a 9-0 start on the T side of Overpass. And so far, looking to just get that very first round on the board. They are down by a man, 3v4 here, with a deep positioning inside of both long and bathrooms. But the counter-terrorists, you see, they've got that kit and smoke too. That could really throw things into the mix, seeing as now already Caesarado's on the bomb. Terrorists not going to be able to get that frag whatsoever because everybody's have their hands full with the other frags across the round.
All players from Furia get kills and the rest of Envy get taken out. That is a pretty decent post plant by them, but because they couldn't hit their shots, that's obviously a key component in winning the round. There's no doubt about it. Furia had control of the situation, played it very confidently in the 4v3, held on to a smoke, didn't overextend, didn't freak out when when Art died within the site, and that all allowed them to be able to pull that one back safely. So here's the smoke to the back of Monster, as a lot of the Ts have grouped up around middle, and it's just Nifty to be holding an AK. It seems as though Kerrigan's dropped it for him. We saw this 1 AK buy from Furia, funnily enough, yesterday. And it's not totally uncommon to have. Now, I think the best part about this is that normally we've seen teams just full on force after getting a plant on the first round. Here's a situation where they do pull off a buy that you would normally see after not getting a plant, but because of that, save some money and have a chance of winning the round.
This boost system that they're currently using, just putting Nifty on top of heads, this is kind of like at times a 2-layered play. We've seen this kind of sort of eco round from them before. Well, they'll put the smoke here outside of bathrooms, boost Nifty behind it, and try to give him a chance to open up on A site. This round they keep that smoke. Cutler's not going to throw it out. It's just going to be Nifty walking forward, looking for these duels dry. And now, as the T's arrive, he is blown to smithereens. Not to mention that, but there's already a 3-player stack on this bomb site. So unfortunately for Envy, they're going to have their hands full once this entry attempt gets rolling. They do have the scout on Art to assist versus Caesarado, who now locks it down with a double kill and an assist of his own. Everybody from Envy just cut down the moment they got to that A site.
As we saw, the CTs on the site got unblinded. That's because they were able to throw proper counter flashes to push the Ts back and kind of null the flashes that were coming at them. Envy had a chance there to get up close to the site, to get onto the site with the good flashbangs that they threw, but because they got blind, were stopped in their tracks, and Furia come away with an easy anti-eco. Always a dangerous situation when the CTs get up through toilets and up to that initial giant choke point in front of the site. Because it is so wide, it's very easy to entry at times. But again, Furia handle it. So now we move into the next round. Bit of a lead here for Furia. The Molotov misses his mark, which allows the Tees to get a bit farther than I think Ard would like, but he's still going to be quite confident in taking these duels. Runs out with the MP7 and goes 1 for 1. Yuri, however, makes that a frag that wasn't taken in vain here. They've now got 4v3, and although Team Envy are right close to the bomb, they don't have control of the stairs.
Yeah, and a nice angle from outside of short door. You know, looking upwards, you can see the kneecaps. Try to take them down from then on forward. You can still see Abel holding that exact same angle, not only taking JDM to 22 health, just softening up Nifty to 34. The only real way to get past this is to just throw yourself over, and look what happens now. Yuri is supposed to be able to hold that. With the smoke combined, they do arrive down on top of bomb just to their, well, disdain. We've got frags and fire flying through the window, and Nifty hiding in the corner for as long as he can. All the while, Cutler, he's made noise now.
Yeah, 40 seconds up. He didn't know that there was a player in bathrooms, but just starts running so quickly, and he's almost certainly going to get flanked. Even if he doesn't, the bomb will get caught halfway. It's up to Quesarado at what point he wants to take the duel. Also has the option to just deny the bomb plant as it's going down.
Oh, they plant on the other side.
Wow, he gets away.
The rotators are up. Now he's given up his flank, too. This is a chance for Envy. A slight chance, but a chance nonetheless.
Wow.
You know, it's nice that Quesarado, even though, sure, he misses his chance to get the kills himself, you know, can't catch bomb before it gets behind box. At least that whole time, it was a constant stream of information.
He had a lot of information the whole time, as you're saying, and he could have done, you know, 1 of 3 options that would have been completely safe. He doesn't know, you know, how aware they might be of him in bathrooms, but he knows he has Sanctuary there, so he just kind of holds his position. And funnily, I'm surprised the bomb went down for CT, considering they had just come from bathrooms. You would expect that if Cutler had come there and had a teammate come by as well, they would have assumed it was safe, but maybe they were worried about a late stairs flank, which, you know, could have been a potential threat, considering the bomb was dropped just a few seconds ago. Another pistol round here for Envy. They don't have any nades to work with. They have upgraded their pistols. Kerrigan hasn't upgraded his skin, but he is out to Monster and has a good opportunity to try to get a kill. Vinny is just a bit too good, however, and wins it with an AK. They've got to try to get some damage in this round, if possible. It's too early for Furia to be building up this much bank, especially on Envy's map pick.
You praised the T side of Envy from yesterday, but, you know, don't let that make you forget the fact we've also seen them struggle here.
It's so interesting that they banned Inferno.
Yeah.
I'm not personally that surprised, because it felt like Furia were not doing that many good things on Inferno, or in fact doing some visibly bad things on Inferno, but still keeping it competitive. I feel like they maybe were on the fence about whether or not to ban it. Leaving Train in, though, is just as interesting, because we know Envy will play Train, and we know that Furia and Envy both lost to INTZ on Train, right? So, and that made that might have shaken Furia's confidence a little bit, but they do know that INTZ's Train is very good, and maybe don't want to kind of extrapolate too much information from that. But in a third map situation, it could get very interesting. Oh, wow, the temp at the bomb plant. JDM goes down, and, you know, he was at risk of not dying there, so it's probably important that he just exited onto the site. No kills come for Envy that round. Furia go ahead and just upgrade their guns. I think they have an op on Ard. I'm not sure if he carried that over from the last. JDM will, however, have an op for the first time.
Important you bring him up. JDM actually the highest rated player at the minor in the server right now, 1.16. And then right behind him at 1.15, you have the combination of Yuri and Quesarado. Everybody armed to the teeth this round. No opening pick, but they are cautious of that early aggression.
Yeah, so early op duel shied off. Furia fall back the sites. We saw yesterday, Envy had a really easy time taking A when there was nobody up in bathrooms. Here it seems like Furia are scurrying around and making it hard to read. That opening duel from Abel J will make things a whole lot more interesting, however, as Envy start to creep up towards A, but they're moving into 3 people. JDM's op could make the difference. But you imagine a flash will push Art off the angle, and it'll be left in Yuri's hands to try to clean it up. But it seems Envy are going to avoid long entirely. In this situation, it's not going to be very safe to take A.
Right. And this isn't something they really have run into in their previous overpass games. Envy, there are many bodies of Furia here inside the bathrooms. There you go. All three of them successful in their frags. Art, Abel, Yuri, capable. And it's a near team ace if Vinny can seal it off. Kerrigan left alone, does have bomb, could just try to burst his way onto the bomb site and would find it for near free, but, you know, speak of the devil, here's Vinny. Finds him out into the open, exchange of shots, does give Kerrigan another chance. In fact, the rest of Furia are now all behind him, so if he plants dumpster side or has some cover from mid, then yeah, he's still on for something. Mohan, there's also damage. There's a lot of grenades for Furia on this retake, so you can't help but favor them. But Kerrigan's a genius. You know, it's as simple as that. EU talent, big brain. Not an easy one, but let's let our hearts hope high. No, sir, it is cut down. So he tries to reposition, and it's just Furia. Like we said, with the utility and whatnot, they had a good understanding as to where he could be at that moment. Win the duel, win the round, possibly win the half. 5-0 start is strong.
Yeah, that could have been the kill that made the difference because the other two players, as you mentioned, were really low. But that isn't the case today. And Kerrigan at least manages a bomb plant, so there's a bit more money here for Envy. They'll rebuy into a similar position that they were last round. But what we saw this round was basically a default that worked out extremely well for Furia. And again, Envy had a lot of trouble finding out how to get kills versus bathroom control when INTZ started out winning rounds. It was almost 9-0. INTZ won one monster rush, and then after that started playing A completely differently, and Envy lost 6 rounds straight.
Yep.
A lot of that was because of the bathrooms control that was taken, and so it's good to see that Furia are being proactive in this area. JDM's been known to get these opening kills versus rifles on short B with his op. But as we can see, Furia players being very careful about what angles they choose to fight.
Ooh, grenade trajectory may have cost him his life. Yuri plucked off the top rope, and now you can see Envy very much toying with the idea of pushing in here. All the while, Furia getting closer to the entries on the bomb site. And seeing as there's only one man in short, assuming a passive position in Cutler, they could kind of counter the control of Lost Monster by moving forward themselves. They do clear it, not entirely.
If they wait long enough, they might, because they got this false sense of security, rotate one out early. And I'm not sure how far back Abel's gone, but this is pretty much all on Vinny.
Yeah. Did you get that rotate coming down from the A site? An AK firing off is enough to keep him wary. There's the peek from Kerrigan, and he even gets the headshot right through metal. Abel, a headshot penetration of his own. 2v3 now as Team Envy are kind of getting cut down one after another. Molotov onto the bomb site. Vinny's going to play just next to it, and JDM's op has to clutch this. No, not going to happen as Vinny picks up 4.
The stove is electric, but I think they need gas right now, and it's such a slow kind of creep into the site after they get the opening kill. The get out monster, like, go ahead and get the bomb down. Try to wide swing on pit, the one position that wasn't smoked out. I wonder why it was that Envy worked so slowly at that moment. It just seems kind of lackluster. There was no actual threat, and when they crossed into enemy territory, when they crossed that pillar into a position that they know was no longer mollied or flashed, why didn't they throw another flash? And why didn't they go with their initial flashes? Those are questions that they should be asking themselves. It just kind of looked, I don't have a better word for it, but pathetic to be able to see to see them just kind of drift onto the site one at a time.
It's kind of boring.
We saw so many good B execs from this team, as Chet brought up. They had a lot of them. And this was definitely not something that won them rounds in the other matches they played. I actually can't even reference another round where they had such like a lackluster walk onto a site after getting the man advantage and setting up for a full exec. So I don't know. Maybe they're just starting off too slow, and that's working against them. Maybe they're a little nervous, but they need to get fired up because Furia seemed totally prepared as we saw them meditating before the game started.
Meditating beforehand, and I'm sure, you know, speaking of being fired up, getting pumped now that they have that 6-0 start. You know, that energy is already electrifying, whereas Envy still find themselves flat. A little bit of damage as the T's trickle in. Yuri activated back from the corner, just mowing him down on the AUG. That is 4 kills for him, and Arts Op locks down long 7-0. Envy, where are you at?
Absolutely a match and a map that could end the match. Now Furia up 7-0 here on CT side, looking strong as ever. Haven't even been pushed to the limit, so we can't even talk about what adjustments Furia need to make if they are, if they are beaten at the A site at Bathrooms. There's not been a round where Envy have gotten the bomb down, I think, on a rifle where they've looked confident getting into a site. This might be the round they do it, however, but at the same time, Furia keep up the variation. Have gone for a boost over the smoke at A, don't spot anybody, and will fall back quite quickly. They have to be concerned, of course, of the threat that Envy are grouping up for a monster hit. Envy, however, are just trying to remain inconspicuous as they seek out some pushes that aren't actually coming. They do avoid getting opt from Art and have stirred up the rotations quite heavily. Now we look to see what the next step for them is. It seems like they might turn their attention to long. Kind of a bunk flash thrown by Nifty previously to get himself out. It did work, but it didn't go deep enough, and so Art was not even worried to sit there and wait the entire time for the peak. 3 players from Envy creep up now as they take top Bathrooms control, and it's theirs. And once again, they have the control they're looking for. Yuri will be the first line of defense behind enemy lines for Furia.
Yeah, Art's helping him out. Kind of keeping his op floating around, and KS Serato will then even support the opper. So it looked proactive from Envy. They pieced together that long control. They did it rather swiftly, but then Furia take an initiative and seemed to double back here. The utility being thrown out from Monster could confirm their feelings that the B hit is under question, that it is now under siege. But it's Vinny underneath the ledge. This is a great spot for him we've seen as of late. He is looking for these players in the back line, and it costs him. JDM's op has created further space for the bomb to be planted. Yuri walking in. He's going to go silent. KS Serato just next to him, and we do still have that art towards Graffiti. Now he peeks upwards, catching Drone by surprise as Short is still smoked off. JDM hitting the first shot, nearly the second, but now he's seen all 3, and he cannot get the kills. That's the biggest problem. It's left Nifty alone, 1-7 at the moment, looking for the first round on Envy, wins the duel, peeks out, but a moment too slow. He is going to rob the defuse. Yuri, that's just unfair.
Yeah, unlucky. They pull the retake off, and it didn't seem like they would have enough time to do it. Envy cannot come back from that 1v2 easily. They do have enough to buy up here, but how the round started was obviously this kill from Yuri to take that to a 5v4, maintaining long control and clearing any suspicion that it might be A. So the rotations can come out, but Envy were a lot faster this time about entering the site. The trades were really good. JDM covered the bomb planner. And ultimately, it just comes down to the post-plant situation where they can't deliver. Art, oh my goodness. Gets a fantastic kill, but an even more ridiculous shot back from JDM. What was that trade? We'll have to catch that on the replay. That was absolutely nuts.
Then, however, Nifty's found walking into the scope of Yuri. Sniper having picked up both the opening kills for Furia at the moment, and all while that action was unfolding at A, we've had Able J push up into short. This is going to be good information for him with Vinny as well. Not inside of the bomb site as we've seen, but floating towards the short connector. Or so he was. He will actually assume a similar position as to where he's been at, but that's where Drone will catch him flying through the skies. And they know something else could be sitting in wait towards short, so smoked off, but how wary? How wary are they of this potential flank? It's already in position. JDM's gonna peek out, not anticipating it to be so close to him. Now Cutler's gonna look to get close to his opponents, walks forward into KS Serato, who's confirmed both bodies for Envy, and him and Yuri will take them both down. 8-0 from Furia, about to be 9.
Another round where they get that fantastic entry that's required. Drone, it was so reminiscent from Drone for him to get that jumping shot, and yet they don't pull it off in the post plant. We saw it a lot from the CT's perspectives, how they were able to get the kills they did, But what we don't know is like how Envy are not hitting the shots. Here, for example, they cross up for the double peek, and I guess because the angle's too tight, they can't trade that kill, but you know, it just has got to happen at a certain point. And I think either of those could have been absolutely pivotal. If JDM had killed the flank, or if they had taken the AUG down in CT spawn, then they have a whole different post-plant situation. They could push in. The AWP is probably not going to have an easy fight for himself. They could get to heaven control and play post-plant from there. Art the hero from last round. Oh, spots. And then just the side of drone, and that's all he'll need. Absolutely no assistance as Envy have made their way on a fast track to A.
Yep, they're just going to take that death and try to make the most of it. Moving inwards, Cutler a little delayed, and importantly so, seeing as he will find Yuri. Now Art's going to boost the man up and over. This is KS Serrato with a chance. He's going to duel versus Bathrooms and lose his head for it. The players within this bomb site still trying to fight their way outwards, taking damage, but finding themselves with a temporary advantage. JDM has a gap to play. He's going to throw down a smoke of his own, and this gives him further space. Remember, bomb, well, it's on top of Optimus Prime. And JDM's watching the mid-site cross. Here's the bomb tap, knowing Art is on it. A molly that doesn't quite hit the mark, but JDM's op sure will. Envy on the board, 10 rounds deep.
Absolutely heads-up play from JDM. Nice in the 2v2 to use that smoke for cover so that he could cross. There's obviously a situation where he doesn't use that smoke and tries to dry peek. Could have got traded out 1-for-1, and the Bathrooms post plant would have been useless versus Optimus. So you know, you've got to give him all the credit there. He bails Envy out of a tough situation. They're going to need to put the two in a row together. Otherwise, this story will be a short one. There's now a attack pause called from Envy as they try to figure out what they should do next. The pace was kept high on that round. They did lose drone really early at stairs to Art, but after that kill, immediately made their way up A. And Cutler lagging behind at long actually worked out quite well.
Yeah.
As there was somebody there, but I think because of all the footsteps heard ahead of him at long, it made it so that I think it was Yuri was not prepared for the thought of a flank.
Shot. You know, we always talk about that, players jumping into position and dying because of it. This round we had it behind the wall. Round prior on the B bomb site. Remember, Vinny gets caught jumping onto the wood by drone. So at least Envy making the most of those minute opportunities, taking the advantage when they can. And taking initiatives too. We've got JDM thrown up behind sandbags already. CT doubling back right into the crosshair.
That's big. That's the player who's supposed to be watching Monster, so they might be aware that there isn't a second one. However, Art's there to try to equalize and doesn't find an opportunity, misses an op shot and falls back to site. B is basically wide open. Able J, oh, excuse me. They've got a stack here to watch Monster.
Just dancing on his head.
So there's still an opportunity. I would be worried if I was in this position because JDM was totally aware of it last time. 3 on the beam bomb side as a minute passes by. And Envy have decided to group out for the monster hit.
Molly can section players off. It's going to cost him a little bit of health, but Nifty on the entry, running over top of the barrels, doubling back as Art gets that op into position. There's a smoke of his own as well amidst it. Abel just dodging bullets at the moment. And Nifty still takes that high road, pushes forward with Cutler, both of which cut down. JDM has something in the round, but nothing more than one. Immediately once Envy get on the board, it's Furia to bounce right back. 2 survivors for them, and that B hit is really not working out at the moment.
No, I mean, they try to get in the site a lot more fast. I mean, they were adamant about pushing for pick control and try to get their kills that way. I think that's better than when they couldn't even get to the bomb plant zone and seemed to only have the objective to put the bomb down, but did it so slowly that it made it easy for Fury to separate their engagements. At least here they push through, but it's a bit discombobulated. They end up running through their own smokes and giving the CTs advantages. And as we saw, the AUG was able to just light them up, and I don't even think there was a shot back in their direction. So Envy lose a critical round. What more can you say? They've only got 1 round in this half. They managed the 1v2 from JDM, or the 2 kills in the 2v2, excuse me, from JDM to pull him back. He is able to pull back, or to pull out another 5v4 by just walking up short B for free. An individual play that's just something you can credit him for and no one else. He's been able to find these miraculous kills in spots when Envy need it, but they aren't helping him out.
Yeah, isn't that the sad reality? The one time we really see JDM kind of go above and beyond on the B site, that one most successful B round, and remember, Furia get the defuse. So, bit of a robbery there. Try your best and still come up empty-handed.
There's so many things that Envy could do differently, and I feel like some of it is just the fundamental stuff, which is kind of unfortunate. Like even on that train match where they, you know, kept losing, executing versus INTZ and just getting destroyed by these like great off angles they were holding. There's so many good things to say about the way INTZ were playing. In this situation, yeah, Furia are doing great, holding their own, but it really doesn't feel like Envy are giving them a run for their money. And once again, it feels like because they're not getting pushed that next level, it's hard to even talk about what they should try to change. It's like they need to do what they're doing already a little bit better. But at least the tempo's kept up. We know, or something that we talked about was just that they, on T side, have been moving quite quickly, whether it's fast execs or going for map control quite quickly. And because they're somewhat of a new team, it makes sense for them to not play the round out until the last 10 seconds and meticulously work map control in tandem in different spots across the map. It's probably better for them to just group up or split and carefully work map control, but try to keep it at a relatively high tempo. They've also got a lot of fraggers that are willing to take fights, and I feel like using that and just heightening that will result in much more successful rounds. But here they're struggling in almost all departments.
Yeah, the fragging one as well being a crucial error, and that is where we saw Furia dispatch of Envy last time they matched up on Overpass. You know, it wasn't necessarily critiquing the rotations and decision-making of Envy at the time. It was just more so Envy being outclassed, Furia looking sharper. But Envy still capable of cutting through this B site if necessary. Vinny waiting on the edge of the smoke, finds the trail of the T's and takes down the backside. Abel can't find anything further than one, so at least it's efficient trading going in for Envy, enabling the bomb plant. But now what? Well, Art's up into the heavens, and Kerrigan catches a player down towards Graffiti, but it's traded back all onto Drone. He's been impressive individually here on Overpass. Can he give us the clutch? He's got KS Serrato close. He's just gonna let KS Serrato walk forward, jumps the gun, tries to spray, and walks into his own death. Riddled like Swiss cheese. Envy still on one.
Yeah, what can you say? Good round from Furia. They perform the retake. Envy try to brute force their way into the B site. They get the bomb down one more time, but Furia get the round 12-1 as we move into and we near the end of the first half. Pretty disappointing performance so far from Envy. There's no real way to sugarcoat it. I think unfortunately for them, they look like a shadow of themselves. And I'm talking about a shadow of them from yesterday, where they actually looked pretty fantastic. And on this map as well, Furia could be a great challenge for them. Kerrigan said earlier today that he wasn't going to get caught off guard by Furia again. He said he'd never played them before, so even though it's kind of been understood that Furia have been amazing in scrims, and a lot of teams have been waiting to kind of play them at a LAN, they haven't been proven. They have been now, and they've been putting up a fight. But at the moment, it feels like a professional boxer versus an amateur boxer, and it's like just. No, you know what it feels like? It feels like two amateur boxers, but one, practiced for 6 months, and then one got drunk last night and showed up. And that's not what Envy did. I know for a fact they didn't do that. That's not at all what I'm implying.
But jumping through smoke on a gun buy as they filter forward into the B-bomb site's not going to work out either. They do still get some trades back in. Nifty and JDM with a little something after Vinny holds the line entirely, but the flank's so fast, the rotation's so swift. It's looking to me like Furia are going to the major.
It feels like it.
Like it's just that's what they've showed up to accomplish here today.
Yeah, things can go map by map, but yeah, this is Envy's map pick. So yeah, it's hard not to harp on it. Fortunately for them, just kind of a force up as we round out the half. And once again, they don't get into the B side. The rotations are good enough for Furia.
they really struggled to get past kind of that barrel/column control on the B bomb site. Vinny's been locking that down whenever he is tested.
And the individuals are just super sick from Furia. I mean, even on Cash yesterday versus NRG, they look so nuts that, like, even though NRG, like, maybe were less prepared than them on Cash, should have still just destroyed them, and they made it close. There were so many incredibly heroic individual plays from each of these players.
Okay, Zerato puts down that Molotov. Drone's the only man to go through it. 17 HP, but behind enemy lines. So this is going to cause some awkward situations for them. They know exactly where he's at as he fires off, knowing, of course, that he's being encapsulated. Now, Nifty, they may not expect him because the rest of the team has left here. They actually didn't hesitate at all, going all the way back to the depths of which they came, through spawn towards B. And what are they going to find when they get there? It's just graffiti control. Furia evacuating the bomb site, offering that over, and still then just taking it away the moment NV have it. We've got the bomb thrown down into the open. JDM floating around here, swapping to the AK, tries for the headshot as Nifty does get this flank downwards. But now, surely they find out because they're about to lose one of their own.
Was JDM worried about getting mollied out? Is that why he peeked? This could have been a good situation where if Nifty had a bit more time to work, could have pulled off a sick flank.
Almost hits Art as well, still just tapping away at him. 15 seconds means he's got to get this one rolling. Will catch the head of Art. That's 2 frags, good wall spam.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's just got to get moving at this point.
Ooh, he could have seen the player. He did. Abel's down. For sure, no. Uses the covers, peeking wide. 14-1. That's right. 14-1. Furia with a masterclass on the CT side of Overpass, just dismantling Envy on their map choice. So we're going to give Envy a couple of minutes to catch their breath, try to figure out where the hell they are, and we will be back with that second one. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We are back with the second half. Furia swapping over to the T side, Envy on the defense, and I'd also say the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's fair to say. Yeah, unfortunate half to say the least, and not much wiggle room for them to come back if they even mess up the pistol here. So could be last chance saloon as we move into the second pistol. 14-1 half for Furia. They look fully in control, ready and prepared. And we know Envy were prepared, but they didn't seem ready.
Seems like they could be ready for this pistol round. I mean, we've got 8 players stacked up between the two teams. They are going to clear corners and lose heads. At the same time, the trade frags are there for the moment. Nifty could get it all done. It's him versus Abel inside of the staircase. He's going to try to escape, and Cerrado just chips away at his health yet again.
Yeah, they just bully him back in the 2v2. Options are open for both sides at the moment. It's Furia who can obviously control what bomb site they go to, and it looks like they're going to take the attention over towards Kerrigan. The smoke is going to make it hard to actually spam this. Kerrigan looks for the opportunity to kill him as he exits the site and actually does get that frag. They know Cerrado, excuse me, is just lagging behind. The bomb gets tapped and forces Cerrado's position. He's going to move out to spam the bomb. But now, in the Sanctuary of Sandbags, is he going to be okay? There's a chance here for him to separate the engagements, but Envy pull it out and they at least get a second, or at least get the pistol. I really did think that Overpass was going to be a map that, leading into the Major and during the Major, a map that will be more and more CT-sided as people simply just get better with the AUGs. And the AUGs have been such a boon for the CT side, as we've seen in this minor and just recent matches in general. But, you know, 14-1 is just obviously too much, and that's no excuse for the half that Envy had, obviously. But at least there's, you know, maybe a chance that this game could be somewhat competitive. We'll find out.
They buy up. Why not? Fury are probably boiling over with confidence at the moment. So we've got Art and Cerrado sacrificing their splendors over to the 3 other players here. SG, double AK, hell, even 2 nice belts of utility.
Some really nice defaults from Furia that allowed them to kind of dismantle Envy, whether it was inside or outside the bomb site. Here on the T side, let's see how they play, considering what they attempted to pull off in the first half. That SG will be recycled as Art picks it up. But a good opening kill from JDM to get information and a frag on long.
These are the boosts that I was talking about. Envy had used them on their T side earlier this week. Never really actually saw it come out today, but it is successful for Furia on the fall off. That smoke grenade fades. They clear Cutler out of the corner. Now they're looking to test this B bomb site with a 2-2 split. If they hit short and monster, then there's definitely pressure falling onto the shoulders of Drone. He does have the support of Nifty on short, but Nifty will be preoccupied with 2 players of his own. Drone gets neither. They just bounce around in the middle of his screen, and because of it, it seems like Furia have themselves a site. Kerrigan can't even get one from the heavens. JDM takes the flank by storm, at least removing Art from this situation, but it's a 1 versus 3 and a 4K in the round that he'll need. No kit on him and no information as to where that second man's at. He'll take the long flank around. Should be able to clear this deep corner. Cerrado's in it. He's bouncing off of the rounded roof of course, that tunnel, but blindsided, completely blindsided by Abel. Goes for the aggressive peek, gives him the bag, and gives Envy 13 rounds for a comeback.
An easy match point here for Furia. A great flash on Drone, did just enough to displace his aim and disallow him from being able to have a fair fight. As we can see, arm over face, gets taken out by the deagle of Cerrado, who actually turns it into a multi-frag. And then the post plant's obviously pretty easy. JDM does give it his best shot, coming in for the 1v2 retake through Monster, but only gets 1. Goes down, and once again, Furia are back into the power position. And we see a round like that loss, and we can directly point to just mechanics, and maybe their setup also got called out. It seemed fairly obvious to Furia that somebody was on the right side of Monster.
Yep.
We know Drone has drifted there many times on overpass, and also Cutler's position. Not a totally uncommon position, so it might not have been read based, but that little bit of spam just to push him out, and then
position that's even more common when they see that smoke outside of mid A.
In the case Cerrado heard footsteps here.
He's going to catch Drone on the push-up. There goes JDM as well in mid, so both sides of the map softened up. Just pistols remaining here for Envy.
Furia play a strange but interesting brand of Counter-Strike. I've heard some players call them random. I've heard them call them good. I think I haven't seen the random too much, honestly. I've seen a lot of good.
Yeah, even great.
Yeah, even great.
Just tearing through this B site too. So Cutler's flank, and then that rotation from Nifty with the scout, which hasn't actually got all too much damage this round. He's looking to cut somebody off from short. Bomb actually circumvents the threat. That's now planted. Art looking upwards. Cutler falls down on him. And oh no, they've had enough. They've been through enough already. You're gonna stab the poor guy. Cutler sliced. And Nifty down, folks. 16-2 Furia Esports. Hot damn. What a way to start off this series. And what a way to start off a series that's not just to continue your life at this tournament, no, but to qualify for IEM Katowice. Sure, they lost to NRG yesterday. They did have a good showing. They had some stuff to impress, but this may have been some of the most impressive. If we talked about the gap between NRG and the rest of the teams at this minor, Furia are looking to make a similar argument for themselves here today.
They seem pretty ecstatic about the map, as they should be. Again, it is Envy's map pick, so that is probably going to be the biggest threat out of the way. They move on to Cash. They had strong individual performances on Cash. Cash is a map that highlights strong individual plays, and Envy don't seem to be showing up in that department today.
No, I mean, you can see the disappointment on them, but let's give them time. Let's give them time to try and reset before we move on to Cash. It's Furia's map choice and potentially Furia's playground unless Envy can bully them back. Folks, we will see you after the break.
The champions of ESL 1 Cologne.
Do you remember?
Welcome to the Cathedral of Counter-Strike.
Think you've seen it all?
Are you ready to be a part of Counter-Strike history?
ESL 1 returns to Cologne in 2019.
Think he can't clutch through a smoke while recording in full resolution and streaming the play to the world? Watch this.
Counter-terrorists win.
Think he can't get famous in a flash? Like become your own meme famous? Watch this. Think he's been there, done that? With Intel Core i7, he's just getting started. Game, record, stream without compromise on Intel Core i7.
Prepare for combat. Go forth and conquer.
I've been there since the beginning. Every map, every frag, every moment. I run, but I never hide. With knowledge comes power, and power is to be wielded wisely. Which is why, as the expert, I bet with Betway. If you know CSGO, then you'll know the best way to bet on esports is with Betway, for the love of the game.
Light them if you got them, because the only people lit up around here are envious after that troublesome showing there on the first map of this series. Overpass not going any way, shape, or form in the way that they could have wanted it to, but Furia, boy, they were ignited, some might even say.
Yeah. What's going on, Chad?
Have we started?
Yeah, the show's on.
Yeah, actually, we actually...
Oh, that was so quick. I didn't even realize we got underway. What an absolutely abysmal showing from a team that only has, what, how many maps is it? They have a total of 12 maps on record. So if we want to put it in context for a team that's only come together in a short amount of time, yeah, you know, you expect them not to be able to do too much.
Now, one thing that I think sticks out to me the most is obviously there will be questions and comments and this and that and the other about BM in the server, but honestly, give me a competitive title, traditional sport or esport, that shouldn't play a factor into, that shouldn't be allowed.
I can't give you one. I love it.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Why not?
I think that actually, it's like psychological warfare, right? It has to play in a way. And the fact that you're spamming a dead body or that you are teabagging somebody, I don't see any harm in that. It's in the server. Once we get out, we're all friends. You know, everybody's friends at the end of the day, usually, most of the time.
I guess we are. But no, I mean, in addition to the fact that, you know, as Envy, you keep on losing all the close ones. There's a bunch of 3-on-3s, situations like that. And then on top of that, you're getting teabagged on the server. I mean,
it's frustrating.
If there's anything else that's going to eat you alive, I'm not sure what that would be.
Yeah, you know, we could really talk about this map a few times over, but there's just not a whole lot to talk about. What we will talk about instead is the next installment of the series, so far known as the Envious Bashing of 2019.
I wanted to say, out of respect, we're not going to go and talk about Overpass any longer.
And I think that's going to be a talking point in its own, right? We're going to flip the page over to Cash, and if you're envious, you kind of have to erase that from your memory. You have to pretend that map never even happened.
MIB type of stuff, right?
It's easier to do.
Yes.
It's easier to do than a 16-14 loss, right? A game that's super close, and you know you made some mistakes. In a game where you get blown out of the water, it should technically be easier to just go, all right, well, let's just brush that one off. The problem is that was their map choice. That is the issue in this scenario here. So we're now going on to the map choice of Furia, where we saw some really creative things yesterday. And not only that, this Envious roster does not have an official game played on record on Cache.
Now, you talk about creative things and perhaps some of the things that we saw come out of Furia, and we did see some really cool things right off the bat. We're talking even pistol rounds, maybe even some clips for you there, Chad.
Yeah, we can probably run through this. I think Natsu and I have been very impressed by the tactics that these teams have been pulling out, and this is one on the pistol round with so much utility. We highlighted it yesterday, but I want to point it out again. If you look at the bottom left of your screen, 4 players with utility on the T-side pistol round. That is a lot of investment right there.
And I want to just point it out that normally, in a normal situation, having this much utility, not a great idea.
Yeah, it can be something that can be exploited, definitely if the other team knows you go for this. But the cool thing here is they do a very basic A take. They take the bomb site, but the next layer to this is the way that they use their utility. They have the 2 HEs there. You're going to see them get thrown over towards truck. And then they still have 2 smokes left. These smokes are going to continue to play in towards that red box container. So it forces the CTs to have to go between forklift and the red box, which means they're open between A main, squeaky door, quad, and fork. So they're funneling all of the CTs into an alley of death. And this is such a fantastic strategy to use. Sure, they didn't win the map, but it's fantastic innovation.
And that's what's most exciting about this. It's not just shooting of bodies in the game. It's not just the passion, the fire, and maybe even the meditation that we're seeing pre-game. It's also some of this innovation that we're seeing in the game as well. Is this an exciting team to watch? Do you feel that this could be their ticket into the major?
I mean, they just, 16-2, 16-3, that first map, I think they have a very, very good chance. Those kind of things you can only do once, right? That's the only problem. But then it kind of showcases you the fact that they like to innovate, right? You can always do similar things towards that B bomb side as well. If you have any hunch of how the CTs like to play in the pistol round, right? But in the big picture right now, you're just looking at the way that Furia is playing. I have a hard time seeing Envy coming back into that.
One of the maybe the positives for this side of Envious going to this, they did choose to start on the T side, right? So if they want to get those AKs back in their hands and play a little bit more aggressively, a little bit faster, you can do that more so on a map like Cache than a map like Overpass, where you need to get the map control first. So that's one thing going in their favor. But as you pointed out, when they were taking the bomb sites, they were losing close rounds, right? They were losing 3v3 post plants. That's still going to be a factor coming in. And I think that it's very troublesome signs for this team right now, because getting back into it or getting the car started, it seems to be a problem.
And you definitely want to get the car started on the first map rather than in the second map still trying to cold crank it. Guys, it's a little cold over on the Envious side. It's cold outside, and Envious is going to find themselves outside of this major equation real quick if they don't pull it all together. Can they do it on Cache?
The silver lining for Envy right now is the fact that you have players like Nifty, you have JDM, the 2 players that I can think of being really good on cash in number of occasions. So if they are capable of doing things like they've had in the past, and Envy and Carrigan gets his head straight, yes, they do have a fighting chance here, but the big picture is not looking great.
Look, I think that it's too much of a task right now for this Envious team. I think mentally today they're probably out of it. They still get another shot tomorrow. So I think this just is a 2-0 to Furia.
Well, it could be that simple, and we'll see in due time. That time is now. We're going over to Cash, and I'm going to need you to go on your favorite social media networks and use hashtag IEM to get involved in the conversation, because I want to hear what you've got to say. That's right. We're going to be gaming, recording, and streaming without compromise, live and uncut here as we look to send our next team onward into the majors. And to do that, to tell that story, will be none other than Scrawny and his friend Mohan. Take it away, guys.
Friend, that's a stretch of the imagination, I think.
What, colleague? We're just colleagues now?
I was thinking business associate.
Business associate, wow, acquaintance? Okay, that's fine.
It could be one map separating Envy from defeat and Furia from IEM Katowice, folks. It's a hell of a game coming off of Overpass, and I've got to say, I'm in the same boat. I think this is 2-0 Furia today. I think they want it. I think they've already got it in their back of their own minds.
Yeah.
And, you know, with the energy they were kind of dishing out versus Envy, the bad manners and whatnot, I'm all for it. Let's go.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not even sure what prompted Stunna to say that. Maybe it's just a general community reaction in the past to that kind of behavior, I suppose. But yeah, it's part of the game. And as was mentioned, psychological warfare. It's something that has won many things in all of sports history, and at least assisted in it.
In much of
CT
history.
Setup, yeah, much of history. CT setup here. 3 players to the back of the site. Very strong positions that need to normally be mollied out. One of those mollies will come the way of Quad. Fence is still wide open, however. And Vinny?
Well, he's tapping away. He was very key, actually, to the CT side of Furia versus NRG yesterday from this very same position. Just kind of holding down Fence, always back around Quad, keeping his team in it. But Envy are gone.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. They've got JDM to push through the B bomb site, and not a single CT in sight. So the A stack seemed to be the right read, but Envy kept their options open, even with all of that utility flying out of A main.
They have Cutler as well behind the enemies. Ooh, damn. One tap, dirt nap from the backside. He even catches the next player in. That's Vinny. But Yuri's the one who has a chance at actually catching kills here. Kerrigan drops him as Vinny moves forward. And this keeps things interesting. He's going to go ahead and jump onto the bomb with the smoke on top of him.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't have a kit. This is a 10-second defuse, halfway gone. Vinny has half of his health. The terrorists start to get a little scared, and they will ultimately still win the round. 1-0 for Envy, kicking it off with the front foot.
Came close at the end with the diffuse and the smoke, and almost a full 10-seconder, but Furia don't win the round. Envy will get the bomb plant the round, and it's partially thanks to JDM. I don't know if it was the initial strategy to throw kind of a fake and escort Cutler out, but it seemed pretty deliberate what they were trying, and I guess maybe JDM was so close to the B wall he heard the rotates out of the site and spotted an opportunity, called for everybody to come back. And yeah, for Furia, I think it is kind of a guessing game for them, as there are no matches played for Envy, and they have not played Envy in scrims prior to this event. So there will be a lot of stuff that Envy could potentially employ to catch Furia off guard, and we know that they are a tricky team. B push here on the pistol, or on an eco round. It's all USPs, and they get all the information, but since there are no kills, they're going to hastily rotate back through their site and make sure that mid hasn't been compromised. Vinny will be the first point of contact for Furia on A. This would be a long-range Zeus.
Extra long. He's going to try to even get close. For a moment, you can't help but root for him. He's not going to find it in the end. Cutler giving space towards A as bomb is planted. Very successful anti-eco here from Envy.
Part of the reason we're so hesitant to even think that Envy could work their way back into this map, I mean, well, partially is because we've never seen them play Cash, at least with this lineup, but also just because they played so badly on their map choice, and a lot of it had nothing to do with tactics. It felt like just, you know, they just didn't show any passion when it came to entering bomb sites. They weren't hitting kills. They weren't winning kind of favorable post plants. They even got ecoed in the second half. And so that some of that can come down to confidence. Some of it's maybe because they know they still have the third place qualifier. That bomb tap actually sucks a few players back into the site, one of which will probably die. Oh no, Cutler gets away just in time.
All right.
Nice attempt there from Art to get some extra damage in at the end. And there is going to be a buy-up with Vinny going right to the AUG, his specialized or a specialty weapon.
You were saying yesterday that that he's been using it for a long time now?
Yeah, so somebody tweeted me, and I would love to give them credit, but somebody tweeted me and said that Vinny has been using the AUG for well over a year, just long before any updates, and everybody always called him peculiar for doing it, even when it was expensive, but he has gotten so good at it that he's actually just shown us like an incredible spray, like better than anybody's spray that we've seen so far.
Well, this would be a good time to show it. There's Kerrigan down. He's going to get aggressive into A main, finding Cutler, hitting him too. Down into the depths. That's a second frag for the CTs. Abel amidst the bomb site, even catches the planter and that quad anchor, but Nifty still has forklift. And he's got a Galil to play off of. Such little health, however, makes it a third round not in their favor, folks. It's Furia on the board.
An absolute force to be reckoned with, those AUGs. 5 kills between them, and everybody from Envy goes down. They attempt to execute in the middle of a smoke, which is not uncommon to do, but obviously the toxic position is very, very useful while that smoke is still up. As soon as the smoke goes down, spotting over top of it, you can get crushed from A main. If there's an opper, like JDM is sitting at the back of A main, he's usually going to win that duel, so it becomes a much more precarious spot, but I guess he was fortunate that Envy decided to ruthlessly execute without wasting any time. JDM goes for the blind op shot through the smoke at mid, is not successful. Vinny does spot into A main and notices there's at least one player here who'll also hear this reload. And now is just going to re-aggress without any flash. Won't be able to fall back, and oh my goodness, pulls out the double AUG frag, but JDM goes ahead and trades instantaneously.
Yeah, let's see if Art can continue to cut down the numbers. We'll have a vision on Squeaky Door, sees the shoulder, catches Cutler. 4 versus 2 at this point. We've got Nifty feeling out the A site. Bomb's actually in tow behind him on the opper, and Nifty, well, they haven't seemed to find him just yet.
Art has a Molotov, but he's on Cat right now, so it might be hard to kill Fork in this situation. Could come down to Nifty's position. I didn't even realize that wasn't a T. Quesarado on the big flank through Squeaky, leaving JDM alone. He was saying that he and JDM had good chemistry in 2vx's.
Yeah.
And they showed it off, obviously, on Dust 2.
Both those 2v4s yesterday had Nifty in the mix.
Right. Definitely coming alive in the mid round.
If that's one thing that I'd like to praise as well with Envy is like at least these, normally not in this instance, of course, but we saw some really cool mid-round plays from them when they're in those disadvantageous situations, or even when they're just playing bomb sites together, like the JDM Cutler synergy, Nifty JDM, Nifty Cutler. You know, we saw some solid holds, and I wonder how much of that is kind of Kerrigan's fixation on the communication within the team. You know, he had an interview with HLTV where he mentioned that sometimes at this tier of North American Counter-Strike, comms can be kind of hectic, you know, a little sloppy. Well, in my mind, you start tightening up that communication, you are going to start unlocking, you know, that next level of team play.
Yeah, Nifty said,
we've seen it
from him, his own mouth, he said that he felt like with JDM, if he would tell JDM to do something in a 2v whatever, that JDM would just do it immediately, and vice versa. And so they just had a good, I guess they liked each other's ideas, and they were able to both be good listeners in those situations, and that just made things seamless. Here is an eco round for Envy. JDM with the op, obviously. He's going to lead the charge. I think they were going to attempt to, or hope that he gets an op pick so that they could just crush B really quickly. But now that they get smoked out, it seems like they'll slow down the pace. They have the smokes to smoke checker out completely, so B main and checker. And that is kind of a good strategy on an eco round to get into the site. How they utilize JDM, though, will be a big question mark. But with plenty of time left on the clock, they seem happy to wait. They are at risk of obviously getting pushed. Furia is not going for that push. But I'm sure they're tense and thinking about the odds and probabilities that Furia might.
Off the flash from his teammate, Yuri opts not to move.
Yeah, and Envy didn't move either, which I think that's all the flash was meant to see. So this could work.
Remember that op will be giving support. Kerrigan actually dies right behind him. So yeah, Yuri coming out of the corner is good for 3 frags, swapping to the USP. He'll just get an assist on that 4th kill. and Cutler could easily be the fifth. He's waiting. Wants to rock that P250 as much as he can, but no sir, nothing other than empty hands. It's Furia 3-2.
I've said yesterday that the match they played versus Furia on Cash, it should have been a lot more one-sided, but Furia just had so many crazy individual plays that brought him back into it. Yuri was at the forefront of that on our screens, playing the vent, playing B rotator. He was just outstanding when it came to the CT holds, so expect more of those for sure. They seem to have carried over a lot of the confidence and momentum that they had yesterday. Buy up here as Envy don't have all the guns they want. They go for mid control. Art gets pushed back into vent. And I don't think they know exactly where he is.
No, he could very easily come back into this. Opts not to. Will drop down from his vent position. And now the real test falls onto Vinny. He will section off the E-box push. Single kill for him. Drone, good trade. Creates that space in the face of the truck. Oh, vision blocked off with this utility usage.
Look at this. Quesarado actually just pulled out of the smoke from the site just to play the retake. So they've got the 4v3 and they have 2 Molotovs and an HE and a smoke for A main.
Right. All the kits in the world they could ask for too. So time not going to be too big of a problem, but maybe Nifty can. He's going to be that first point of contact. Puts a couple bullets down range. They're going to know he's over here, so we do see that retake molly come out. The next one hits the quad. Cutler's going to throw back the only grenade that the T's now have, and the counter-terrorists really have to get this rolling. This is when the pressure starts to sink in. Cutler cleared from behind, Drone with an additional kill. There's nobody on the bomb just yet, and because of that, they shouldn't have it, no sir. That right there is Envy tying it up at 3.
Yeah, they do pull it off. It was that late and that last second Molotov from Cutler. Good on him to hold it for so long. Really changed the game for Furia. They really wanted to come in through the site, but instead had to wrap around red or wait the full 7 seconds to come through. Couldn't make that decision quickly enough, and Envy go ahead and capitalize on that. It looked like it was about to get sketchy considering they left Art in the vent and didn't seem to know that he was there. The flash went over mid. He took a few shots and then backed off, but even he was too scared to peek mid and assumed it was very obvious that he was in vent, and that made it so that there was actually 3 people dedicated to B. He would have been the other fast rotator over towards A, and so it came down to Vinny as Quesarado was back in the site and eventually gave up the site to try to hold all by himself. He could only get 1 kill, and Envy picked a good way to execute on A. I don't know how much of it was them realizing that Furia were going to be light on A, but was that Furia? Vinny actually got 2 kills there, but they still picked the right site. So kudos to them. They had limited information, but they made a good read, I guess, off the back of it. And now they once again turn their attention to B.
Smoke deep down, Molotov further. Yuri, I mean, he saw these players. That's a nice little bit of utility coming out from Envy. Molotov to block him off and push him back. Frag grenade to catch it. He sits to 63. Nifty charging forward on this MAC-10. There are still counter-terrorists on the defense here. They have that checkers control, and Art's secondary op is just cutting down the numbers. Yuri's buying time for his teammates to come over as fast as they can, and all the while, bomb's been thrown out into the open. Quesarado, nice hit. Finds the timing in from vents, delays Envy further. Nifty's scared at this point, and I don't blame him. The utility's gone from the T side. They should still be able to plant, but Vinny's deep frag grenade is certainly going to hit Nifty for some damage. Could even kill him. Oh, 5 HP the difference as Kerrigan gets a very crucial headshot. Now that leaves us 2v2. Last flash out for Furia, and they're not able to burst off of it. Therefore, just going to have to walk in dry with Kerrigan prying his eyes down towards headshot. Vinny does still get outwards. Nifty's going to fall to a single bullet, and if Kerrigan was dead, that'd be one thing, but he locks down the round. 3 for him in a crucial moment, individually showing up.
Absolutely. Fantastic round from Kerrigan. Those 3 kills were all very and equally important. Envy go for the crazy execute onto B, and Furia do a great job of standing strong. They delayed for a long time. The rotators got kills. There's a few moments there where you think, okay, Furia are just going to be able to collect themselves and bring this back, but you got to appreciate that all of Envy's nades showed us that they were aware of both the op and checker and the player on site, and they tried to isolate them and molly them out. They forced a smoke out on default and an awkward engagement that the MAC-10 ended up winning, and they also pushed Yuri into checker botch, which is not a position that he wants to be in when it's known.
Flashbang to A main. JDM's with one. Drone spraying him down. Sure enough, Kerrigan dies, but that's it. Furia were all in on the single flashbang. They die together, committed to the cause.
I also wonder how much it's crazy because Furia just playing so well, you know, at their first like really big LAN together. But I also wonder how much, you know, they're still human. Like they have to experience pressure, right? I mean, like I feel like Kerrigan, no matter what his stock after all this is said and done, has risen because he's kind of performed above expectations with a random team, even though the players are quite good and have their own individual storied performances. But for Furia, like this is kind of like everything. They've never done it before. You know, the story is so much greater in that regard.
And kind of with the fall off of Luminosity, we've all been asking ourselves, like, who's the best Brazilian team after MIBR? Well, this major, or minor rather, did have 4 Brazilian teams, only 1 left. Only 1 with a chance to get into the actual event of IEM Katowice, and it's Furia, the team featuring Vinny, who seems to be the AUG god. He'll catch 2 kills by quad, comes in for a 3rd, and he's going to swap out weapons as he tries to figure out where Kerrigan's got off to. No casualties for Furia here in the 9th round. That is flawless.
Vinny makes it look so easy, but for a lot of people, they can't control the AUG past the first 7 bullets. He's able to get 2 kills, no problem. Always set himself up for a 3rd kill, and it's not just because of the AUG, it's because he has great positioning. But again, it just seems like he's so comfortable holding down sites by himself with it. Even on a previous round, we saw Cacerado evacuate after his hold fell through, and it doesn't seem like they're relying on playing together too much on the A side, and instead just having him play around the fence or quad, and then either getting kills or not getting kills. Reverse door open to get Vinny up on the boost. They find it to be much safer, maybe because teams oftentimes spam from A main very safely as T's. In terms of time, it's probably about the same. And we have not checked up on this push, but are going to go ahead with some delayed mid-control. Always nice to go for delayed mid-control just because a lot of the CT's Molotovs and other nades and stuff like that come out early. So if you avoid the chance that you take nade damage that wasn't even maybe meant for you. But Art will keep an eye on this. Standard setup from the CTs as he plays from the white box with an op. Seems like a reverse boost in the event is imminent. Smoke out on B main to allow them to do this safely. Doesn't seem like there'll be a remolly. The flash is out and drone goes down.
Yep, nobody even damages him for the push. Nifty tries his best, keeping them sectioned inside the checkers. They really want to, though. They could easily push him. He's alone entirely. We've got Envy starting to move their feet towards A. Once they get here, they will catch Vinny up and above. And when I say catch, well, they may be caught. Not going to clear it. Kerrigan runs inwards with the bomb and throws it out onto the open. So Envy, it's either in or out. They are going to push forward. Nifty's Deagle gets that kill. Don't let your eyes fool you. JDM moving inwards, trying to trade off of this. 8 seconds for the bomb plant to go down. There's just so many bodies being thrown forward, but damn it, Nifty! 4 frags for him, starting off with a Deagle, and he does it based on time.
And you saw him no-scope that guy on Shroud?
Yeah, of course.
Nasty Deagle, man. That was crazy second shot. A round that was much needed. It felt like Furia had the perfect A setup. They look very strong on A on previous rounds, and they deal with a Shroud boost that can always net you a couple of kills because of kind of how little you anticipate it. Kerrigan obviously just running out into the site, not even clearing it, because there's so many other angles to worry about. That's low on your list of priorities. And yeah, partly a part of that is due to just the lack of audio cues as Envy don't go into squeaky with the default. They also don't go into A main or don't do anything quickly. And the late mid control gets shut down as well. Furia looked super solid moving into this round. Really took all the heroics for Nifty to pull this one out, and I'm glad he ran out of UMP bullets so we could see this.
Woo! That headshot. And that does boil down to Furia looking to just envelop the bomb site. You know, they could have played retake with the remainders of the players who did rotate over. And if somebody had just been patient, I don't think that plant actually happens. But they pressured them off it. And here's the cost. We're just going to have some pistols tossed around Furia here in round 11. Down by 2. Got a T side that's starting to piece itself together. I mean, take into consideration, Nifty's 4K just now. That is right after Furia have finally won their 4th round, so...
As soon as that first kill goes down, Art makes his way over the boost just because his teammate kind of makes his position known or allows them to more easily anticipate the thought that he might be there. Very weak pistols left over. And V1 won a pretty important round there, huh?
Yeah, really important one. Definitely enables them to kind of shoot for the stars here with what is left of their T side. Unless Furia can smack them out of nowhere with an upset of their own. But
let's not get crazy.
Not in this round. You know, I'll give him a chance if it was armored pistols. I'd give him a chance if they were still 5 up. But Vinny, not even going to be given an opportunity here. Nifty tries to rapidly clear other corners. There's no one to find, however. Furia are gone.
Should be an easy bomb plant in the 4v2 with lots of guns. Nifty goes ahead and puts it down, covers out. There is the UMP recovered. Able J definitely earned that one. And he can use it on CT side. There's a lot of positions that it'll be viable. Caserado is coming to ask him how he did it. How do I find a gun? Do you know the secret? Oh, okay. I guess you just gotta ask.
No, you take it. No, you take it.
And they'll look to hold exits in this situation. Way more competitive than I'm sure any of us anticipated.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just because of the individual level of Envy seemed to fall flat on Overpass. You know, it's not like we said it wasn't as though they didn't have strategy, they didn't have a game plan. It was very clear their intentions.
That's the crazy part, right? Too.
Unsuccessful intentions. That's all.
Yeah, and like Nifty would have like the map on train, and then go on to do just fine, or just have a great map and then a map like train, and then go on to do just fine. Just inconsistent, but it seems to be on a per map basis. Just most surprised that all went down on Overpass, but they can put that behind them. And it seems like they've done a good job of doing it. They're now into round 12. 7-4 for Envy on the T side of Cash, and this will be the first official map on record with this roster. It could potentially be 100% win rate, which is always a nice stat. Always nice to be able to say you've been undefeated. Caserado has played the spot almost every single round. Very adamant about being in this position. The trade's not out immediately. Oh no, I'm lying. Drone was very quick about that.
Yeah, he's looking for more.
Doesn't even take damage.
Well, he might. Art's arrived. Sees the grenade come out, and he's actually overextended from that white box. So, later Art, and hello Nifty. First round, or first frag of this one. Breaking vents, getting closer. Molotov's gonna push Abel into the open. Or, all right, he'll lock it down. Now, is there any further grenade that could get him out of there? Only Cutler's molly.
Yeah, he's in a good spot to do it too. So they can wait this out and then just hit B. And Furia are just gonna be hoping and praying that they do not have any more impact grenades or Molotovs to flush him out of this position. It'll leave one in the back of B.
There you go, sectioned off.
And he did just flash. So Yuri, can he go superhero mode?
Well, Vinny throws a flashbang for him, but the terrorists hadn't exited yet. Now they are. Outwards they go. No utility left, but Vinny still catching the headshot on a Cutler, pushes Nifty into the clutch. He knows where these players are, but how does he get the duels his way? Anticipates the peak, 20 seconds, and he gets nothing further than the controls of Checkers. They had it pieced together with B main and Checkers, but it was just exiting that became the problem.
How on earth, was that Vinny or Yuri who got the kill through CT with the AUG?
Vinny.
How on earth did he even see him? I don't know if he just timing spammed that, but it was perfect. I want to say the smoke was bad, but it looked like it was just fine. Either way, cut down on the cross, and they even had this double peak repaired, so Yuri was not taking an over risk by strafing right into the crosshairs of Nifty. JDM looks for the timing shot, but Furia are a bit later to mid than he anticipated. Standard nades out. Caserado's not pushing up here this round. Instead, they're just kind of playing a 2-1-2. And they have a good shot when they kind of excavate mid. I think the one exploitable, or the one exploit for Furia is their counter boost and events have been very powerful, and Envy have not remollied or pushed in for vents control. And I think the one round they did, they got shut down. But it doesn't seem like Furia's spots will grant them the opportunity to go for this counter boost. At least not quickly enough that it makes sense. So potentially exploring a good option here as they run out mid with 2. This squeezes Furia into trying to get back map control, and Art comes lurking into A main. And not a flash for a tell, so Envy don't seem to know and won't be alarmed of the threat of this.
Color's just looking to puff his chest a bit from Squeaky Door. Make a bit of noise as we hit that 45-second mark. And then walk back. Now, we talked about the A main aggression coming out from Art. Yuri's been here since the start, just underneath the vent now. Looking into the wall, anticipating the support from his teammates on site, and looking to dodge grenades that may fall out from vents itself. There is a player out there, it's Drone, but the bomb's gonna double back. It's gonna double back towards the A site, and they have to clear these corners thoroughly. They have to be able to stop Art. He's already given himself away. Molotov to try and completely section them off. 10 seconds, Drone needs these entries, and JDM combines with him. 3 frags as a flurry from Envy, getting their feet onto the bomb site just in the nick of time. Kerrigan drops in from vent, and this looks like a clean sweep, nearly. Yuri the only survivor. Envy, hell of a rotate.
Damn, that's ridiculous how fast they got out onto the A site, got all those kills. And it came down to the wire. There was certainly options there for Furia. I think they had just fine spots. They just couldn't meet each other halfway with the kills. Art didn't get a single frag with the AUG and only put the Molotov down that they were happy to run through, knowing that one of the threats on A was taken out, and then Drone and I think it was Cutler swung out highway.
Yeah.
Able to get both their kills in quick succession. So solid stuff.
Thing is actually I think maybe it could have been JDM from A main, and the reason I just bring that up is to point out like the timing was perfect. You had Drone hitting the top of highway just as they arrived on A main, and that's including a player who is in A main meant to slow them down. If Drone doesn't have that additional support, is he going to maintain spray clearing both E-box and truck? Possibly not. So well timed, well entried. Envy have an 8th 3-round lead and a buyback from Furia that costs them everything but doesn't give them much.
Only a scout on Art, and they're back into a similar setup. One that is like less resource intensive, obviously, where they are just keeping an eye on mid, but not smoking mid main. JDM, I don't know if he just hit the craziest flick of his life, but it seemed like he was posted on Z. This, however, will activate Envy. Knowing that they bought is going to be a sigh of relief, I think. Kerrigan looks to just straight up chase this kill to top highway. Caserado shuts them down, however, and this smoke is only going to help the CTs, I think, delay for time and cause some confusion for Team Envy. Caserado goes ahead and recovers an AK. It's flashed through highway to get information back. Are they going to anticipate this? It looks like yes.
Nicely done, JDM. Maybe off of that flash, deciding to double back and just clear it.
Pretty confident for them to do that, and it's so nice to see that, to be honest. They also called them out, but always be kind of a pest for map control.
Moving forward with utility usage, they'll take further control of the B site. You'd think Yuri back here has dropped bomb for a moment. We have 35 seconds and we have bomb control for the CTs. They've lined up. They die together hand in hand. Abel strikes them down and puts JDM into the clutch. He knows there's a man in the back of the bomb site, realizes Vinny would be that rotator, but has just a slight bit of cover here sitting amidst the trash. He's now been spotted, surely. He's gonna go ahead and smoke off Vinny, try to section the gunfight into the back of the bomb site, hits it with a pistol, and the second is his! JDM with 9, as Envy keep it going.
How could you not get hyped about that one? You know when he stops moving, just hands off the keyboard and mouse in the air. And we missed a moment, just barely, but I'm sure he was jovial. That's crazy. And yup, he does hit the op shot of his life. What a fantastic round by him. 4 kills there in the 1v2 with the P250.
And coming into the minor, like before things really started to gel for Envy, yesterday was the best we saw of the team, but that was only the beginning for JDM. He's been the most successful player statistically for this lineup since the very start of the America's minor, excuse me. Furia is still here, obviously, and still here, obviously.
Oh my God.
Caserado, what's that?
That was Art Attack.
Double CZ kill. Art gets aggressive. He'll catch out Cutler. I mean, maybe Envy caught off in their jubilation. they're going to go ahead and give away this last round, so it seems.
An eye for an eye, huh?
I've seen a JDM 1v5 on Cash before.
From this exact same spot, I believe.
I'm just saying. He's going to get boosted upon as players push A main and the flank. His feet can be seen, and he's down for the count. Furia, well, they're not done just yet. 3 rounds the difference, folks, as Envy have an advantage. We'll be back after a break for the second half of Map 2. Three rounds in a row from Furia as we were 5 rounds deep, and then just a couple more sprinkled all across. A little force buy victory to end the half, create a bit of a question as to, are Furia gonna win their map? They dismantled Envy on Overpass, and now here we are. 1 half potentially away from Brazilians at the new challenger stage of the major.
And it was definitely their T side that fell a lot more flat yesterday than their CT side, which was full of heroics. A lot of early damage done as Cutler comes away with the first frag. It's a stack outside of B, but there's still 3 CTs to work through if they want to get into B. And Furia are going to hightail it right through garbage. Or useless. I think there's a Ken there. Might be some trash in it. I don't know. But Furia are instead going to take their talents towards a Cutler. Might have more kills on his hands.
He's sitting back here on quad. We'll have some support by Kerrigan on truck. The rest of the counter-terrorists entirely on that B bomb site, so he's just going to fall off. We're going to play retake, so it seems. That would leave Envy with 2 smokes and the kit.
Interesting to see Furia actually have 2 Molotovs left over, which we saw what that did versus a retake of Furia in the first half, depending on how long Envy take to work into the site.
Let's see. There's down 1 now. We did have Chad kind of picking apart the execution on the retake. Furia trying to trickling Envy over towards Fork and Redbox instead of being able to push up through the bomb site, but that's exactly what Kerrigan's gonna do. His entire team just charges right in. JDM shanks Vinny, and okay, Envy. Wow, take your double digits.
Yeah, they go ahead and take it with confidence. The smoke misses the mark a bit, and that puts them at risk, but there's not even enough time for Furia to think about throwing the Molotov. Both players at quad go down, and Vinny doesn't stand a chance. Wow. Lots of money made for JDM, enough to buy an op if he wants to indulge. I mean,
I want to see, I didn't see amidst this where Kerrigan was at. Okay, he's the man on E-box.
Okay, yeah, just holding that down.
I thought he's just holding W key, running in for the defuse.
Just a discount Negev, just suppressing fire towards quad.
Too many bodies there for Furia to try and hold on to.
It's a full-on deco.
A classic.
Has mixed results. It's probably one of the better maps to do it, to be fair, but it is pretty expensive, and it's gonna rely heavily on Envy peeking things that they probably don't need to, and Op should be fine. But Fury have been quite strong on ecos. Small opportunity missed. You can start to tally those up, and
we also know they have pretty good aim, Launders. We've seen them hit some headshots. Why not do it with a Deeg? Art has found an opening. He'll creep through Z. Kerrigan lying in wait on the other side.
some map control taken. Tense situation as Furia.
Oh, there we go. Shoulder spotted. Kerrigan backs up just a bit. He's going to know now Z is susceptible. All the while, keep your eyes on the radar. Furia, they've got their footing at the B bomb site, and the defense comes in the form of a tagged up drone and Nifty with a nade in his hand.
Yeah, the only problem is it's going to be hard to actually charge the site with these guns, so
yeah,
they don't get this opening kill.
So far, so good for Envy. Vinny will catch one. Kerrigan goes up to the heavens, taking shots over from B main. 20 seconds left over, and Drone drops a molly to block off anybody pushing from lane. They can wait this out, but they will be left down to the last few seconds of the round. And then the big question is, how long can Drone survive? With an MP9 and teammates so hot on the rotation, they've got it, but he's got a FAMAS. 8 seconds for KS Serrato. He's gonna just try to plant, desperately getting it in, and not even. Cutler runs him down, and that's Envy to 11.
Yeah, round ends just at the 4-second mark. The Deagle round looks scary. There's a small chance there where they're able to get all the kills necessary. Taking Z control was pretty big, but Kerrigan was aware of it. And then Drone actually played it quite well considering his HP was so low, finding at least 1 kill with the MP9. Probably the reason that they weren't able to score a plant in time. And now Envy off to an even stronger lead, 11-6, as they look to close out Furia's map choice. Again, not something that we thought we'd see. Cutler goes for kind of a weak peek into A main. Doesn't spot everything and probably won't realize how close and how many Ts are waiting to exit onto the A site. This next rotation is on highway.
Smoke underhanded. JDM, well, he's already found himself one. It's going to turn Cutler's attention back towards the actual cross just in time for the flashbang to blind him. JDM finds Sanctuary on top of the toxic barrels, but he's lost the teammate as Kerrigan goes hot on the flank. He doesn't get a kill. That's the tease with an immediate advantage cut back by Drone. He too comes in from A main only to fall after one. And so we're left with the original defenders plus Nifty. JDM low health. Could get boosted over red box. Yep. That's what they're going to do. Throw a man to the top side, but it's been spotted and dealt with already. Art and KS Serrato kill them both, and Fury on the board with 3 alive.
Kind of a tragic way to lose, isn't it? To have Kerrigan come barreling out of A main, not finish a kill, turn his attention to another target, and then fail to finish both.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. But could it be an important moment for Envy? They lose the first rifle round of the half. And there were some good trades, don't get me wrong. Drone had this position in A main, could have been set up for more than 1 kill. But also a couple of kills that come from Furia just spraying through smokes at the correct angles and being good about where they thought that Envy were going to try to rotate into. Envy don't have enough money to buy the last eco, plus losing all 5 this round just proves to be too expensive. And they have now 3 smokes, some upgraded pistols, but nothing beyond that. Furia with 7 rounds look to make it 8. And the most important thing for them here will obviously just to win the round as cleanly as possible, save as many alive as they can so that they don't have to be in the same position as Envy. Let's see what the anti-eco strat looks like. We know they've got a couple. Passive defaults always warranted here on T side. And Flash goes high over the mid boost, and Art looks for his opening kill, but instead we'll just go ahead and gift an AK to Kerrigan. Gotta wonder if that was a little bit too aggressive. It was calculated with a flash, but maybe they weren't anticipating Envy to be saving in this situation. Either way, they at least make it 4-4. And they've still got a significant guns advantage.
Gonna start throwing out the little utility that remains. Molotov to prevent any kind of a forklift peek that would enable the T's to walk through, but Kerrigan spams all the way back from truck, and his pistol players are going to close that gap. They're going to get into the faces of KS Serrato, but does he die? So far, so good. Drone as well has been caught over towards that B site where the bomb is doubling back for us, so the longer KS Serrato keeps their attention, the better. He's going to have one player completely sectioned off to Nifty. Spotted his shoulder, so he knows exactly where he is. This duel doesn't matter as much as the one on the other side of the map. Come on, Kerrigan, 3 kills.
Ridiculous. He also has info on both players left over. Kerrigan, is he going to be aware of the flank in this situation? K. Serrato right on his tail as he moves into the site. Bomb dropped in a very awkward spot. Abel, oh, nice crouch peek. Kills Kerrigan with the headshot, and it was looking like a revenge of the Kerrigan story, as he failed quite heavily last round, but then came through on this eco, initially taking Art out, picking up the AK, and putting 2 more kills on the board.
Yeah, to go from the middle of the map all the way push forward, back into the car of A site, rotating towards B is the last line of defense. Drone push forward to try and get something done. I was wondering to myself, is that bomb placement really going to win the round?
I have no idea how the bomb drops on the top of the default plant. That seems like such a high place for it to go. He might have been killed jumping.
I have no idea why bomb doesn't drop where someone dies. Know what I'm saying? At the feet, Launders.
Think it should?
I think it should. I don't think there should be bomb physics, personally. Because you get wild rounds like that. It's
Hell
exciting.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
Gonna get stunning going in the green room.
What more can they do here? 3 frag grenades is all Envy have.
How well timed will they be? 2 players in A main. One makes his position known in Squeaky. JDM, does he have one of them? No, he doesn't. He's just sitting here, gonna be working as a turret. And there it is. Off that information, they release him. 3, but 0 kills. Very little damage.
Thing is, too, obviously indicating there are 3 players here at the very least. Furia not going to charge forward, just anticipate shoulder peaks.
That's the thing about like A side. It's so nice because the choke point's just nice and wide. They also don't have a checker to their right that they have to worry about. And so they can sit here, they can work on truck, they can work on the side of sight, all of the top boxes, like where JDM was sitting, clear out forklift with the Molotov, they can bounce, open Squeaky to threaten that position as well. And there's enough room for 3 to 4 people to sit beside each other and all frag at the same time, maintaining that that distance from the USPs. So Furia, go ahead, steal that one away. They get a, that's not steal that one away, they just grab it, it's easy. And they also get a bomb plan off of it. Lots of money made. Whereas Envy, well, Envy did a good job saving. 2 AWPs for them. They'll have 1 AUG on Cutler. Doesn't seem like Drone or Kerrigan are up to the new meta. Certainly going to favor anybody who adopts it early. JDM will go back to the spot. Obviously can fall off from here at any point, so he's just going to try to stay as close to the edge as possible. You can also see heads just over top of it from this box as well, or as he's aiming for anybody who jumps up on the box in the corner.
Is that player boosted? No, Drone's just tucked away at the bottom of mid. Could go into a boost. We do have 2 CTs in that position, and there you have it. Drone's going to be sent up and over. Vinny waits for his head. Oh, there we go. Pops it just as JDM dies on the A side as well. So 2 entry frags for Furia. 1 responsive, 1 proactive. Showing both sides of the coin. Yuri, just next to Red, does allow Cutler to cross behind forklift. He could go huge, but doesn't anticipate Yuri to be just sat there. Therefore,
so here's the thing: we see a lot of those rounds. We see a lot of rounds where teams execute A, where if the kill comes out, then they follow suit and run through. But it wasn't a full exec; it was just a default, and we had 1 player, I think it was Yuri, who took out JDM on top of the site. That wasn't even a round where they were going to kick off the execute. And Drone sees that frag and he thinks, okay, they might be moving to a full exec A. They were actually just full defaulted, like anti-force buy spots and holding that boost for so long. And that's why teams will sit on that boost, but they'll wait patiently, almost forever. And it's actually such a nice spot for whether or not the team goes mid. If the team goes A late in the round, you can be a big flank if you delay it long enough, because ultimately they can't hold forever. And if they do come out mid, well, you're in a really strange spot for them to fight you. And if they come over the boost, you maybe have a bit of an advantage if you're the player who sits there, because it's going to be less anticipated for the T coming over. Whereas you're, hoping they do. So Furia, go ahead and grab a 10th round. 1 round the difference, as they are right on the tail of Envy, who have now called attack timeout to talk things over. 3 to 3.5K apiece. That was actually a double op setup, wasn't it? Nifty had an op. I don't even know where he died.
He died at the end of the round trying to just keep it alive. He was caught by the players just aggressively clearing. Then Yuri,
that's tough.
Classic fashion, 20 extra bullets to the corpse. Starting to break down Envy economically, with that lead 2 slipping past. Hate to see Envy fall into that low energy look we had on Overpass. It is still back and forth, but it has also been 4 rounds in a row here to the T side of Furia.
The game's certainly not over, but the CT economy can get out of hand quickly, and we know Envy like to save for double ops whenever possible. This round they invest just a little bit into flashes, a couple upgraded pistols, and we'll get to witness another anti-eco round from Furia, as they probably play the guessing game on what site that Envy are stacking. They get the initial kill on mid. Obviously much safer to go up over the boost as opposed to go out through lower mid like Art did on that previous round. Also with the assistance of a flash and I think a Molotov for just under the boost. 4 CTs grouped up and ready to pounce. But the bomb drifts back to the other site, as Yuri seems to have gotten a bit of information, and Art controls the rotations. Expect all pistols to fight this round. Furia potentially will delay a plant just to isolate these kills. They've got so much map control, they're shocked at it.
Little trigger happy at the end. Able J, good for 2, not the 3rd. They will most certainly hunt Nifty. Does Drone catch a player right now? Yep, absolutely. Shiv in the back of the spine. Art denied a save. That's just 3 now up for Furia. Yuri could very well be pinched here. Yeah, in fact, Nifty doubles back into this. Come on, Launders, what are you thinking? We're all tied up at 11. Envy are going to get back into their buys. Then what?
Then for them, they could try a similar setup. I mean, you just don't want to get dry-peaked opping A main. That's probably a better start. They could draw those double ops out into the late round if they don't lose them so early. It's just hard to criticize someone for losing to an AK that swings on you. It's a shot you need to hit, but it's a kill that's going to come sometimes. The only issue is they just don't have that many opportunities to buy in this half. And that's what's going to be counting against them most. They go right back into the double op setup, and we'll see hopefully not a repeat of what we saw last round. Seems like a late mid take on the books for Furia. Dart comes out lower and wins his duel. Dry versus Kerrigan out in the open, crossing from sandbag to white box. And now that'll squeeze the CTs into pushing for map control. They do win over A main, but how long are they willing to hold on to it?
Not at all. Looks like Furia are going to transition into this B split now. I feel as though that delayed setup was because of the flashbangs over mid. So Art was set to begin this play. Meant to succeed from the get-go. And we know that Nifty can lock it down from the back of the bomb site. None of the Molotovs actually hit his feet, and Drone on an off position will deny Art here for now. That's a Molotov put out by Smoke. You can see the CTs enveloping this setup, but Furia know they have to get rolling. They'll pause just a moment in order to establish man advantage. Cutler yet to hit this, 50 seconds, so there is no rush, really. And unfortunately for Cutler, he's very wary of a potential double back from Furia, but they don't even seem to be looking backwards, Launders, only looking forward towards this B site. Both snipers in here. No rifles to support them other than that. Cutler's still going to find nobody all throughout this, and JDM has to go up into the heavens because Smoke blocks off below. At what point does he walk out? Right into Vinny. He does catch Yuri all, at the while, but poor Cutler. He's been chasing ghosts back here. Easy kill versus Vinny. then peeks wide, can't transition that spray. Kaosarado with an off angle, offers himself in the open for the fight. He'll take it and protect the bomb planter. That is Furia to 12.
They infested that site like termites and just made it so difficult to try to figure out a way back into the round. You have to give it to Furia. When they get map control, they know how to hang on to it. And they also know what to do when they have a lot of time left over. Super difficult for the CTs to find those frags, and it's officially a round lead for Furia. 12 to 11 now as they move into... I mean, thankfully for Envy, it's actually another buy-up. They also can afford the 2 ops. JDM goes wide on one shot. Will have to fall back. Both oppers low, but not out of the round. Art, however, finishes off that initial trade, and Cutler goes ahead and trades that back.
Yeah, then take by the Dink. Here comes the push inwards. Nobody else here actually to stop them. Nifty just has an angle for anyone who overextends, and Kerrigan's caught. He was playing the catwalks.
And what can you say? They spread like wildfire. It's I don't know what more tools can Envy ask for to be able to stop these executes.
I mean, both of these, however, do boil down to Art getting kills in mid. This time, sure, the threat's quelled by Cutler, who doubles back, but you could argue Cutler having to double back from Forklift then opens up the A site. If Furia hesitated, maybe they don't get as much off of all this, but Art creates an instance for the rest of the team to come in, and like you said, spreading like wildfire. You know, they didn't slow down, just burnt up the brush. And they've left Envy scorched.
Now it's a game of exits. Drone will at least get one, but even he cannot survive. Nifty just opping, and looks like he'll be safe for the rest of the round. Bomb goes off, and they can recycle this. But are their hopes quelled? They don't have enough to support this. And they're going to have to make a pretty tough decision as to whether or not they want to force behind it to try to give them any chance of surviving versus Furia. But Furia are just starting to look so good here on T side. They're making such sensible decisions as to what sites they want to go to. They're able to juggle for mid control when they see there's a heavy presence of the CTs on A.
7 in a row now, calling their own tactical pause, bottoming out their pauses actually. So Furia not looking for the long con, looking to sprint to the finish line, and sprinting was what they have done in that most recent round. I'm still kind of shocked with just the tenacity of the A hit. Here's Cutler coming back to catch Art. Don't really get to see how the next engagement went, but you know, he does get caught off by that A main player who was ready to trade, and a trade frag made necessary because of highway hit. Art's not going to come middle this time. Looks like Furia are going to double flash into A main immediately. They get smoked off by Envy, who have 4 players near. I say 4 players, but not all equipped. Just JDM on that op.
Okay, Serrato looked like he wanted to line up that smoke, but now it seems a bit weary. He's just waiting for his teammates.
Oh, do it.
Don't know if Kerrigan was spotted crossing to the front of Squeaky. But yeah, I feel like they're just trying to isolate him and eliminate the guy. Oh my goodness.
Read on the anti-eco. Remember, JDM, he was actually the first player to die, so Nifty's Deagle does get the head of Vinny, swapping into the op. Now, if anybody else wants an op other than JDM, it would be Nifty. Drone, USP, last line of defense, outnumbered 1-3, and Furia outnumber Envy 14-11. 1 more round to secure overtime, 2 more rounds from getting themselves to IEM Katowice.
Stickers. We're officially in sticker territory for Furia. Halfway through this game, it felt like Envy were keeping it competitive and actually getting control a lot of the rounds. And then we also saw a lot of the missing pieces for them in the first map come into play. JDM with the 1v2, the 4K from Nifty with the Deagle on the Eco. And that was on top of a lot of good rounds just on rifles where they won with standard play. But now Furia have just gotten so good. Like they have just gotten so insanely good on T side. Even on these entirely full buys with 2 op setups, Furia are working defaults, which should oftentimes fall when there are 2 ops in the server, and are almost always able to just completely dismantle these CT setups. Really, really impressive stuff. And it's hard to even pit it to just one thing. It's a lot of moving parts for Furia. They keep their options open. Everyone's very smart about their positions. They're never too reckless or careless about the way they peek. And it's always a mystery as to what site they're going to choose, and I can only imagine how difficult it is for the CTs to figure that out as well.
Oh, Kerrigan, he's got behind Art, but he was blinded, so it all gets delayed. Makes for a scary situation whereby Art never turns around. So we will watch Furia try to hit up this B bomb site with some utility. Playing at the man disadvantage, they have fired Nifty out of the bomb site. They're just going to slow to double back. Remember, Furia eliminating Luminosity from the closed qualifier just to get here at the minor. 4 Brazilian teams in attendance. Nearly renamed the Brazilian minor. And yet now they are that last chance. IEM deleted. Vinny's got that swift headshot, and it's normally in moments like that that we see Furia just sink their teeth into bomb sites, and even now, they'll play it patient.
Highway box control. This makes the Z rotate so much more difficult. 2 players in B and Envy are just sitting there clasping their hands, hoping that the fight comes their way, but Furia have other plans. Cutler, does one better than Vinny with the AUG, and that does open up the round quite severely. That kill goes the other way, and you think CTs are certainly saving, but now the retake may be on.
They've got little tidbits of utility to make this happen. A double Molotov could be great for Quad and the standard plant, both of which are occupied at the moment. Sure enough, we get the feet moving, but the T's still happy to duel off here. Man advantage now given away. Nifty ejects, and there it is, the save called. Envy feeling out the bomb site, trying to use the utility for the opening, but instead, it shuts them down.
This is the round that Kerrigan got that kill on Art, so a 4v5 that Furia worked their way back into by re-aggressing mid. It has been a trick up their sleeve that they're shown more than once, but it is hard sometimes to stick out at mid as a CT for an extended period of time. And to know that the T's won it back later on in the round. Furia here on match point. They have got to be sweating more than ever, but seem to be composed. I mean, it doesn't seem like they're letting off the gas pedal. Getting better as the rounds roll on. Some really impressive stuff.
To be 1 round away from your major. This is a team that we haven't really seen on LAN. They played at the NSG Eastern Conference Championships, a super small event in North America. Only got to 2nd place. You'd think to yourself then that they're not ready for something like this, but they have proven it otherwise thus far. An up and down road, having to take a hard hit versus NRG yesterday, makes them wonder, was the confidence going to be shaken at all coming into today? And it hasn't seemed so. Now they can smell it. They're going to hit this A bomb site inevitably. Yuri will be caught up in A main. Kerrigan knows he's here, but how do you get him out of this position? Because there's obviously other players occupying main. They go for the double peek, and it costs them both their lives. 4 versus 2. It's JDM and Drone to come over from this B bomb site, running upwards past the Z, and there's even Vinny here to stop them. Full belts of utility on the exit outwards. Down goes Vinny first. With the bomb not being planted, there is still some time for the CTs to get 1 step closer. They're in their retake positions. Op scoped in. JDM double scope, might not see the player above. But KS Serrato plays patient. Art drops the body, and Furia Esports a single kill away from doubling the amount of Brazilians at IEM Katowice. They've done it. They've done it. Can you believe your eyes? KS Serrato and co. making it happen. We saw the emotion, we saw the confidence, and Envy not eliminated from their entire chances. They'll fall into that 3rd place play-in, which does unfold tomorrow, including all 4 of the 3rd place teams from each minor. But enjoy this moment, Brazil. You have a 2nd representative. You have the 2nd best team from Brazil here on your screens, folks. It is Furia Esports.
Yeah, absolutely well earned, taking out 2 NA teams from this qualifier and going ahead, securing them stickers, securing themselves the attention of the rest of the community. Anybody who isn't watching now will be watching when they play in the next phase, and what more can you say about that? Fantastic way to close it out. Probably the best that we've seen them play so far, and just on Cash. A map that yesterday we had questions about, but yeah, they did it. And we didn't know that, and we didn't know how Envy were going to do on Cash, but they seemed prepared when we moved into the map. Oh my goodness.
Emotions running high, and understandably so. This means the world to all Counter-Strike players. That's where you want to wind up, is at the majors, and now they have. Launders, it was the LAN showings that we kind of questioned with Furia. It was the mid-round performances that we initially praised, and then the individual level just seemed to skyrocket throughout the week. Damn, congratulations, Furia, and best of luck to Envy. But that's it from me and Launders. We're going to go ahead and throw this one back over to the desk where Stunna is standing by.
That's absolutely right. From the top of the Redeemer statue all the way down to Porto Alegre, they are celebrating tonight. They're not going to be able to keep the walls down there in terms of what it's going to be a party in South America. My goodness, a showing here, and one with a fury of a pace.
I think, you know, some really feel-good moments today. We obviously had the Greyhound one earlier and now this Furia one, and you can see how much it means to these guys. Like, Katowice has been the home for year after year when the majors happened here in the early days of emotions like these. I've felt what these guys are feeling right now, and let me tell you, there's no better feeling in the world because you've just achieved a dream that you've been working at.
Yeah.
For hours, days, years.
And that emotion, you know, it's pure elation, it's joy mixed with probably a big sigh of relief as well, because you already found yourself in one of those best-of-3 situations where, yeah, you know, even if we're not out, even if this doesn't go our way, we still have a shot at it. But this is a weight off the chest now, too.
A couple things. I mean, first of all, I think Chad could probably agree with me on this one. That feeling you have there, and just the feeling of competition, those are the things you miss from playing, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
you don't miss the grinding, you don't miss the hours you have to spend on actually theorizing this game and practicing to be able to be competitive, but it's those kind of emotions that really define this game. You know, there's always a discussion, you know, about esports and sports and the parallel. I don't really give a crap if it's, you know, if it's sport or not, but those emotions, you can't deny that, right?
Yeah, 100%.
It's massive. It's just fun to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, the passion is one thing, right? We got examples of it out of the game. We could see it all over the venue anytime these guys step in here. But I kind of have some sort of flashback here when it comes down to when we first saw the MIBR now, which was SK, which was LG a long time ago. And sort of that fire and passion that we're seeing in the server, the innovation that these guys are able to bring to the table is definitely something noteworthy.
I definitely think, you know, the style that these guys have approached it with, you can make the parallels, you can relate to that. And the thing is, these guys have grinded, and you can see the way that they approach the game, that they're all on that same page, they have the same goal, the same dream, and that's why we've been impressed by them. It isn't just one player stepping up and getting it done. I couldn't sit there and go, oh, this guy here was my MVP from this team. This was a team effort, and it's the team that turned heads, and it's the team that made it to the major, and that's why, you know, these guys are feeling what they're feeling right now.
Well, let's see what they're feeling. I think it's about time for us to check in with Furia, because not only are they ecstatic and all reeling in the emotions right now, we're going to have that chance right now with Jason Kaplan to hear what they've got to say.
Thank you very much, Stunna. And yes, if you actually saw the cameras when they were winning, the moments of them, the tears, the emotion coming out of all of you guys. Vinny, let's start off with you. I'm going to go straight forward here. Okay. How does it feel to be playing the major now?
It's living a dream. We train for this, we practice for this, we sacrifice everything for this, so no words for that.
Yeah, and no words really needed, to be honest. Art, looking at the series that we had just happen, Overpass, that I didn't really expect it to be over that quickly. What the hell happened? Like, did you guys have strategic plans set to go up against them, or was it just you guys were feeling it?
Actually, our Overpass is pretty good. We just don't have the chance to play on this minor. So when they pick Overpass, we are pretty confident to play against them. We studied them, but we just play our game.
And then this is an odd question, but because this is one of your first lands as a team together, it's like, I think you said it was fourth before we started talking. Where do you guys gauge yourself? Do you still feel like you have room to grow as a team? Do you think you're close to that 100% point right now, or are we going to see you guys even stronger back at the major?
Oh, you're going to see us even stronger. We are like a pretty young team, so I think we have a great way ahead of us.
Okay, and I want to give you two a chance to say something to your fans out there. Obviously, all watching at home. Vinny, let's start off with you.
Obrigado a todo mundo que assistiu. Vai ter sticker sim nessa porra. Vamos que vamos. Obrigado a todo mundo que sempre acompanha a gente, torce pela gente. A gente jogou pra vocês. Obrigado, gente.
Galera, faço minhas palavras as do Vini. Agradecer a todo mundo que torceu, a pessoal da Fúria, Jaime, a Kari, a moral que vocês dão pra nós ajuda pra caralho. E, mano, é isso que o Vini falou, mano. Tamo junto demais, velho.
All right, guys, let's cut this interview short. Let's let you guys get out of here. Go party, go celebrate, because you guys are now in the major. Congratulations. Stunna, let's go back to you.
Thank you. My goodness, I love to hear it. I love to see it. I love to see the jubilation there. You can see the look in their eyes. The Bible thumps are out in full force, and they're all in a positive way. In fact, all the scripting up to this point, it's out the window because Furia have made it to the major.
You going to clean that up?
No.
Okay. Well, I think
I don't think that was very likely to happen, right?
Look, they've definitely been the second best team in this minor the whole time. NRG were, levels above everybody else, and that was known coming into this. But Furia have impressed. They've turned heads. They've done a fantastic job, and they've made it the full distance. So props to these guys. I can't be singing it enough. It's fantastic work, and I'm happy to see them make it this far.
Natu, as a guy that's coming from an organization that, you're finding yourself in the major for the first time, essentially, right? So talk to me about what this probably means from an internal perspective.
For this type of team that hasn't really had a lot of international exposure, I think, first of all, you want to just put a lot of credit into the way that they were able to play really, really patiently, especially in those last couple of rounds. They were taking it slow, really calculated, and I think this shows you just how mature they're within the game of Counter-Strike, right? I mean, those are the type of situations when the major's on the line, you could have easily tripped. You could have easily made a bit of a mistake here and there, lost a sloppy round, and then let enemy take it. But they've showcased that they have a lot of great tools, and it's obviously a massive thing for these guys to get the Pillar major, and I'm really looking forward to see them battle it out against some international competition.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they stack up from a statistical and strategical standpoint, because now we're needing to stack up these brackets. They've all unfolded. You've seen just about everything you need to see. Of course, there is one more decider to be played, and that being an entire day of matches. Chad Sponge, Birch Hill from Down Under, walk me through these brackets, will you, buddy?
So here the most important matchup is the one we just saw, and that puts Team Envy down into the minor playoff that you were alluding to that happens tomorrow. That will have the teams Winstrike North, Vici Gaming, and the likes of Envy, who we've just seen battling out for 2 more major spots. These guys, I believe it is seeded. It'll be Winstrike taking on Envy and North versus Vici. Don't quote me on that one right there, but I think that's the way that's going to go down. Top 2 teams from this tournament tomorrow will make it into the major as well, so they get that last chance, that one more shot at grabbing the glory. Oh, there it is.
Well, look at that. You made magic happen.
I was even correct with the brackets.
You did a phenomenal job there.
That was an accident.
Really impressed, to be honest. Chad, we couldn't have even forecasted that.
Just to touch on this bracket real quick. I mean, if you think of the opening games, North obviously a massive favorite in their matchup. Winstrike Envy, that's an interesting one.
One of the things that is common with all the teams right here, obviously North on paper is the favorite by a lot, but the fact of the matter is Vici today displayed a lot of firepower. Winstrike did the same when they were playing back during the CIS, and Envy have obviously had their moments. JDM lighting things up, Nifty with really good clutches. Everybody in all of these teams is going to be vowing to grab this spot, so tomorrow is where the real fireworks happen.
That's right, and tomorrow is what you're going to have to wait for, because that does it for us here on the desk, and that does it for the America's Minor. It's all done and dusted. It's all concluded to this. That's right, Furia heading on in right alongside that of Energy, and we're going to have to bring back the Energy tomorrow as we do get into some more matches. We got 3 best of 1s and 2 best of 3s coming your way, so make sure you're here with us, and we'll be right back.